Fox Theater downtown last night with the 15th overall pick. Detroit took goalie Andrea Brondley from Switzerland. The netminder had 571 saves and a .945 save percentage in 22 games with Frölunda Hockey Club in the Swedish League last year. They also took Michigan native Casey Borgiel with the number 22 pick. The Port Huron product had 4 goals and 17 assists at Colgate last year. And this U.S. Open leaderboard update is sponsored by your Metro Detroit Jeep dealers. The 126th National Championship begins today with the first groups going out at 6:35 this morning. Scotty Scheffler is favored at plus 550 to win. A victory would complete the career Grand Slam. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Thank you very much, Brendan. Yes, the voice may be familiar, but not everyday familiar. Jim Costa is in Canada.
Toronto.
Exactly. Again, he's turning into a Toronto Gander, somebody would say. I am Stoney. He is John Jansen. She is Heather Park. And he is Greg Hargrave running the show. What's happening?
Good morning, Stoney. How are you?
I'm fine. And dandy.
It's great to see you. It's great to hear you. It's great to be on with you. I'm excited about these 2 days.
Well, your excitement level is really is a low bar if I'm exciting you.
Well, I mean, hey, come on, at 50, I gotta take the excitement where I can get it.
Oh yeah, hey, you know what? I'm 50. I'll go get excited from a 67-year-old.
Dude. Yeah, whatever you're into.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, hey, it's always great to have you in the studio. I'm sure at some point today we will go off the rails. It's what we do. But it is Costa is in Toronto, and I did ask him yesterday when he went up there to send us pictures of where his seats were, some video.
I saw one tweet. Did he look like decent seats?
Yeah, I thought they looked like good
great
seats.
Yeah.
And honestly, he sent us a video and a picture of like the entire stadium.
Yeah.
And the way they had it set up, like I didn't really think there was a bad seat.
No.
In the house.
It's almost like, though, and Greg could probably relate to this, when I watch the World Cup games, it's almost like I can't tell where the game is. It's almost like the NCAA. They've actually, made the pitch in the stadium so, like, they look all the same. There's never a huge, like
I would say soccer is generally like that. There's no midfield logo.
Right, that's true. But there's still, even on the boards, I mean, every once in a while the site would come up, but not very often.
True. You got to look for like the ground level shots looking up at the stadium.
Yeah.
Like, oh, this game's in Arlington because I see Jerry's giant window that blinds Dak Prescott's into interceptions.
Yeah, why don't they?
Well, they call it Dallas Stadium too. It's like they won't call it Cowboys.
Yeah, no, that's a FIFA wide
American.
thing.
Yeah,
but it's really hard to figure out where the games are just by looking.
Right, that's my point.
Yeah, and I don't understand why they make it so difficult because it's. Okay, so it's Fox, FS1, and Fox that is doing it. Like, why wouldn't they want you to know, like, okay, this is the city, this is the stadium?
Because FIFA runs everything, and everything has to do with money. So if they wanted to have do something else with it, they probably have to pay a lot for it.
Yeah. Oh, so what are they going to pay LA if you say, well, it's.
It's
the Coliseum. It's
I agree
SoFi.
with, that's what I'm saying. It's weird. It all looks so. Is nutrified the right word? I have no idea.
Well, and if you're hosting it, wouldn't you think that, hey, you'd want to be able to show off your stadiums? And I know that it's North America that's really hosting it because there's games in Mexico, there's games in Canada and the U.S. But I do when I watch a game, like when we watch NFL games, we can kind of tell because we know the stadiums and
right. The reason I brought up the analogy for the NCAA tournament, because it used to be you had logos of the host school, you had all this kind of stuff. Now it's just on the baseline, or it would say like Detroit if it was here. Like for the Final Four here, you won't know.
Stoney, you flip on a game, 2005, you flip on a game. Oh, this is played at Cleveland State because I can see the little basketball head guy with the sword in center court.
Yeah. And nowadays, you can superimpose anything on it. They do that for advertising in hockey in particular. I mean, you
we
watch.
see it on the mound in baseball.
Yeah, absolutely, because they're not actually there.
Right.
So who is, did Costa say who he was actually rooting for?
I don't think we ever got a rooting interest out of him.
Well, hopefully he was rooting.
I think it was Ghana.
Hopefully he was rooting for Rhea. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, which I'm sure that we'll have that joke come up many times today, which I appreciate every time.
I know Heather doesn't, but that's okay.
It was either that or the canal.
Yeah, exactly.
And so we'll get an eye roll from Heather, which is okay. But I did ask him.
Did Panama have to beat Suez to qualify? or Erie? How many canals?
What the food options were.
I asked him.
Well, yeah.
And he didn't
So it's funny
respond.
because he sent the selfie, which was like, I don't want to see the selfie. And the whole stadium was blurred out behind him. It was like portrait mode.
He had it in portrait mode.
Yeah. And I'm like, hey,
Fancy selfie.
thanks for the smile. Awkward. But then he did send a picture of.
Oh, he did. I didn't see that response until just now.
Oh, okay. So
okay, he did.
here is the food options, which, okay, these are all in loonies, Canadian dollars.
Okay.
Unbelievable value. All right, so they have the Visa card holder combo. So if you're using a Visa, right, you get the special price. It is 2-foot-long hot dogs
Okay.
and 2 sparkling soft drinks.
Okay, so I'm trying to figure out what that would probably be here, let's say at Comerica or Ford Field or something like that.
All right, yeah,
Even
so
if-
2-foot-longs and 2 drinks.
Okay, so you're talking, I'm going to guess if it was here, it would be $40.
Oh, yeah, I think, $35, $40
Yeah.
at least.
Yeah.
$7.50.
$7.50 for that?
Yes. Oh, no, sorry. I thought that was a dollar sign.
Oh.
$57.50.
Oh, okay.
But
That's Canadian dollars.
that's Canadian dollars, so
Right.
translate that into,
Probably pretty
it's about
close
the
to the
same.
same. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
All
not
right,
horrible.
yeah.
That's
So
not horrible. I might have been a little low with our American prices.
the other options they had a bag of chips, chicken tenders and fries. So it's kind of following the same things that you would get at games here. You could get the combo foot-long hot dog and chips, cheese pizza and chips.
Okay.
Probably not New York style.
No.
You could also get pepperoni pizza, French fries, popcorn, and obviously the Canadian special.
Poutine?
Poutine.
Yes.
And the poutine would set you back $17.75. So I don't know, maybe about what, $12, $11 conversion
Pretty standard fare
Yeah.
for the fare, actually.
for the fare. Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
But there was no, I figured there would be like some Ghana or Panamanian food items.
I asked that same question, and everybody thought, "Oh, you're an idiot for asking that." No, I thought for sure, like, okay, you're going to have a whole bunch of
Or even just a couple
what
of
do they call
stands.
people from Ghana? Ghana,
I don't know. Ghana Ganders. I don't know.
yeah. Anyway, yeah,
Ghanarians.
Ghanaians,
Yeah. All right, you said it this time, not me.
or the Panamanians.
Yes.
I thought for sure they would have at least one offering
Yes.
for those individuals. Mm-hmm. But it doesn't appear that way, unless this is the only stop that that they had, and that this is the one, or maybe there was a specific vendor set up for Ghana food or Panama food.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know if Panama and Ghana, either of them are going to be playing in Toronto again. So maybe logistically, but you figure you can set up a pop-up or a kiosk anywhere, for crying out loud.
Yeah, and I guess I don't know what would be the Ghana food. What
I have no idea. I've never been to Africa. I've never been to Ghana.
what is the specialty food in
Ghana?
Ghana?
I would say probably some rice, beans, maybe. I don't know.
Fufu.
Okay, what is fufu?
Fufu.
What is fufu for 100, Alex?
It is pounded plantain and cassava served in soup. You could get
I like soup.
jollof rice, banku, which is fermented corn and cassava dough, wakia, which is rice and beans, or I'm going to hose all these up. Kelawele, which is spiced fried plantains. So they're big into their fried plantains. Have you ever had a plantain?
Yeah, they're all right. They're all right.
You kind of hoping it's a banana, but it's not.
Yeah, exactly. So what are the Panamanian food then?
Oh, well, speak amongst yourselves for a minute.
Okay, Panamanian jerk, so to speak. I have no idea.
What is
Panama food.
food in Panama? All right. Sinocho.
Oh,
It's a rich national chicken stew thickened with root vegetables like yucca and corn.
oh,
All right. So, I mean, if it's stew, you'd be all about it.
yes,
Soupish.
absolutely.
Other favorites include patacones, which are fried green plantains. Like, they could have had fried plantains
From anywhere. Yeah.
and
So I wonder if they
been
have
able to-
see they could have vendors just go down the aisle. Hey, plantains here. Or actually, they'd be a Canadian.
Did you say, what did you say?
Plantains, right?
Oh, I
Yeah.
thought- okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, plantains.
Yeah.
Or fresh ceviche.
Oh,
What is ceviche?
I've had it before, but I can't tell you.
it does sound familiar.
I've seen it before as well, but I'm not sure what it is.
Yes.
So
Well, we hope he had a really good time. At least he got to see a victory. Ghana won 1-0. He didn't see a tie like Portugal and Congo yesterday.
no, but wasn't it? Greg, correct me if I'm wrong. It was a 1-0 game, and the one goal came in
Late.
like the 95th minute.
I believe that's correct. Yes, I did not see the game, but I saw the updates.
Yeah. So you waited the entire game for one offensive score.
See, I know you're not a big soccer person. As long as I don't care if there's goals, as long as there's chances. Like I was watching some of England and Croatia a little bit yesterday, and there was a ton of chances. All there have to be is chances. What I don't like, the only thing I don't like about soccer is the midfield play where they just look like they play keep away sometimes, and they don't look like they do nothing. But that's just me. But I love when there's a great scoring chance off a set piece or a corner kick or any of that stuff. I think it's pretty good.
Yeah, but I think I was looking at the like shots on goal. Well, let's go down here to.
Well, they have shots. They're not necessarily on goal.
It's taking a little while for the.
Okay.
There's no box score.
All right. Well, that's okay. You know what? Because that means we don't have to talk about the Tigers. All right. Who lost 4-2 yesterday and are now 6 out. What are they? 6 out of the wild card.
Oh, 2 shots on goal for Ghana. And 4 for
Good.
Panama.
Their shooting percentage was very good.
Yes.
50%. All right. Yes. Tigers lose 4-2. Casey Mize pitched okay. 6 hits in his return. 3 earned runs. 3 strikeouts. A walk. The most important thing, he's healthy. All right. They resume action tomorrow against the first place Chicago White Sox. That is actually
Sounds terrible, doesn't it?
bizarre. All right. Coming up on the program, 7:25, we have the 2 Grand Slam. Of course, a Thursday staple on this program, Dear John. It is the Costa and Jansen Show with Heather on 97.1. And the final was 4-2. Tigers lose the series. Like I said, back in action against the Chicago White Sox tomorrow, beginning of a 10-game homestand. Scuba will be pitching tomorrow. We'll talk about him coming up. We have some text for you at 248-539-9797. We'll take your phone calls as well. The sideboard on the far side shows the city they're playing in. It is kind of small, but I agree. Levi's Stadium, which is where the 49ers play, correct, had to cover the word Levi on the outside, but ended up using the Levi logo shape for the cover-up. Okay?
Yeah, I believe Lumen Field in Seattle was just field.
Oh, field.
Oh, where are they playing?
Field.
The field.
Field.
John, how
That's
many
pitch.
chicken tenders come in a basket?
It didn't say.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I would anticipate at least 6,
You would hope so.
preferably
I know
8.
Greg's giving a look like, I don't know if you're going to get 6. Depends how big
you probably
they are.
get 2,
Yeah.
along with a boatload of fries.
Correct. Chopped raw fish is ceviche with lime juice.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I've had it on vacation.
Ceviche is usually cut up shrimp that is enzymatically cooked in lemon or lime juice and basically pico mixed in. It is absolutely heavenly. Tracy on the way to Warren. Thank you for
there you
texting.
go.
Drive safely. Pizza aids or Ghana-riza? Okay, thank you very much, Jordan. Ghana food, live grubs, cicadas, wagyu fresh massaged filet mignon.
Oh, okay. So, fried crickets, maybe?
Yes, I guess so.
Those aren't bad.
Yesterday, around 5 o'clock, the Professional Women's Hockey League had their draft at the Fox Theater in Detroit. And no, Steve Eisenman didn't wreck up this pick. It's too early to tell. I'm just kidding, obviously. The Detroit entry traded their number 1 pick and got the legendary Hillary Knight.
Yes.
So that was really good. But they did make a selection until 90 minutes in when they selected goaltender Andrea Brandil from Switzerland.
Okay.
And there was a rumor I saw on social media that Jimmy Howard, the former Wings goaltender, was sitting at the Detroit table and might be the goaltending coach for this squad.
Oh, okay. That's
Now,
cool.
I said squad for a reason.
There's no name.
There's no name. So we're gonna ask either a call in or a 248-539-9797 or text, what should the Detroit entry of the Professional Women Hockey League team be called?
Right. Yeah. Instead of the Detroit Hockey Club,
Correct.
which I was good with the Washington football team.
I know.
So Detroit Hockey Club, it's not bad.
It's not horrible. It has more of a soccer, name feel
yes,
to it.
Yes, I guess so. Yeah, Detroit Hockey
Yeah.
team. But anyway, a couple of options that I think would be good would be the Detroit Power.
Oh yes.
A little, nod to the, and let's go full, muscle car. Let's go Detroit Muscle.
I like that.
All right, and then the third one I have is the Detroit Shift.
The Detroit Shift.
Yeah, using the shifter.
I
I mean, nobody has a manual transmission anymore,
Right.
But, and you have shift changes,
Yeah.
but it's probably the weakest of the 3.
Yeah.
That's getting mispronounced and resulting in an unfortunate slip up in the first period of game 1.
Yes.
This is why we do this, and this is why we are asking for this, because when you're going through kids' names, you're trying to go through, okay, how are they going to make fun of this name? I didn't even think of Detroit Shift being mispronounced if the team doesn't do well or if there's something bad that happens. And so, yeah, because when you're going through kids' names, right, you're going through, I knew now we can't call her Marge because they'll call her Large Marge.
What about the Detroit Wheel?
No one's naming their kids Marge anymore.
The Detroit Wheel,
Yeah.
but it's not rollerbladers.
That's true. That's a good point.
I mean, that's okay. This is
the Red Wings are, the winged wheelers, basically. It's not
Right.
their name, but their name, the nickname of their name.
yes.
Look, there's a lot of names with the color red that I'm sure will be texted in that we probably can't say, but I understand that. All right.
Heather, you have any thoughts?
I haven't actually. No, I haven't
No,
thought
no
about it.
thought
But
about-
maybe by
okay.
the end of the show, I'll
okay.
have some
You'll have-
ideas.
okay.
Sure.
Speaking of Heather, it's
Yes.
time for news.
All right. This news is brought to you by Gardner White. Well, Birmingham police are now apologizing for their slow response to that out-of-control pool party. And, John, there is a new video that is kind of going viral
Oh, I
from
haven't
the party.
seen this.
It's now inside the party
Oh.
at the pool. Yes, and now that has been
Was it
released.
blurred out as well?
Yes, indeed it is. It sure is.
So they surely are going to have to drain the pool.
Yes, there were some topless individuals, I believe. I mean,
well,
that's what was blurred.
It's a pool party.
Yeah, there were.
All right. I'm new to this pool party.
You're new to the pool party?
Yeah, I'm pretty much out of touch when it comes.
Sony.
When I'm not working.
Somebody in Birmingham rented their pool. And they had a party at the pool.
Okay.
And it was supposed to be about 40 people, but hundreds showed up and they were blocking the streets. They were parking on grass. They were parking in people's driveway. And they were doing this. Yes, so there was some more dancing
Okay.
going on in the pool. The Birmingham Police Department is now reviewing its procedures to avoid future incidents like the one at Saturday's party. They did make a post on Facebook, Birmingham Police, admitting that they should have responded quicker and shut down the party sooner. They said, while officers shut down the party and issued multiple citations, the department acknowledges the party should have been shut down earlier. And they kind of go into what would happen in the future if another incident like this stems up. And
So what type of dancing were they doing in the pool?
there were some splits involved. So yeah, yes, you can check out the video, John.
Okay. All right. I will see if I can
There's
find it.
also a new a private pool ordinance page added to the Birmingham website.
Oh, that was quick.
Yeah, I know. And they say they're investigating the pool and the associated rental from Saturday. So anyway, this was a big story.
So
Stoney.
basically, somebody just Airbnb'd their pool.
Yes, exactly. That's
Yes, but it was a
exactly what
friend.
happened. Yeah. So this article still says that the man you see. Oh,
I'm
Are you
now. I
watching?
did find the
Okay.
new video.
Yes. Okay.
A lot of blurring.
there is. I told you there was. Yeah. There's not a lot of people in the pool, but the people in the pool are blurred.
Well, I mean, they didn't want to get their clothes wet.
It wasn't like a overly hot day that day. I don't think in the evening.
Well, that's a matter of personal
I'm sure it's a
preference.
heated pool.
I'm sure.
Anyway, in other news, yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
blurring and bouncing.
Yes.
Do they play naked strip Marco Polo?
Well, I don't. They don't show the start or end of the game. Oh,
Yes.
They just show
Yep.
participation,
Oh,
Yes.
okay.
Yeah.
and a lot of participation trophies handed out in this one.
A 30-year-old man is in critical condition following a crash involving a semi-truck early Wednesday. The collision happened shortly after 5:30 a.m. John's laughing because he's still watching the video on North Lapeer Road in Oxford Township. According to police, this man who was driving a Buick Regal was traveling southbound when the semi-truck attempted to use a median crossover and turned into the path of the vehicle. Obviously, they collided, causing significant damage. The man driving the Buick was trapped inside his vehicle. The driver of the semi-truck was not injured. Right now, investigators do believe alcohol and do not believe alcohol or drugs were a factor, but they do say that speed by the driver of the Buick may have contributed to the crash. Ooh, a Lapeer County woman is facing animal cruelty charges after more than 100 cats, alive and dead, were removed from her home. This 41-year-old woman, Emily Karolski, was arraigned Monday on charges in connection with the discovery of the animals. She's charged with animal cruelty to 25 or more animals and animal burial. So these animals were discovered, you guys, by a delivery driver. A man was making a delivery to the house and could smell, that smell, that cat pee smell and death. Basically, like the man thought he was smelling death. So he called police and said something is going on. So police showed up. They stepped foot in the house for a second and had to get out because the smell was so bad. Really, really, really gross. They saw, I mean, I don't even need to get into details. There was a
saw
lot of
dead cats
in there. Anyway, 28 of the cats were rescued by the county animal control. So that's the good news.
All right. Thank you very much, Heather. Coming up next, a national prognosticator, analyst, whatever you want to call him, chimes in on the Tarek Skubal trade situation, 97-1. I got to tell you about my good friends at Yaldo. I mean, I have been, living a lie for a long time until about 7 years ago when I went and saw the incredible Dr. Yaldo. Now, what Dr. Yaldo did for me was gave me the bifocal lenses. Now, a lot of people do some other stuff, but the way with the sports going on right now, you want to make sure in your life that you can, see well, like press notes. You got the soccer going on, and when you have your Detroit baseball team playing really well right now, yeah, right. I'm saying you need better eyesight if you think Detroit is playing well in baseball. And Dr. Yaldo can give you a amazing treatment, and it's painless. I mean, I'm kind of a wuss, and for me, it was painless. So if I can deal with it, anybody can deal with it. And my eyes are basically, I look at stuff now in HD. It is the freaking best. So go to YaldoEyeCenter.com and you can get, a free examination. They'll tell you if you need the lenses or even LASIK if you're younger than I am. So it's YaldoEyeCenter.com. And that was the final score. Good to see McGonigal go yard, but they lose again. Back in action tomorrow against the Chicago White Sox. We'll get into Scooble in a second. But we do have some text on the question that we asked about. The women's hockey team had the draft, the WPHL, at the Fox Theater, and we're wondering, Detroit does not have a nickname yet,
Right.
a team name. So we asked for some suggestions. Here we go. Women's hockey club name, Detroit Ladybirds.
No.
That was a movie, The Ladybirds, right?
Yeah, no, I don't like that.
Well, and that was with the first Lady Bird, right?
Lady Bird was the movie.
the movie, but wasn't there one of the first ladies was?
Yes, Lady Bird Johnson.
Yeah,
Lyndon Baines Johnson's
Yeah.
wife. The Boneless Wings.
that's awesome.
Spirit of Detroit. They should be called the Detroit Renaissance. The Rensen, that who knows that's going to be around anymore. I don't know.
Yeah.
The Detroit Bombers or the Riveters.
Oh, yeah,
That way they can have like a mascot like Rosie the Riveter.
yeah. There was one on Twitch here that was somewhat like that, and so the theme on Twitch is, should be some kind of winged animal or creature to match the Red Wings, Firebird or Thunderbird. And then obviously the Firebird, it was brought up that it's already taken in Metro Detroit hockey, so that they wouldn't go with that.
The Detroit Valkyrie.
Valkyrie.
Yes, Valkyrie.
Thank you, John.
The Detroit Cougars, which the Red Wings were called before the Red Wings. There was either the Cougars, Falcons, and then Red Wings, or was it Falcons, Cougars? I forget the exact order, but yes.
Yeah, but they're all younger.
I know. The Chicken Wings. Chick.
Yes, yeah.
I know.
Thank you for explaining
No,
that to me, though.
I know. But, there's some people driving might not have, I didn't,
Yes.
pause after check. The Detroit Mufflers. Oh, my gosh. That's from Tugging a Truck. The Detroit Boom Boom. Boom Boom Pow.
Oh, I think we've heard that before. Hold on a second here as Greg finds it.
The Detroit Boom Boom Pow.
Presented by Heather Park.
Yes.
Sure.
You'd be the presenting sponsor.
You could be the announcer like you used to be the
Heck
at
yeah,
that
I'd love to do
Tigers.
that.
Yes.
Yeah.
You could be the
Walk around and say boom, boom, pow all day
That's
long.
Sure.
Detroit Strong, Detroit United, Detroit Vipers. Bring back the iconic name and logo. I still have a Vipers jersey. I love it. Matt from Redford says, I like the car theme for the women's hockey team. I was thinking the Detroit Clutch, and it sounds good and the wordplay works. John mentioned that as well. Call them the Rosies. Like I mentioned, Rosie the Riveter, probably. And somebody had a question about it, too. Are they still called periods in women's hockey?
Side
The
note.
first third.
Yeah.
Yeah. Side note. As a kid, sometimes like announcers in like football or basketball will call the quarters periods.
Right.
And I'm at some point I'm still kind of like, come on, man, they're quarters.
Yeah.
Let's call them quarters.
A Tigers text as well. The road trip proved there's nothing left in this team. They're dead. It's time to shake this roster up. It isn't equipped to win. Scooble, Mize, and Torres should all be traded, and Anderson, Clark, and Malgeri should be brought up from Toledo. I tend to agree. I think they're going to give it a little more time. That's the big question about how much time do they give it? Because if you do the math and not the eye test, you said, well, they can make up, six games, right, in a wild card, but there's 6 teams ahead of them.
Right. And
you
like I said, you, if you're going to go on a run, you need basically all 6 of those teams to do the opposite.
It's like, look, the math I understand, and I understand the fact what we saw by this baseball team, both good and bad, the past 2 seasons, that anything is possible. Because there was no way in 2024 you thought they'd make the playoffs, and there was no way in 2025 you thought they'd
Lose the
would not
division.
win the division. Okay,
Right.
So I understand that. I understand that baseball's a long season, but this team is not a playoff team.
They're 14 below 500 right now.
they're-
And do you think a below 500 team, how many below 500 teams do you think are going to make the playoffs?
None.
Okay.
is my guess.
So
maybe one.
They've got to play 14 games above 500 just to get to 500.
Yeah.
And there's just nothing that says they're going to do that. So I want to go back to that one text that said Skubal, Mize, Torres all need to be traded. First of all, Skubal, Mize, I can understand it. I could disagree with Mize in regards to if you are planning on extending him or re-signing him. I think there's value in that. He's not going to cost as much as Skubal. He's not going to cost as much as a lot of other pitchers. But Torres, who's going to trade for Torres right now? He can't stay healthy, and who wants to take on his?
If he comes back before the deadline, which I'm sure he will, this is not a.
Yeah, but he's only back for 5 or 6 games, and then the same thing happens.
But if he's healthy, they'll get something for him. Then there's no reason to keep him.
I understand there's no reason to keep him, but he signed a contract that not many thought, and no one's going to have to take on his full contract.
Correct.
They're only going to be playing the prorated version of it. But
it's not that much. I mean,
right.
I think they're fine. He'll be gone. Well. They all should be gone. Mize should be gone too. And even if they plan on extending him, that should be a wink, wink. We're going to do the Flaherty deal with you, even though I don't think that was a wink, wink thing. But it worked out.
And I know everybody always says that. Well, hey, go ahead and trade Skubal, and if he really wants to be here, he'll come back next year and sign an extension here.
Not with Scott Boras, no.
And I just don't think it happens with Mize. Like the whole Flaherty thing was a one-off in Major League Baseball,
right? And that wasn't preconceived either.
No,
I mean. He just couldn't get anything better.
Well, I don't think he can get anything better, but I also think he realized what Scott Federer meant to his,
Chris Federer.
Chris Federer, sorry, whoever Scott Federer is, I apologize.
Roger's brother.
Yeah, but I think he realized how much he meant to rejuvenating his career and was hoping that would continue. It really hasn't, but he did sign, a 2-year deal. But the biggest question is not.
Not if, when.
Yeah, not will they trade him, not if they'll trade him, but when they'll trade him. And I think that's something we need to discuss, because the further it goes, there are some people that believe you wait all the way to the trade deadline and you create this market, you drive the price up, and that's when you're going to get the most value out of trading Tarik Skubal. Others believe, and I'm kind of in this mindset as well, he's on an expiring contract. Now, if you trade him to the Dodgers, all right, they may actually sign him to a contract, and then they would have the ability to negotiate with him before the end of the season. But if you trade him to anyone else, he might just be a rental. Will you get more for that rental if they have 3 months to rent him versus 2 months to rent him?
Correct. And look, there's precedent with the Tigers. I remember when they traded J.D. Martinez. They traded him not at the deadline. It was like 2.5 to 3 weeks before, if I'm not mistaken. And there was a discussion about, well, you didn't get a lot for him, and that's for damn sure with Lugo and Alcantara and the great, of course, Jose King. However, should they have waited till the deadline? Would they have gotten more from him? Some people say no. I don't know. I don't think the Dodgers per se are going to be fooled by when the trade's going to be made.
No, I don't think you're fooling anyone. But if I'm the Dodgers, and maybe they don't need him, maybe they just want to get him. If they believe, hey, we can get him for less at the deadline, but we can still get him. We're putting together the best offer. They're not going to turn us down just because we're the Dodgers. The Detroit wants to get the best return for Tarik Skubal. They may also say, well, you know what? We would like to have him for 3 months. So I mentioned this the other day. Whether it's 6, 7 assets, players, prospects, current Major League Baseball players, here is our 6 players that we're willing to trade for Tarik Skubal. And we're willing to do that now. If it gets to July 1st, then we're going to take this one chip off the board, just so you know it ahead of time. Well, if it gets to July 15, we're taking this other chip off the board. We still have the best package available, but we'd like him now.
I don't know if teams operate that way. We'll take your phone calls on that, and we'll hear some analysis on that situation on Tarik Skubal coming up next, 97.1.
Hey, if you're thinking about a new truck this month, I certainly am, and I'm getting a new truck this month. A Ram truck should be right there at the top of the list. The Ram truck lease deals at every Metro Detroit Ram dealer are phenomenal right now. I've seen the Ram side by side with other trucks. I have driven and am driving a Ram. For power, there's no comparison. You could choose from Ram's legendary 5.7 Hemi V8, or you want the one I chose, it's the 420 horsepower Hurricane. They also have a high output 540 horsepower Hurricane engine. Why would you trust any full-size pickup at any price with only a 4-cylinder engine? You're going to be unhappy the moment you drive off the lot. Plus, the full-size Ram 1500 is built right here in Sterling Heights. Ram has a 5-link coil suspension. All it's going to take is one test drive, and you're going to feel how much smoother a Ram is. And for comfort, all you got to do is go sit in a Ram, and I promise you, you're going to feel the difference. Right now, lease payments on a new Ram truck at every Metro Detroit Ram dealer are phenomenal. So are their financing offers for well-qualified buyers. Pull into your Metro Detroit Ram dealer today and tell them I sent you.
Don't forget, we have the 2 Grand Slam coming up at 7:25. Also, the staple, that's Dear John, comes up at 7:35. All right, Tarek Skubal pitches on Friday. First game home in a while. We also had Casey Mize pitch yesterday. Justin Verlander looks like he's pitching on Father's Day on Sunday. I imagine the ballpark's going to be packed for that to see JV's return to Comerica Park. Unfortunately, most people, when they made the acquisition of Justin Verlander, people thought the Tigers would be in first place, not near last place.
Right.
Anyway, as far as Tarek Skubal goes, John posed a very interesting question. Not if they should trade Tarek Skubal, because I think everybody believes, unless there's some crazy-ass run that I don't think is going to happen and that you don't think is going to happen, the best thing that they have to do for the organization is to trade him. But so not if,
but when.
But when. Jeff Passan from ESPN went on the Rich Eisen program the other day, and he said that the Tigers need to trade Skubal. Yeah, and that's the problem.
Yep.
So their plans went awry, and hopefully Scott Harris, not that he's shown the ability to, shall we say, go a different way when he run to the fork in the road, hopefully he'll be able to figure something out and they can get really good value, because they'll still get really good value for him, even if it's just a rental, because as Jeff Passan says, everybody's going to want number 29. Everybody would love to have Tarek Skubal. Unfortunately, the Tigers are not one of them. We already have them, but we're not going to have them much longer because the team stinks. My answer to your question, John, is I think they should give him a few more starts and maybe after the All-Star break, because you still have 2 weeks, basically 2.5 weeks, either before the All-Star break, one or the other, before the deadline, and I think that's ample time.
Right. The deadline officially is August the 3rd.
Right.
At 6 p.m. So, no, I agree. They should certainly not be waiting till 5:59 p.m. on the 3rd to try and generate as much, because as we've seen with Erod, when things go bad, you got to have that backup plan, and I don't know that we necessarily trust Scott Harris to have a backup plan. So, yeah, I think a trade sooner than later, whenever that trade is consummated, is going to be the best option.
By the way, I think Scott Harris, he's in charge, so it's his fault. I think he got played basically in the Erod thing. I don't think it was his fault.
No, I agree. It wasn't his contract. That was an Avila contract.
Yeah, the contract was, but the trade was Scott Harris for the Erod.
Correct.
That was Scott Harris. And I do believe that they had a deal completely done, and then at the last second it went awry. And a lot of teams don't have backup plans when the deal is basically
No, but you have to give
done.
yourself some time. Right? I mean, so do it the day before, and if that doesn't happen, then you have at least 24 hours or 18 hours to try and generate something
That's
else.
true. That's a good point.
I think to Stoney's point, I remember the talking out of that was, oh, Erod wants to stay here and build with this young team, and he really does want to be here. Then what happened?
Gone.
Yeah, and he didn't
You
want
left
to
the
be
free
First,
agency.
second, he could.
Yeah, he didn't want to go to the West Coast, yada yada yada, and then he signs as a free agent with Arizona.
It's not on the coast, Stoney.
I know, but it's still out west.
No, I know. That's like, yeah.
But there was some other stuff involved with that I'm not going to speculate on, but a lot of people have. Someone made a great point yesterday. The Tigers won't trade Skubal until after his bobblehead days, the back-to-back July 7th and 8th. The Tigers are that cheap. I'll laugh my ass off. Look,
I don't think
that
the
has
bobblehead day has anything to do with it.
No, because even if he's not on the team, people will still want the bobbleheads. It's more of a collector's item.
If he's not on the team, they don't have the Tarek Skubal bobblehead day. There's no chance they have the Tarek Skubal bobblehead day if he's no longer on the squad.
You never know.
Oh no! Greg, are you in agreements with me on this? There is no chance. Do we celebrate a guy that we just traded?
I am in agreement with you. However, would love to see if this were to happen.
Yeah.
If they were to trade Scuba before those days, what they happen? Like, I would love to see the result of it.
Yeah, let's root for radio on that one. There's no question about that. That would give us days and days of talking points.
Yeah. So you're talking maybe what? I don't know how many bobbleheads this is for the first 15th. I have no idea, but let's say hypothetically it's back-to-back bobblehead days. You're talking
20,000.
Yeah, 20,000 bobbleheads.
Well, they're a set.
Yeah. Oh, that's right.
Right, but yeah, you've got to be there for both days to be able to connect them.
All right. You never know. There were 5 games below at the deadline in 24 when they sold off. This team doesn't even compare to that team. More significant than the above 500, below 500 angle, you have to look at the huge number of teams the Tigers would have to pass to make the playoffs, because it's unlikely that so many teams will continue to have such mediocre records. I completely agree. That's what I said. It's not if they were 6 games behind one team, that's a different story. Okay, but when you have to pass 6, that's tough.
The whole league plays, the whole league wins, the whole league loses.
Yes.
A lot of data points here.
Not your guys' fault, but the daily Groundhog Day feeling, trying to talk about possibilities to get back to 500 or who to trade is exhausting. It's going to be a long ass summer. That's Dan from up north. You're right, and that's why we're not really talking about the Tigers' chances to make the playoffs. But it was a different angle about when do you make the trade. I mean, we do have till August 3rd for the deadline. And yes, it's going to come up time and time again because it's going to be the hottest thing this summer, along with what the Pistons do in the offseason. And if the Red Wings do anything with Dylan Larkin, those are going to be the hot discussion points this summer before we even get to training camp. We got the 2 Grand Slam coming up at 7:25, 97.1.
Brought to you by Marin Buick GMC of Sterling Heights. A 4-2 loss for the Tigers yesterday marked a series loss to the Astros. Some bad news broke for Detroit before the game as the team announced Gleyber Torres was heading back to the injured list after another oblique strain, re-aggravating the injury that caused him to miss almost all of May. The Tigers return home tomorrow to start a 3-game series against the White Sox, which kicks off a 10-game homestand at Comerica Park. Detroit hosted the PWHL draft at the Fox Theater last night. Detroit's team took a premier goalie out of the Swedish Hockey League with its first selection in Andrea Brandli. The Swiss goalie had 571 saves and a 17-5 record in the Swedish League last year. The team also took a Michigander in Casey Borgil, who was thrilled to be back in her hometown. Borgil is from Port Huron and played collegiately at Holy Cross and Colgate. She had 4 goals and 17 assists with Colgate on the blue line last year. In World Cup action yesterday, Portugal tied with the Democratic Republic of Congo 1-1. Harry Kane scored twice as England beat Croatia 4-2. Ghana scored in the 94th minute to beat Panama 1-0, and Colombia outlasted Uzbekistan 3-1. And this U.S. Open leaderboard update is sponsored by your Metro Detroit Jeep dealers. The first few groups have just teed off, including 2025 USAM runner-up Jackson Harrington. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 971theticket.com.
Two 248-539-9797. Stoney here in for Jim Costa, who got to witness the Ghana win over Panama yesterday in
1-0.
Toronto. Yeah, 1-0. Yeah, there's actually been a little more scoring in the World Cup thus far. We'll see if that continues. All right, 248-539-9797. Speaking of non-Detroit sports events, the U.S. Open has just teed off about 15, 20 minutes ago in Shinnecock on Long Island. And what they've done is because, the U.S. Open, the conditions are always treacherous to a certain extent. The greens are absurd. Oakmont in Pittsburgh, people all
Everybody talks about the rough.
Yeah, the golfers always complain. Shinnecock has some crazy rough. And today they expected winds to be like at 30 miles per hour. And it's certainly foggy out there right now because they teeing off at 6:30.
Oh, my goodness. Golfers, fog and wind?
Yeah, it's tough for them. What?
Tough conditions.
I mean, it is.
I know, I'm just kidding.
All right. I know. You're
Not a big golf guy.
You're
Not a big soccer guy, but they happen to be the biggest events going on right now.
Indeed. And what the USGA has done is, if you're familiar with golf, the greens are measured. It's called a Stimpmeter. And usually for the U.S. Open, they're at like minimum like 12 and a half or 13 or something crazy
on
like
the
that.
Stimpmeter?
Yes. And on the Stimpmeter, what they did was, because the conditions, they expected such heinous winds that the greens were going to be too treacherous. So they watered them down, and they on the Stimpmeter, it's like 10 and a half. So it's less treacherous, so to speak. But I know there's so many people who, love the Masters, the pageantry, the green jacket, the first sign of spring, the azaleas. It's a beautiful course. I get all that, and I've been there. So it is really cool. But for me, John, the best major in golf is the U.S. Open for a variety of reasons. Now, the other three also share this that the Masters doesn't, but I like the fact that it's not at the same venue every year.
Okay.
Now, there's a lot to get into the rotation, so you see, Pinehurst a lot. You've seen Shinnecock, Oakmont, and Oakland Hills. I think we're getting, 2030 or 32?
32, I believe.
Yes, it's been in Oakland Hills. And I like the fact that it moves around a lot.
Okay.
And I also, I enjoy watching the best of the world struggle. And it's not, there's some people say, oh boy, it looks like me out there. No. Okay. Even if you are a really good golfer, you're struggling a hell of a lot more than they are. So,
you want them to be humbled.
Yeah, I just want them. I love the fact that the U.S. Open, for the most part, par is good enough to win in many years.
Right. Yeah. It's not. You're not looking at a score that's 14 below.
Yes.
12 below. Even
Right.
6 or 7 below. It could be par.
Correct. So let me ask you this: at 248-539-9797. What is the best major in golf? Now, you're not a golf guy.
No, I'm not a golf guy. And I'll be tuning into this one, or at least keeping track of it, because I do like Scotty Scheffler.
So do
I
I.
want to see if
I
he
like him
gets
too.
the Grand Slam. This is the only major that he has yet to win. It's his first opportunity to go after it. Obviously, it's the first opportunity we might have somebody since Rory got it last year at the Masters. It took Rory 11 years.
Oh, the career Grand Slam, yeah.
Yeah, the career Grand Slam. So I'll be in tune a little bit, but for a non-golf enthusiast, I would say the Masters, because it is always in the same. You have storylines at every single hole. You have different things that are going on throughout the course of, and you get a chance to look back in history and say, well, hey, this guy, Tiger Woods, had a 7-stroke lead going into the back nine on Sunday, or whatever it is, right? I'm just making up numbers right now because I don't know.
Right.
But that's the type of storyline, and you then get to talk about, okay, well, this golfer struggled at this hole in this area, and exactly, you've got comparables when it's at different courses, which I do like the different courses, but when you're talking about the majors and just my favorite one, I do like the fact that there are comparables that you can look to for the Masters, and it's the start of the season, or the start of the major season for the golfers. That's why I think it's the best one, in my opinion.
The one thing the Masters does have now, a lot of complete golf freaks are going to disagree with me on this because they know different holes on all these great courses.
Yeah.
But the majority of just golf fans, average major fans, they'll tell you, yeah, I remember. Every year they watch the Masters, they know each particular hole that they show. They know Rays Creek. They know all this stuff.
And you know how much I love tradition.
Yes.
And there's a tradition there. When it travels around, there's not as much tradition to me in those majors.
I get it. I just love when they, go into the rough, and the rough is thicker than you think, and then they even go into
it's always a surprise.
The deeper of the rough, or the fescue, or whatever you want to have, the cattails and things like that, and they're hacking it to get out of it. I mean, it's incredible. So some of the things that I or you would play an unplayable lie and just take a penalty shot and drop it out.
Oh, yeah. Okay? Or if you could even find your ball.
Well, right. Exactly. I just think the U.S. Open, it's such a grind. I love it.
As Chauncey Billups would say, if it ain't rough, it ain't right.
Yeah.
That'd be Rip, but that's okay.
Yeah.
I always forget which one of those two said it.
I know. Well, one gambled, one didn't. Anyway, 248-539-9797. You want Scheffler to win.
Yeah. Because I like him. I think he is level-headed. I think there's not a lot of flash. I know he had the one dust up at the tournament where he was arrested and then came back and played great.
That was a mistake, obviously.
Right. But he just seems like a low-key dude. And he doesn't seem to, even though it's an individual sport, never making it about himself.
Oh, you're so right.
If that's a possible.
Yeah. He's just a normal
He
dude.
just seems like a normal dude.
Yeah, exactly. And it's weird. You don't see as many like Scheffler commercials or things like that. He's just arguably the best player in the world.
Yeah.
He has been for the last, 2 years?
Yeah, well, I think he's ranked number 1 in the world.
Yeah. As he should be. I'd like to see somebody like, I don't know, Cam Young win it because he's from the New York area. It's just somebody somewhat
because
different.
They're having it there.
Yeah.
He's a quote-unquote local guy.
Yeah, it's somewhat. He's also, I think it's cool, he's sponsored by Major League Baseball, and they have the MLB logo on his stuff.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I learn something new every day.
And he's turned into a really, or what's his name? Xander Schauffele.
Yeah.
Who's going to be playing at the last Rocket. Well, if he wins the U.S. Open, he might drop out because he'd have enough FedEx points.
Yeah, wouldn't need the points.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
How does the PGA feel about that MLB sponsorship?
I don't know.
Hey, go watch this sport.
I don't think they care.
Yeah. It's all dollar signs.
Yes, exactly.
That's what it is.
Well, that's all of sports.
Well, sure. Yeah. I mean, it's why we are where we are in college football.
Oh, I know. It's funny you mentioned that. I was at some event yesterday, and somebody came up to me. Stoney, I got to say, we got to get rid of the NIL. And I tried to have this discussion. I said, it's not the NIL.
No.
It's the portal.
That's part of it. Yes. There's no guardrails. Mm-hmm. There's no regulation.
Right. That's I said.
It's all unregulated.
He said, why can't they do something about it? Because I said, I agree with this. I agree with that. I said, well, it's very simple. Anytime they go to court, they lose.
Right. Yeah. Or they'll get an injunction.
Yes. We have some text. The Masters is on a different level. I do agree with Stoney, though. This is the best tournament to watch, a true test of golf. That's from Cam. The guy who would prefer to golf with his wife over getting out there with the boys isn't into golf. Shocker. Who prefers to golf with his wife?
Maybe I said that at one point. I do
Did you?
enjoy golfing with my wife.
Okay. Yeah.
No, I think just the future text we're getting, John's getting a little shredded here.
Oh, okay. John, my boy, how do you say I'm not a fan of golf by saying 4 below instead of 4 under?
Did I say
Yeah.
below par?
Yeah.
Sorry.
I think
I'm sorry to all you golf elitists.
I think you either like golf or you like fishing.
This is
I
probably
don't have
why
the
I don't
patience-
like golf. It was all the elite BS.
I don't have the patience for fishing. I love golf. That's from Tony.
I think he proved the point by what he said.
Yes.
It's,
Yeah.
if you don't know the terminology, then it proves you're not a fan. But yeah.
Right. Yeah.
John just made me cringe by saying 20 below. It's a golf score, not a wind chill. It's 20 under. He's rattling off Rory stats, but doesn't know enough to say under par. The British and Masters are the top majors by far. Everything about Augusta is top tier. The conditions of the British is always such a blast. Plus, the older venues are unmatched. Now, the British, or excuse me, the Open, as they like to call it, they change venues as well. And I used to not love the Open as much as the U.S.
U.S. Open.
Yes, the U.S. Open, because until when you watch the British Open on television, it looked awful. And then lately with HD, it looks much, much better the last decade. It all looked like dirt and brown.
Oh,
It wasn't a good television sport.
Well, imagine what it looks like in 4K now.
Yeah, exactly. Good morning. Tell John it's 14 under, not below. It's golf, not the Weather Channel.
All right. Thank you for the 20th time. I don't care.
John shops for clothes for his family at 5 under.
Yeah, hey, if I can get a good deal for $5, you bet I will.
The telephone number is 248-539-9797. Coming up at 7:25, it's the Two Below Grand Slam, 97.1.
Hey, America's favorite place to watch all these great sporting events is at Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. Catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience built for sports fans. You can chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view, no matter where you are, of their massive 40-foot tall high-definition screen. It's located at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas, and it's right there on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
Two Grand Slam coming up at 7:25. Here's Heather in the news.
This news is brought to you by Fusion Energy. You can grab one today at 7-Eleven or Speedway. Well, Birmingham police are apologizing for their slow response to that wild pool party that took place last weekend. The police department is now reviewing its procedures to avoid future incidents like the one last Saturday. In a social media post, the police chief said protecting public safety and preserving the quality of life in Birmingham neighborhoods remain top priorities. Should an event require intervention in the future, there will be police supervision to ensure the orderly and safe dispersal of attendees. Because that's when things really got out of hand in the streets, it sounds like, is when everyone was trying to leave and there was cars everywhere and women twerking out of sunroofs, and it got a little crazy.
So they were okay with everything that was going on prior to that?
New video has been released, and it not only can you see what was going on at the party, which,
Really only in the pool.
it sounds like the music was loud. The noise factor was also loud. And they're just kind of saying, yes, you know what?
Kids and their music.
We should have shut this down a lot earlier and in a better way, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, okay, it came to an end at 8:30, but because there was about 200 people there.
It took a long time for them to disperse.
Yes, it sure did.
Yes, and to borrow a football term, John, they did broke contain.
They did, yes.
Despite higher than usual fuel prices and concerns about the economy, 4th of July travel is expected to set a new record in Michigan this year. AAA predicts that more than 2.68 million Michiganders will travel at least 50 miles away from home. And if that number is correct, that would set a new record. Last year, 2.65 million Michiganders traveled for Independence Day. It is noted that many travelers are going to offset the higher travel costs by either staying in less expensive accommodations, maybe eating out a little less than they typically would, and buying fewer souvenirs.
Okay.
So they're just going to spend a little less wherever they're headed.
Right. More to get there, but less when they're there.
Yes. A live true crime event is coming to the Royal Oak Music Theater on Friday.
Woo.
Yeah, I saw this and I thought, this is right up my alley. The show is called Crime Unfiltered, and it will give the audience direct access to the people whose lives have been profoundly impacted by crimes that have really been documented in the media headlines for years. So one of those people who will be at this event is John Ramsey, who is the father of John Benet Ramsey, who was murdered back in 1996, still unsolved, and has had a lot of intrigue, right? There's been documentaries. People have come up with their own theories about what happened. Are
there going to be a special appearance by Jimmy Hoffa?
Tara Petito, Nicole Schmidt, those are the mother and stepmother of Gabby Petito, who was murdered in 2021. They will be there as well, and many, many more. The show starts at 7 p.m. Jersey Mike's has just dethroned Chick-fil-A as America's favorite fast food restaurant.
Really?
Yeah, and Chick-fil-A sat at the top for 11 years.
Wow.
So this was big. So this is all according to the annual American Customer Satisfaction Index. Jersey Mike's scored an 84 out of 100, while Chick-fil-A scored an 83. So it just bumped them down. Following Chick-fil-A were Jimmy John's and Panda Express. They were both tied for third with a score of 81. And then that was followed by KFC, Papa John's, and Pizza Hut with scores of 80.
Huh.
Where's
both of them?
McDonald's and Burger King, or any of those in there?
Domino's, Raising Cane's, Starbucks, and Subway each earned ratings of 79. So they were lower on the list. I don't know where McDonald's or Burger King or Wendy's.
Were there any drive-thrus on there? Oh, KFC and Chick-fil-A. But
Chick-fil-A, yeah.
Jersey Mike's isn't a drive-thru.
Jimmy John's is a drive-thru.
Oh, it is?
Can be, depending on location.
Oh, really?
The Jimmy John's out my way is a drive-thru.
Oh.
So Might just depend on where it's located. Hey, if you want to play the 2 Grand Slam, give us a call now, 248-539-9797. Police in Peru pulled off what could be one of the most creative arrests yet. So 2 undercover officers were dressed up as World Cup mascots to catch this suspected drug dealer who was known to be this huge soccer fan. So they kind of say, according to police, that this suspect, 48-year-old Carlos Cabrera, was kind of just like caught up, they say, in World Cup fever, right? Just really excited about what was going on with the World Cup, that officers approached him in costumes. They dressed up as Clutch, the bald eagle representing the U.S., and Maple, the moose, representing Canada. And they approached him. He didn't even take notice that these mascots were getting close. And when they were close enough, they used a sledgehammer to break down the door and make the arrest. They found some drug paraphernalia in the house, as well as a firearm. And apparently, this isn't the first time Peruvian police have disguised themselves to make arrests. They've dressed up as the Grinch, Santa, Deadpool, Wolverine.
Wow.
All in the past to make these daring arrests.
Would love to watch that episode of Law and Order.
Yeah.
That's some crazy perp walks in that show.
CSI Montevideo is
Yeah.
is that,
I think the greatest
Lima, Peru.
Yeah, the greatest perp walk of all time has got to be when they went into Chuck E. Cheese.
Oh my
and
gosh.
took out
Chucky.
Chucky.
It was great.
Yeah, that's a great perp walk.
It was great. Google just released a list of the most annoying maxing trends. We've been doing a lot of maxing trends
maxing.
and tan maxing. No, but apparently what people are searching they're trying to figure out what they are, most likely. Friction maxing. Have you heard of that?
Friction maxing.
No.
It's not probably what you were thinking, John.
Well, I'm thinking all bad things.
I know you are.
Well, good things, but
oh, jeez Louise. Deliberately making, oh gosh.
fart noises?
No,
Are we supposed
let
to
me
guess?
read, no. And I'm getting in my own head now off of what you're thinking about, because it's deliberately making things harder
That's the whole point.
or more inconvenient is where this was going.
Okay. Just need more
Cortisol max.
motion.
Difficult, not harder would be the.
I know. That's why when I read this, I was like, oh boy, here we go. Cortisol maxing, living in a way that seems designed to maximize stress hormones, like overworking, doom scrolling, and sleeping too little. Then
Who
you've
wants
got
to do that?
Nona maxing.
Nona.
Yeah, adopting the lifestyle of an Italian grandmother. like
What?
cooking
Sonny,
from
we should
scratch,
spend a day doing that.
gardening.
How's your Nona life going?
Valenti always talks about his Nona, so maybe it might be him.
Yeah, maybe he could adapt that lifestyle. Mogging maxing.
I know you guys talked about mugging.
Aggressively trying to maximize one ability to mog others, to look, dress, or present oneself so much better that other people seem inferior by comparison.
All right.
Jeez.
No idea who mogging is until I got that definition. Thank you,
Yeah.
Heather. And now it's time to win some money.
All right, we know the rules. It sounds so easy, but it's not as easy as you think. You're going to get 60 seconds, 10 questions, and $25 for each question you answer correctly. And if you get them all right, you'll win $2,000.
2K. So let's go
do
to
we
the
got?
phones there, Stoney, and let's go to Nolan
What's
in
up,
Howell.
Nolan?
Good morning, Nolan.
Morning. How's it going?
Good.
We're doing all right.
Do you feel lucky?
Do you?
I'm ready to go.
All right.
Okay.
You know the rules, Nolan. You can say pass if you'd like. And if there's enough time, we'll get back to it. But good luck. Your time is going to start right now. Jim Costa traveled to this city to attend a World Cup match yesterday.
Cincinnati?
Who played Superman in the 1978 movie Superman?
Pass.
What is the most populous country in the world?
India?
Which team won the World Cup in 2022?
Argentina?
Who did the Tigers play tomorrow?
White Sox?
What is 64 divided by 4?
16.
Which band sang the 1984 song Panama?
Pass.
What is my husband's name?
Pass.
Is 11 a prime number?
No.
Lionel Messi plays for this MLS team.
Miami FC.
Who played Superman in the 1978 movie Superman?
Pass.
What band sang the 1984 song Panama?
Pass.
What's my husband's name?
Colin.
All right, you got one of those.
Six.
Yeah,
Six,
not
yeah.
bad, Nolan.
Not too bad,
Uh-huh.
Nolan. $150, right? My math correct?
That is correct.
All right.
Nice job, Nolan. Stay on hold, and we'll make sure you get paid. The Tuesday or Thursday 2 Grand Slam is brought to you by Feminine Law. Get David, get paid. Let's go through these, Stoney.
All right. Jim Costa traveled not to Cincinnati to attend a World Cup match.
Do they have any games?
No.
No.
Toronto.
Toronto.
Cincinnati does not have any games. It would have been in maybe Nippert Stadium where the Cincinnati Bobcats play.
It's cold there, isn't it?
Yes, exactly.
Bearcats.
Pointedly, Bearcats. I said Ohio used the Bobcats. Yes. Christopher Reeve played Superman in the
Yeah.
1978 movie Superman.
Come on, really?
Nolan's young. I could tell Nolan, I think, was young just by his name.
Every kid has seen the original Superman.
No, I haven't.
You haven't seen the
No.
original Superman?
No.
Well, we talked about this, I think, on Saturday on my show. What movies haven't you seen and things like that?
I mean, I know that he played Superman, but I've never seen it.
John, I'm sure every kid your age has seen Superman.
Oh, Teddy has seen Superman, and absolutely, he loves the original Superman. I mean, he likes the new one, too, because it's got a dog in it.
He said, Dad, where's the HD? And when he saw the original.
Is that what Teddy sounds like?
I don't know. Here's the one that I thought was the hardest one of them all, actually.
The most populous country in the world?
Yes, India.
India?
Yeah, I didn't know that one. Argentina won the World Cup in 2022. The White Sox are in Comerica Park to play the Tigers tomorrow. 64 divided by 4 is 16. Which band sang the 1984 song Panama? It's Van Halen. I was surprised he didn't know that one.
Well, he was
He's
young.
a young guy.
I mean, come
I'm
on,
guessing.
Okay.
I'm making assumptions based off of his name. I feel like Nolan is a young name.
What is Heather's husband's name? He got it at the end, Colin.
Yeah. Yep.
11, is it a prime number? Yes. He said no. And Messi plays for Inter Miami CF.
Yes.
So he got that correct. So 6, that's at $150.
Yeah. Well done.
Exactly. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, coming up next, it's time for Dear John, 97.1.
All right, guys, if your hair is starting to thin, doing nothing is the worst move you can make because the sooner you do something about it, the more options you have. At Michigan Hair Restoration, the advancements in non-surgical natural solutions are incredible. Guys are seeing real growth and getting their confidence back without jumping straight to surgery. But here's the catch. The longer you wait, the fewer options you have. early action is everything. That's why so many Detroit area men trust Dr. Berkowitz. He's a board-certified surgeon with over 30 years of experience, and Dr. B's entire team is right here before, during, and after for follow-up care. Now, Dr. B has trusted this process enough to have it done himself. He's also performed it on his own son, and that tells you everything. If you need a hair transplant, you can actually get $1,000 off any hair transplant package, therapeutic or surgical, when you mention 97.1. Now, consultation slots are limited, and once they fill, there is a wait list. So don't overthink this. Go to MichiganHairRestoration.com and book your consult with Dr. B, because when your hair grows back, so does your confidence.
All right. Now, the only time I've been here for this segment is when you haven't been here, so we did Dear Stoney.
Uh-huh.
So you are here, obviously. So
yeah.
It's
so
another
we're back to Dear
edition
John.
of Dear John. All right, here we go. And what's the address that people can submit Dear Johns to?
Dear John Jansen at
gmail.com. Yes, and it's
Mm-hmm.
John, Jon.
Okay, here we go. Dear Jon, I know you have talked about your weight loss on air. I struggle with my weight and I'm very frustrated. I can go 6 months or even a year having some consistent success at losing weight and keeping it off. My biggest challenge is stress. When I get stressed, I eat. I know I'm a stress eater, and when I get stressed, the weight gain adds to my stress. How do you handle these time periods in your life to keep your weight in check?
This is some. I'm glad somebody put this one in because this is what I struggle with as well. Is stress eating. When I get stressed, I always go to dessert, and it doesn't really matter what time of day. It could be mid-afternoon. Ice cream is my go-to. If there's ice cream there, I'm going to eat it. And so there's been a couple of things. First of all, perfection is impossible. So allow yourself a cheat day, a cheat meal. So that, I mean, food is supposed to be enjoyed. You're supposed to enjoy your life as well. And so have that to look forward to. That's one thing. But the second one is I have to, if I know that ice cream is my go-to, my wife actually texted me, I don't know, a couple of weeks ago. She said, hey, do you want me to pick up some ice cream? I said, no, I can't control myself right now. Because I know if it's there, I'm going to eat it. So whatever that is, your go-to, just don't have it in the house at that time. And it's difficult because of kids and everything. So, yeah, they don't get ice cream either.
Especially this time of year when you really have hankerings for ice cream. I mean, at least 2 or 3 times a week I go out to either Dairy Queen or some reasonable facsimile to get stuff.
Sure. And so that's one thing I won't do. If I'm at home, I'm probably not going to go out to get ice cream, but if it's there, I will 100% consume it. Here's the other thing is understand your weaknesses, and at those moments, like everything in moderation. So don't go bonkers with exercising, but sometimes when I have that hankering for some ice cream, I'll just tell my wife, hey, I'm going to take Teddy for a walk, and I'll leave for 10, 15, maybe 20 minutes, and then come back. And generally, that's a better way for me to deal with the stress. You can exercise however you want, but I think a nice little walk usually subsides that for me. I know you've also gone through weight loss.
Yeah, absolutely. I wonder if the shot does anything to your stress because it allegedly takes away
a GLP-1 shot?
Yeah, it takes away your appetite.
Well, it definitely takes away your appetite. I don't think it does anything for stress.
Right.
No.
So,
but when you get stressed, you might not want to turn to food because you just don't have an appetite.
Correct.
But I don't think it affects your stress. I have no idea. I have no idea on the subject. I would say maybe meal prep a little bit because if you have good food already made, ready to go, it's there and it's cooked. Because that's for me. If I don't have a meal made, I'm like, oh, well, I'm hungry now. I'm going to snack on the candy, the cereal, the things that I shouldn't be eating. But if food's ready in the refrigerator, ready to go, then I know I have a healthy meal.
Another one, if it's not walking or if the weather is bad, another one I go to's is hobbies. Like to distract myself. And it's a great way just to handle stress is if you have something that you really enjoy and love to do, I'll go and I'll restring a couple of fishing rods, or I'll organize my tackle box, or I'll do something to take my mind off of whatever it is that's stressing me.
Yeah, John, if I could, like a little thing here, it's not just the stress eating, it's bored eating.
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
I agree.
For sure. All right, number 2. Dear John, my wife and I are recent empty nesters. We have very different ideas of how we should spend our free time now. We both made sacrifices to spend time with our kids and to be active in their lives. Now I want to spend some time getting back into my hobbies. All my wife wants to do is find new hobbies with me. She's scheduled art and cooking classes and dance lessons. We have tickets to a play and wine tasting. The list goes on and on. I love my wife and I want to do these things with her, but it leaves no time for what I want to do. I don't want to hurt her feelings, but I also need time for myself. Every time I hint at it, I sense a change in her mood. How do I get some time for myself to pursue my hobbies?
Well, if you're an empty nester, you've been most likely married for a long time. Have the conversation. And yeah, her mood may change, but she's going to at some point understand. There are times throughout the course of the marriage where I'm sure she said, hey, go on your golf trip, go on your fishing trip, do these things. So she knows those are still your hobbies. And at this point, it's life-changing for both. I haven't gone through the whole empty nest thing. I know others who have. And just have the conversation. You've obviously been able to talk about other things through the course of your marriage. It sounds like a great marriage. And if you want to continue to do these things with your wife, which it sounds like this individual does, like that's great. But then have the conversation of, here are a couple of things that I would like to do.
It's all about compromise. I mean,
Yeah.
Here, we'll do some things for your hobbies. Maybe we'll do some things for our hobbies, and then we'll do some things for your hobby. You do
Individually,
your hobbies
yeah,
alone.
yeah.
I'll do my hobby.
A little alone time is always
Exactly
good.
what marriage is, isn't it?
It's all about compromise.
Yes.
And communication.
Yes.
Yes.
Simple.
Or don't forget to take out the dogs before you go out to bed while your wife's doing her work notes. That was last night.
Uh-oh. You got in trouble?
I went up to bed early, and I get a text. Why don't you take out the dogs? I said, well, because I had a daughter downstairs and you were downstairs. I was, but she was doing her work notes.
Yeah.
And I should have been the good husband
So
and taking
tell
the dogs
the
out.
daughter.
Well, yeah.
Why did she text you? You were already in bed.
That's what I tried to explain to my wife. But anyway, she does
So
99%.
you got, for not taking out the dogs, you got put in the doghouse.
Pretty much. Yes. Finally, I'm 27 years old. This is not me, obviously. I've been in a serious relationship with my girlfriend for 2 years, and we decided to move in together. We've discussed marriage, but aren't there yet. Everything has been great except for one thing, her gas.
Oh.
It's violent and smells wretched.
Oh, boy.
When we were dating, I never witnessed this once. I haven't said anything yet, but when it happens, I have to leave the room or I'm afraid I'll start to gag. If I'm not first in the bathroom in the morning, I can't use it for a couple hours. I don't want to embarrass her if I bring it up, but I'm concerned she may have a health issue. Do I talk to her about it and see if it's treatable, or just one of those things you need to accept of your partner?
Well, there are things you need to accept, but as we talked about just in the last one, for somebody that is been married for a long time, this may be the first thing you actually have to discuss.
Mm-hmm.
And it may be disgusting, but yeah, have a conversation and just talk. Heather, if this was an issue in your house and Colin brought it to you, like your farts stink.
I mean, at this point, we talk about everything. So if he's told me my
Right.
farts stink, I'd be like, oh, sorry, and I'd do it again. But no, this is something, if you're in a serious relationship, you talk about this
Yes.
stuff. Yeah,
Yeah.
she might be embarrassed at first, right? Because everyone's embarrassed by farts. They are. But
Farts are
after
funny.
2 years, like,
Yeah.
dude, there's
Just-
going to be plenty more things you're going to be talking about. You're going to have a baby together. If that's in your future, believe me, there's going to be
There's
things.
some weird stuff that
Oh
happens.
my gosh. So just
Have
farting is nothing.
the conversation and say, hey, babe, whatever you call her, could you do that in another room?
I'm sure she's already embarrassed if she hid
yeah.
this for 2 years.
Maybe it's the place. Maybe she needs a fart room.
Yeah, well, or a sleep. Well, they're not married yet, but like a sleep divorce. Where you.
Oh, sure,
I
but they
don't
sleep in
like-
separate rooms.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah,
No,
we
not
do
for
that.
them. Not for them, but
Oh, for who?
for whoever. Like if the example that Heather had about if Colin, well, you asked Heather about Colin.
Yeah.
He would,
Oh, so yeah, later on down the road.
yes, sleep divorce. Yes.
We
Yeah,
do
just-
that during the week.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's because of work
Work schedules. Yeah, not because
Right,
of
not be-
farting.
Right. Okay.
No,
No, I understand that.
it's because I go to bed at 9:30 and I wake up at 4:30, and he's going to bed at 1 and wakes up at
Yeah.
7. Right? Like
Yeah.
we're very different schedules.
Yeah, this could be eye-watering, but yes, I think you just need to have that conversation.
She's well aware of it. It's not going to shock her, the conversation. She knows it's happening.
she's obviously aware enough about it that when they were dating and not living together, she didn't do it in front of him at that time. So she knows they stank.
Yeah, for sure.
I love when people use the word stank. It just makes me laugh. And that's
So
Dear
does the
John.
snort.
And that's for Dear John for this week, 97.1.
Hey, you could be a great driver doing everything right and still get hit. Maybe you never even saw it coming. That's life on the road these days, especially with more people out in the nice weather. You got bikes, motorcycles, summer traffic's picking up, and let's not even talk about the construction. If you're injured, call David Feminino and the Accident Response Team. They're going to help you right away, and David will fight to get you what you deserve. When you're in an accident, get the right team in your corner. All you have to do is give David a call at 855-65-CRASH. That's 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
248-539-9797. That is the telephone number. We have some of your reaction to Dear John here.
Uh-huh.
Dear John, love stinks. Love stinks. Love stinks. See, I got to sing a little bit today. Just for you, John.
Isn't it Love Hurts?
No, there is a song called Love Hurts, but Love Stinks is, I believe, Frank Zappa.
Oh, okay.
Unless Teddy runs away to join the circus, John will be almost Stoney's age when he becomes an empty nester. That's John in Lake Orion.
Yeah, let's see. Stoney or not Stoney. Teddy is 4.
Yeah, so
And so I would have been, well, so in 12 more years, or 8, so sorry,
when he leaves
14 more years,
yes. Well,
I'll be 64.
when he graduates college, I would say that's the empty nest. Because even if he
Not
goes
for
to
John.
college,
18 and they're out.
Yeah.
Kick them out. Get them out of the house.
Yeah, when you graduate high school, you go to college
Yeah.
or you get a job and an apartment.
okay, but when he goes to college, where is he? In the summer, he comes back and lives at home, so you're not an empty nester.
Okay, so for 9 months out of the year, we'll be empty nesters.
That's empty nesting.
Yeah.
Yeah,
When the
okay.
last one goes to college, or whenever it is that they move out, you're an empty nester.
Okay.
There's no one there
They are regularly not
at home.
setting their head on a pillow in your house.
Correct.
Guys, we've been empty nesters in my house for 2 years now. You forget life without kids. It's a midlife crisis. Happy wife, happy life. I try to be there for her now more since the kids are not. That's from Mike at work.
Well, that's great, and I think you should. But I also think if you're going to be there for her, she also needs to understand, like, those are her needs, and you're filling them, but you also have yours. And getting back to whether it's golf, it's fishing, it's like there's could be a lot of different hobbies that you have, and you should be able to do some of those as well.
By the way, I made a major rock and roll faux pas. It's not Frank Zappa. It's Jay Giles' band. It's Love Stinks.
yeah.
Thank you, Stoney. Was about to say that. Please stop texting.
Yes. Bad on my part. Jay Giles, who should be in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. He probably would be if people like me knew the correct
Yeah.
people who play the
Yeah,
songs.
they're-
And instead, we
okay.
got Frank Zappa in the Hall of Fame. Thanks, Stoney.
Yeah, it's my fault. I know. Everything's always my fault. Love Hurts, by the way, I think it was by a group called Nazareth, if I'm not mistaken. Anyway.
Yeah. That's
in-
when Philly plays Green Bay, and you always get that song going to break.
Oh, that's right. Jordan Love and Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts, that's right. Do that again. I like that.
Love hurts.
Dennis in the Clem says, in regards to the smelly couple, maybe they both need to re-examine their diet. That may solve the whole problem.
Very well could.
Maybe she eats
could.
too much asparagus.
Well, and wasn't there something in there like he wanted to know if there may be a health issue, and maybe it's just a diet issue, something that's not digesting appropriately.
Sure.
Let's see. The empty nester lady needs to hook up with the Costas. They could go on cruises, pottery classes, and ride around in a golf cart.
Yeah, make
Cookies
candles.
is very
Yeah, make
open-minded.
candle
Tie-dye?
tie-dye shirts. Yeah, go to Toronto for soccer games.
Right.
Frozen 4 enthusiasts.
Yes. Let's see. The farting girlfriend. How hot is she?
That's a great question
if-
that I should have said. I mean, because the hotness does matter.
If not so much, she's got to go. You're welcome. That's from Jeff and Petoskey.
Yep. Thank you, Jeff. We appreciate you pointing that out. I missed that one.
Green grapes deodorize farts.
Green
They
grapes
do?
do?
My dad figured this out a long time ago on a road trip. Keep them in the house all the time, and then you don't need to have the conversation with your girlfriend.
Okay, meaning you need to eat the grapes, correct? Not just have them.
No, you don't put. They're not
suppositories.
They're
Not baking soda.
They're not noise mufflers.
You don't just have to have like a bowl of green grapes on your countertop. They just absorb the scent.
The old potato in the tailpipe joke.
Yeah, it's a homemade, a natural version
I
of
love green grapes. I love grapes in general, but
the natural version of poopery, basically.
yeah.
Yes, I have no idea if it's true, but Heather, yes, I'm with you. Respect to the green grape.
So is that an old wives' tale? Like eat green grapes and your farts won't stink?
This is news to me, John.
Yeah, I've
It
never
is
heard that
to
before.
me as well, yeah.
But I do enjoy green grape.
Do your farts stink?
Of course not.
See, maybe I should check with Cindy because there are sometimes, as we talked about before,
I don't know what I expected you to say. Yes, they're wretched, just like this girl.
Because there are times I'll have like a couple of grapes before I go to bed. Before I want, if there's nothing really else sweet in the house that they keep away from me.
You're a grape eater.
So yes, absolutely. Okay. But I've been told I fart a lot. So I wonder
well, it doesn't mean you won't fart. It just means they won't stink as bad.
Right. I'll have to ask Cindy about that.
No idea.
We'll do a test.
Do a test, yeah. Go a week eating green grapes.
Right before bed.
Or throughout the day. It doesn't matter. I don't think timing probably wasn't matter.
Oh.
Maybe for dessert. That
I'll
way
Google it.
Green grapes and farting.
Yes.
Yeah.
Aren't you glad I'm back?
I am.
Even though it's not even my subject.
No, but you offer tremendous insight into life's great questions. Do green grapes make your farts not stink?
AI says green grapes will not help your farts smell better.
Oh.
Maybe grapefruit.
No. Grapefruit?
Well, I mean, grapefruit, I don't even know why it's called a grape. But it's because it has no qualities of the actual grape.
That's true.
So.
Isn't it a grapefruit a grape?
I don't think so. Is it?
No.
Well,
isn't a grape? No, but isn't
by
a
name
grapefruit? So shouldn't a grapefruit be a grape? Shouldn't we? Right. It's all about nomenclature here.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it is in the name. It's a grapefruit. But the grape technically isn't affected by the grapefruit because it has its own exterior coating.
But grape is a fruit.
Grape is a fruit. Yes.
Yeah, thus it's called grapefruit.
Yes.
And for those old people like myself who remember a cartoon called Grape Ape, the Grape Ape was an ape, even though it was purple, and used to go around going, "Grape Ape."
You know what? That's why I said that. I think I remember that.
You remember?
Yeah. I don't know. I can't picture it, but I remember.
Yeah.
Grape Ape.
Grape Ape. Oh, all right. Coming up next.
It's the Jansen and Grape Ape Show, 97.1.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. The Tigers lost the rubber match with the Houston Astros 4-2 yesterday for their second straight series loss. One of the bright sides in the loss was a left-on-left solo home run from Kevin McGonigal against one of the best lefty relievers in baseball in Josh Hader. It was McGonigal's sixth homer this year, and now the Tigers come home tomorrow to start a 3-game series with the White Sox and a 10-game homestand. At the Fox Theater last night, PWHL Detroit made its first selections in franchise history in the draft. With the 15th pick, they took a goalie in Andrea Brondley from Switzerland. With the 22nd pick, Port Huron native Casey Borg-Giel was chosen. She will return to play in her hometown after 2 college seasons at Holy Cross and 2 more, most recently at Colgate. In the World Cup, a bit of a surprising result between Cristiano Ronaldo's Portugal and the Democratic Republic of Congo as they drew 1-1. England got off to the best start possible with a 4-2 win over Croatia, and it took until the 95th minute, but Ghana beat Panama like this. That goal from Caleb Urenchi and this U.S. Open leaderboard update is sponsored by your Metro Detroit Jeep dealers. Play has been suspended at Shinnecock Hills this morning due to fog. That's going to put the tee times back a little bit. Tournament favorite Scotty Scheffler was scheduled to go off at 8:14. It's been suspended for almost an hour now. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Jay Giles here on a Thursday morning in the Motor City. Peter Wolf was, I believe, at the Royal Oak Music Theater a few months ago. Here's one of the great tunes from Jay Giles, Love Stinks. I hit the post.
Did you have any DJing in your back radio days?
Yeah, school radio, college radio.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. What style of music was it?
It was AOR, album. What did AOR stand for? Album oriented rock, I believe, or AOR radio, whatever. And it was, love stinks. Anyway, yes, and you practice a little bit. You get it up to right till you spin it.
Yeah, make sure you get the needle right.
The old turntable, yes.
Yeah,
it was cool. I love doing that.
You could have been the original scratcher.
No. I tried that part. I tried it once.
You tried it?
Well, you kind of do it when you actually, not for those
not
reasons.
Intentionally.
Right, yeah. Yeah, exactly. All right, enough of that crap. The World Cup is where Jim Costa went to Toronto to see Ghana defeat Panama 1-0. If you've been paying attention, I know a lot of people who don't like soccer, don't like the World Cup. Oh, it's so low scoring, yada, yada, yada. Which is true. And that doesn't bother me as long as there are chances. What bothers me is when there's games where there's no chances. But if you've been watching a little bit, the scoring has been, it seems, more this year than in the past. England won. There were 6 goals in their win over Croatia, 4-2.
U.S. scored 4.
U.S. scored 4. What was it? Was it Brazil? Whoever played Curacao won 7-1.
That was Germany.
Colombia yesterday won 3-1. So there's a little bit more scoring. And I guess soccer purists don't love it as much as Americans do because we don't understand a lot of the midfield play. We don't get as excited over
a lot of the intricacies of the game.
Yes, exactly. We like to see scoring chances and like to see goals. Absolutely.
Right.
Now, there are reasons, some say, for the increase in scoring. Now, one of those is, they can't call it a timeout. They have to call it a hydration break, right?
Well, Greg, you were talking about this, and it's the hydration break. There's also something, quarters?
Well, no, it's just a quarter model that it's a hydration break in the middle of each half.
Oh, so it breaks it up into
which
quarters.
Essentially makes it quarters, right?
Right,
it's a smaller break in the middle of a half. Well, now we got quarters. I went to math class.
Not periods.
Correct. So this is just more of a theory that I'm working with is, I see these scores in the World Cup, and I'm used to seeing a lot of 1-0, a lot of 1-1. If we're getting really frisky, lots of 2 and under goals. And Stoney, you mentioned the scores, and I'm noticing that a lot. So I'm like, let's put this hypothesis to the test. So it's a great check-in point exactly today because every team in the World Cup has played one game.
Correct.
24 games played. There's been 75 goals total in the 24 games played through the first game in the group stage.
All right, so just over 3 goals a game.
That's good math. It is 3.125 goals per game. Now, that would be the highest average if this were to continue since 1958. So,
wow, since I was born.
It does appear that there are changes that are happening that are leading to this. It's 2 things. It's a long time, a long since, right? I mean, we're talking, Stoney, you mentioned decades and decades here, right?
Yeah,
probably half
decades and decades.
Yeah.
Sorry, Stoney.
Okay.
And there's a clear demarcation line of 3 goals per game. Nice round number, right?
So let me counter that, and I just thought about this in regards to the amount of teams that are in the World Cup. Now, when it was held 4 years ago, how many teams were in the World Cup?
There were 32.
All right, now there's 48.
There's 48. That is new this year as well.
Which is new, and I'm curious as to, is it the extra rest making them more, or at least playing at a higher level for longer periods of time, creating these more goals, or is it teams that are playing lesser equivalents?
Separation of talent.
Well, that's what happened in the Germany game. Obviously, Curacao. Maybe people said it's a joke that they even made it, but that's what happens when you expand from 32 to 48. I also think from watching, and like I said, 248-539-9797, your soccer purists would probably shoot this down, but it looks to me like these teams, their attacks are more, I don't know, North American, so to speak, for a lack of a better term. They're more aggressive offensively, it seems, in the games that I've watched than they usually are. That has probably something to do with it. I don't think the hydration break has anything to do with it. In fact, the hydration break is not even for the health of these guys can get
It's
water.
for commercials.
It's for they finally decided to have a commercial.
But they're not running around. They get a chance to get a breather.
Yes.
And so while it maybe not be designed for the players' benefit, the players are benefiting from it.
Yeah, I guess.
Well, yeah, and I believe the idea of let's just have it everywhere is there is a mandate of if it's this hot, we got to have a hydration break. Think of it as you wish, but that's what the rules that have been in place. And FIFA said, well, let's not make it, well, if it's this, let's not have this, well, if it's hotter here and that, let's just make it all across the board. So they made it all across the board and made it uniform. And so, yeah, I mean, if you're playing indoors in Dallas yesterday, yeah, they're still going to have a hydration break. If it's 72 degrees in Seattle, they're still going to have a hydration break.
Right, which I think making it uniform makes all the sense in the world.
Yeah,
because
I agree with that. I don't think they need it, but it's all about money anyways. As we know from all sports, it's even seeped into the FIFA's, they're so crooked anyway. I mean, the fact that they had it in Qatar 4 years ago, right? Isn't that where the World Cup was 4 years ago? And they had all this ridiculous stuff going on there. Anyway, 248-539.
Is it Qatar or Qatar?
I mean, I've heard of Qatar too. I mean, it's
Qatar, yeah. It's more, I think it's Qatar. 248-539-9797. So is the hydration break, if we're given the hypothesis that the hydration break has helped the sport, is that one of the greatest, I don't know, innovations in sports? And if not, what are your favorite innovations in sports?
Innovations, or maybe more specifically, let's start with rule changes.
Okay.
What rule changes? Because this is a rule change.
Mm-hmm.
They get a predetermined break, and it may be creating more offense. Who knows why there's more offense? It could be competition level and the separation of the level of talent. It could be the hydration break making them a little bit fresher at the end of games.
Mm-hmm.
To me, and I know that there are some people that don't like it, but I think for the game of baseball, the pitch clock
absolutely
has been a godsend.
Yes.
I wish they had a pitch clock in travel baseball. They don't really need it in travel softball. It's a quicker game.
Right.
But yeah, the amount of times where, hey, the batter is out and these kids they've got to adjust their batting gloves. They've got to address the shin guard that they have on, or their elbows. And then when they get to first base, they got to take off their batting gloves and put on their sliding glove. It just takes so long. So the pitch clock in Major League Baseball, to me, may be the greatest rule change that we've seen in modern history.
I don't want to steal a lot of thunder here, but I think baseball has been kind of a 10 for 10 year recently. Like universal DH, the 3-batter minimum. I think those are all I would think that well, come on, it's baseball. You're restricting what they're to do, what a manager's able to do. Is I don't miss these things. I don't miss pitchers batting.
Right. And I was not.
I'm anti-DH. I still am. I always will, because I grew up with.
I'm kind of with you as well. I'm if you're going to play baseball, you got to play all aspects.
Yeah.
Because we see position players pitch.
Right.
Anyway, one of the other great inventions, which I was not on board with, is the robo-ump and the challenge system.
Oh, yeah, the ABS thing is great.
The ABS has really been good because they don't overdo it. Correct. If you lose your challenges in the first inning, you lose them throughout the course of the game. The question I heard Dan Dickerson and I think it was Bobby Scales talking about this. Why don't we have the Hawkeye for if a ball is fair or foul?
You're right.
Because I think it was Kevin McGonigal was on first base. I forget who was the batter, but there was one, might even have been yesterday that they were talking about this, right down the line. And it hit, as they were saying, just outside. AJ Hinch challenged it. We have it in tennis. We have it in football. Mm-hmm. Why don't we have Hawkeye in baseball to tell whether a ball is fair or foul, or if it hits the line, or if it's just out?
It's a great point. 248-539-9797. What are the best rule changes / in it? innovations in sports. And we're not talking about how the game's televised or anything like that. Just actually on the field, on the court products.
So don't call up with the glow puck.
Exactly. So here's one that I don't know what Greg would think about this one, but I think this is one of the most underrated rule changes that the NBA put in. It used to be if you missed a shot and you got the offensive rebound, the clock was reset to 24. But it's about 10 years ago, probably they reset it to 14, so you have more action. And
10 seconds fewer. Yeah, and college basketball did this too.
Yeah, and so basically you're creating more shots, but you're also creating different strategy. Like, hypothetically, if they had the old rule in the NBA Finals, I think the Spurs would still be playing because
they could have just killed the clock.
They were so stupid. They could have
anyway. But.
Yes, exactly. You know what I'm saying.
Yes.
Yeah. So I think that's an underrated one. 248-539-9797. All right, here we go. Here's some text. There's blowouts because they expanded the field. The teams getting blown out shouldn't be there. They're talking about the increased offense in the World Cup. Hydration break is about money, nothing else. Rupert Murdoch wanted the extra time for ad revenue, and it made Fox $250 million more. That indirectly led to more goals. Could be.
Okay.
The hydration break is about money. Fox made, yes. I agree. I said the same thing. We all said that same thing.
No, but the side benefit is that the players do get a break.
Greg, did you say changes are afoot? Signed Dukes. If you're mad about the hydration break, take the quarters out of NBA and the 10 timeouts both coaches can call and the 2 TV timeouts then as well.
I don't know that anybody is mad at it.
That the hydration breaks? No.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, the soccer
elitists.
Old time problem.
Yeah, that's not how soccer's played.
Yes, because it's one of their arguments. Oh, we're the best athletes in the world because we don't stop.
Okay.
So you just basically stand
because
and play
stoppage
sometimes.
of play is built in football.
Right.
All right. American football. 11 players actually come off the field and get their hydration break while 11 others go on the field.
Yes. Our telephone number is 248-539-9797. We'll take more of your texts and phone calls. And also, we're going to get into Tarek Skubel's, not if he should go, but when. 97.1.
Hey, summer's finally here. The weather's heating up, and you're probably planning vacations and backyard barbecues. Lots of fun things, but I got to ask you a question. When was the last time you actually looked at your roof? The summer storm season is officially here. We had one blow through last night, and you don't want a leaky roof ruining your summer plans. Don't wait for the damage to happen. Do what I did. Call the pros at Rapid Roofing. They're fast, they're local, and they get the job done right the first time. Beat the summer rush and secure your peace of mind. Call Rapid Roofing today, or you can go to rapidroofing.com to schedule your free inspection and lock in your appointment. That's rapidroofing.com.
248-539-9797. The World Cup, the scoring is up. We're trying to figure out why. Many people believe it has something to do with the hydration break that takes place. I personally don't. I think it's that they expanded the field, and you have games like 7-1 where Germany beat Curacao. Football forward passes in 1906 led to the greatest sport of all time, basketball. Okay. 24-second shot clock. Teams with the lead would literally hold the ball minutes at a time. Some games finished with scores in the 20s and 30s.
Yeah.
Well, in college basketball, when they put in the shot clock, that took away, North Carolina was so great at the four corner, and they had guys like Phil Ford who were running it, and you couldn't get the ball away from it. It was very boring.
Yeah, the old Princeton offense.
Yeah. Removing the two-line pass in hockey. Yes, agreed. But the other one in hockey, they changed like the offsides rule with the delayed offsides, so they don't blow the whistles many times
right away. Yeah,
they let guys circle back and stuff, which is a tremendous one. Couple new rules I love in sports. The pitch clock has been life-chinging. ABS, love it. NHL, failed challenges are a 2-minute penalty and unlimited. I think the NFL should adopt this model with a 10 or 15-yard penalty.
Oh, speaking of things that I've now witnessed in soccer, which I think the NBA, I think other leagues should do it, is the flopping. Like if you get a yellow card, and it happened in the U.S. game, where for tripping, U.S. player got a yellow card. All of a sudden they review it, and the yellow card was taken away from the U.S. player and given to the opponent because they flopped.
The embellishment, yes.
Yeah, embellishment, whatever they want to call it. I call it flopping.
They have that in hockey, too. In hockey, though, it's weird. You get a 2-minute penalty for hooking, and the other team gets a 2-minute penalty for embellishment.
Yeah, that's the cop-out that I don't like.
I know.
Call one, let's
Right.
punish one.
Yeah. Please, NBA, look at the embellishment rule that soccer has in place.
The NFL's introduction of the Coach's Challenge and Instant Replay in 1999 is by far the most important innovation in all of sports history. I wouldn't go that far. If you want to talk about rule changes, what about when they put the 3-point shot in the NBA?
Yeah, or the forward pass in football.
Yes. I don't remember when that changed, John. I'm not that old. I know that's what you were hinting at.
No, that's not at all what it is, but I'll go with it.
College basketball changing the shot clock to less time. Getting rid
I think, if I may, Stoney, really quick there. You know me. You mentioned college
Yes,
basketball.
I know.
Yours perk up. I think there's a sweet spot there with college basketball. 45 was ridiculous. Look, we got it to start somewhere. I can't believe we played college basketball in my lifetime without a shot clock. 45 was a lot. 35 I was a fan of. I was not a fan of going down to 30. Seeing it for the last 10 years, it's cool. I would not be a proponent of shortening it any further. Two reasons.
I agree.
The beauty of college basketball is that the importance of every possession. If you shorten those possessions and you make more of them, they become less valuable. And the second thing, man, the change in style of each team playing at different paces
Yes.
is so pronounced in college basketball. Let's keep that variety of style.
Yeah.
Getting rid of the shift in baseball is the best rule change ever. It basically made left-handed hitters useless. I hated it.
I do like elimination of the shift, but I also put the onus on the batters.
Players, yes.
I think people didn't like the shift because it didn't, quote, look like baseball.
Best rule changes in hockey: elimination of the 2-line pass rule and the fact that you can't change lines after an icing. That's from Chris in Kansas City. I do like that. You know, and another hockey one that they changed years ago was at one point, this is before even I started following the game, if you got a 2-minute penalty and the team scored a goal, the guy had to stay in the penalty box. He didn't come out.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Part of the reason more attacking is happening is because of the ways to advance in group play. Third place finishers can advance to knockout stage, and goal differential, most goals scored, is a tiebreaker. That's a very valid point.
These are good things. You're watching a 1-0 game, and if these are not tiebreakers, teams are going to sit back, and how boring is that?
Right.
Like, it's more exciting. Like, go after it. Keep scoring. Keep attacking.
Right.
Yeah, that's a great point. All right. 248-539-9797. If not, but when is the question about Tarek Skubal. That's coming up around 8:35. Here's Heather with the news.
Well, this news is brought to you by Gardner White. So, some of the biggest comedians and actors across Detroit and around the country are coming together for a show this fall at the Detroit Opera House. And it's all to raise money for a really great cause. So, it's called The Coney. It will take place on Saturday, September 26th. It will feature stars including Kristen Bell, Dax Shepard, Tim Meadows, J.K. Simmons, Sam Richardson, and more. The list goes on and on. The event is going to raise money for the Children's Foundation of Michigan and Detroit Creativity Project. And according to the website, it says the simple but huge goal to support youth arts programs in Detroit. And it says together our motivation is grounded in the belief that youth arts education thrives when funding is thoughtful, informed, steady, and permanent.
We need Tim Allen to show up.
The list doesn't list them all here, so maybe he will. It is open to the public. Limited tickets will be available. They go on sale later this month.
Cool.
Pretty cool. One person has died and 4 minors have been arrested after an early morning police pursuit in Warren ended in a crash. So officers in Warren initiated a traffic stop after they spotted multiple individuals wearing ski masks while driving through neighborhoods in this silver Dodge Ram. The driver failed to stop and then fled from police, eventually crashing into another vehicle. The occupants inside that Ram fled on foot. 4 out of the 5 were taken into custody. They were all minors, and the driver of the other vehicle, a 48-year-old man, ultimately passed away from his injuries. Investigators say they believe that the suspects are responsible for at least 15 vehicle-related crimes, whether that's thefts or attempted thefts, throughout Warren within the last 48 hours. Yikes. A Wayne County man said he couldn't drive home after finding out he won $500,000 from a Michigan lottery game. I can understand that shock, that excitement. This 58-year-old man was playing Michigan Lottery's new Emerald Sevens instant game. He was actually at a Kroger in Commerce Township, and he was trying to buy these lottery tickets before the store was closing. So he was in a hurry and bought some and then scanned them right there at the machine. And when he scanned one of the tickets, it displayed an error message, and the worker there said, you're going to need to go on the app and try it because you probably won big. So right there, scanned his ticket, and he thought he won $50,000, which was awesome in general.
Yeah.
And then he looked down and realized that it actually said $500,000. He said he had to go sit in his car and calm down a little bit because he was just so worked up to drive. Ultimately, he says he's going to pay off every single bill he has and then decide what to do with the rest later on. So there's a new dating trend called goblintimacy. Goblintimacy. Maybe I could be saying that right.
Is this for Halloween?
It's not, but it's definitely goblin related. So the idea is that instead of getting all dolled up or working your butt off to present the very best version of yourself, which is what you typically do on a first date, right? You always want to present the best version of yourself. You kind of show up, they say, as a goblin. You not in a costume, but you just are showing up as you normally are. So it'd be like me going on a date like this, a hair in my, a ponytail, not all done up.
Okay.
I'd probably wear nicer clothes, but it's kind of just
showing
your
as you
are, because they say eventually everyone's inner goblin is going to come out, right? You're going to see, if you start dating someone for long enough, you're going to see the person as
so
is.
On a first date, maybe I'd show up in a collared shirt. Instead of that, I'd show up in a T-shirt.
I think it's different for men because women, I think, get more dolled up for dates, right? They're going to do their makeup and do their hair. Where men...
Or maybe I comb my hair instead of wear a hat.
I guess, yeah. Or you'd wear the hat instead of comb your hair.
Right, yeah.
Yes. But anyway, apparently this is a thing and people are doing this. They say doesn't have anything to do with laziness. You don't want to really be roll out of bed in your pajamas, but just kind of come all natural, just
all natural.
All natural. What you normally look like.
Yeah, Heather, speaking of which, by the way, what about shorts on a first date? It's a hot day, 88 degrees.
Where are you going?
Yeah.
That's the thing. Are you playing putt-putt? Sure. Are you going to a restaurant? No.
Okay.
I think it depends
but what if
on what
you're
the
going,
date is.
let's say you're going into Birmingham and you're going to a restaurant that has outside seating.
Or are you going to a pool party or?
No.
It all depends, and of course it depends on the type of shorts.
Right, yes.
Yes. There's
Nice khaki shorts,
and
I'm
also
thinking.
the
Yeah.
shoes. The
Not
shoes
shorty
is
shorts?
the big
Not
thing.
the 2006 basketball shorts, man. The
Yeah.
baggy capri pants.
Daisy
not
Dukes.
those.
Because then what kind of shoes are you wearing with those shorts?
Right.
That's a big thing too. Are you wearing? Don't come in flip flops.
Well, I mean, if you're wearing short shorts, flip flops would go.
Not for a man.
Not for
No, for a man, no.
I'm
A dude's not
talking
wearing
to
short
man.
shorts anyway.
I'm
Shouldn't be.
thinking of a man showing up in shorts.
Oh,
That-
okay.
I'm not. That's what I'm thinking.
Oh, okay.
So it depends on your shoes too.
Yes. You're looking at a dude's shoes on.
Yes, I will notice his shoes if he's wearing shorts more than I would notice his shoes if he's wearing pants.
Okay.
Yeah, for sure.
Then there's the whole, do you wear white socks and shoes with shorts? I don't know.
That's just wear
Short
pants.
socks, long socks.
Just go for the
go
pants.
short socks.
Exactly. All right. Thank you very much, Heather. All right. Coming up next.
Pants required.
We all agree it should happen. We're not sure when it should happen. 97.
All right, Tigers fans, this is for you. The team that brought you Surfside is back with something new. Meet Super Light, a refreshing vodka plus aid inspired by classic sports drinks flavors. With 0 bubbles, 0 carbs, and only 90 calories, Super Light is here to fuel the moment. So whether you're celebrating a home run or cheering on the Tigers at Comerica Park, enjoy it with Super Light. Super Light, proud partners of the Detroit Tigers. Find it in the stadium and in stores near you. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
Tigers lose yesterday 4-2. They lose the series to Houston 2-1. Off today, back home tomorrow night at Comerica against the Chicago White Sox. First of a 10-game homestand. Tarek Skubal will be on the mound on Friday. By the way, Justin Verlander scheduled to pitch
On Sunday.
All right. Tarek Skubal is going to be the focus of conversations throughout the baseball world up until when he gets dealt. I'm not even going to use the word if. When he gets dealt, the question we want to ask is, when do you think is most advantageous for the Tigers to deal him? 248-539-9797 is the telephone number, and also the text information as well. Now, ESPN's Jeff Passan was on the Rich Eisen show earlier this week, and he addressed, first of all, the Tigers' wishes to trade Skubal. And everybody seems to agree that the Tigers should trade him because they don't see this big turnaround coming, although there are some in Tigerland, whether it's fans, whether it's broadcasters, whether it's organizations, just some, not a majority, who look at 2024 and say, God, who would have ever thought we could have done that? And you look at 2025 and say, God, I can't believe we did that as well on the negative side. So baseball's a long season. Crazy things happen. Can't live like that. And as far as when, I think they should at least give him a couple more starts, make sure he's completely healthy. And there's a risk there as well from the Tigers. But somewhere around the All-Star break, either before or after. And that gives you, if it's after the All-Star break, it's basically 2.5 weeks before the trading deadline. Because sometimes waiting till the very end, who knows, whether Scott Harris will be able to make a great move when he's backed against the wall time-wise. I remember when Al Avila traded J.D. Martinez, it was a few weeks before the deadline, and some people were kind of, well, he could have got more at the deadline. I'm not so sure.
Right. I mean, the longer you wait, some of the theory is you could have more suitors. Maybe there is somebody that is like a Milwaukee. I think they would love to be able to trade for Tarek Skubal, especially if they were to suffer an injury in their pitching rotation, correct, which would maybe up their urgency and
true,
up the return.
Yes.
Because they're going to be bidding against the Dodgers, right, probably Atlanta, maybe even Philly.
Yes.
And so, yeah, I do think there's value in that. Do you think, all things being equal, that they would get a better return because he is a rental? Now, if he goes to the Dodgers, it's probably not a rental. They're just going to give him some astronomical number to sign a contract. Anyone else may just simply be a rental. Do you think they would pay more earlier to have that rental for 2.5 or 3 months versus just the final 2 months of the season?
Right. I mean, that's
the question. And it's up to Scott Harris to get the maximum return.
And another team involved, you'd say, well, they already have great pitching, being the Yankees.
Well, yeah, but so LA already has good pitching.
I know, but what I'm going to say is the Yankees, with their great pitching of Cole and Slitter and Fried, among others, who knows how much, pressure or seduction the Steinbrenners got from the Knicks. And you're going to see one of the biggest parades of all time today in New York. And maybe, the Yankees are sitting there saying, well, we really want to have a parade too. Let's go all in on Skubal as well.
Because who are they if they're the representatives from the American League, who are they most likely going to be playing against?
The Dodgers.
The Dodgers.
Probably.
And so it's not just an addition to, hey, we want to get to the World Series. It's an addition. We want to get there. We want to actually be able to compete against that Dodger lineup.
Also, Passan was talking about with Rich Eisen on the Rich Eisen show that Tarek Skubal will be coveted by a lot of teams. Who wouldn't?
Oh, right. And I mean, so the question is not necessarily like we're talking about, not if he's going to be down, because the Tigers are now 14 games below 500, and I doubt there's going to be a team that makes the postseason that is sub 500. Who wants to compete with the Dodgers?
Right. There are a few teams. Not that many, but there are a few. Damn right. Steve, you're on 97.1.
Hey, yeah, I think we should list the Tarek for sale now. It's to let the conversation start, lead it up into All-Star Weekend. You can get another good start or two in, and then get the best collection of prospects you can. Let's build for the future. We've got a good young core. We're going to lose them anyway, and I wouldn't just stop at Tarek. I'd trade Casey Mize.
Yes.
Anybody that's not signed for the next 2 years, out.
Well, definitely for the next year, who are free agents like Torres, if he's healthy. Yes, you trade anybody. Everybody who does not have a contract for next year has to be traded. All right, here's some text. Trade Skubal as soon as possible. Every start he makes is a risk, and trading now gets the most value as acquiring team gets him for more starts. That, on paper, it seems correct. However, a lot of times, if you wait, things escalate a little bit. So I understand both sides. I would wait till after the All-Star break. Some call me delusional. That being said, even after the last two losses, the Tigers did not drop back in the standings at all. Both Chicago, Cleveland, Toronto, and Oakland all lost as well. Yeah, but there's 6 teams ahead of you in the wild card.
Right, and the thing that you're missing is, while you didn't lose any ground, you're not gaining any ground, and the clock is ticking. There's only you're wasting opportunity. There's only so many games left, and just to get back to 500 for the rest of the season, you're going to have to play 14 games above 500.
Season is 2 days shorter.
Yep.
I can't wait for Skubal to be traded so we can stop talking about him. The same topic for the past year plus ad nauseum, the most boring topic. Well, sorry.
It's all coming to a head right now.
Yes.
That's a vote for trade him sooner.
Yes. The elephant in the room, A.J. Hinch has a losing record with this team, and it's not a very good it's not a very good manager. If you take away the last 2 months of 24 and the first 2 months of 25 out of his 6-year tenure, he's way, way, way below 500. He's proving this year just how bad a manager he is. Well, I will say this. This has not been a good year for A.J. Hinch, and I'm not even talking about the injuries. Some of the decisions he's made just are mind-boggling. Even the other night when he took Montero out earlier than he should have when he was in relief to put I think he put Vest in.
Well, he's stuck on matchups.
The Jahmai Jones things is just ridiculous. It's absolutely absurd. And in fact, some people give his love of this pinch hitting deal has given him the nickname of some people called AJ Pinch. Our telephone number is 248-539-9797.
If you're thinking about a new truck this month, I know I am, and I'm going to have a new one by the end of the month. A Ram truck should be right there at the top of the list. The Ram truck lease deals at every Metro Detroit Ram dealer are phenomenal right now. I've seen Ram side by side with the other trucks. I've gone through the comparisons, and I've driven a Ram. In fact, I'm driving one right now. You could choose from Ram's legendary 5.7 Hemi V8, or if you like the Hurricane engine, which I do, you got two choices, the 420 horsepower version, which I chose, and the 540 horsepower Hurricane engine. And for the comparison, why would you trust any full-size pickup at any price with only a 4-cylinder engine? As soon as you drive off the lot, you're not going to be happy with it. Plus, the full-size Ram 1500 is built right here in Sterling Heights. Ram has a 5-link coil suspension. All it's going to take is one test drive, and you're going to feel how much smoother a Ram is. And for comfort, just go sit in a Ram, and you're going to feel the difference. Right now, the lease payments on a new Ram truck at every Metro Detroit Ram dealer are exceptional. So are their financing offers for well-qualified buyers. All you got to do is pull in your Metro Detroit Ram dealer today and tell them I sent you.
248-539-9797. Here's some more texts on the Tarek Skubal situation. We're just asking, not if they should trade him, but when.
Yeah. Should it be now?
When do you think you get the most value?
All-Star break? Trade deadline?
I'm going the opposite way. Either trade Skubal now or sign him to the long-term deal. We will never see another pitcher like this, maybe never. The other thing to think about is the revenue Skubal brings in will be gone. I know it's crazy, but I say sign this guy to the long-term deal. I know that's crazy from Cooper. Well, I don't think people would be opposed to that.
No, I just don't think it's going to happen.
Neither do I. It's not our money. There's no salary cap, and you're not going to have to pay him next year because there's probably going to be no league, no season.
Right, and he doesn't want to sign a contract now.
He wants to go to free
get
agency.
to free agency and then open it up to all bidders. And if the Tigers outbid the Dodgers, the Yankees, the Mets, the Phillies, whoever else might be in there, then you win the Skubal sweepstakes.
And you wake up from your dream.
Right, yeah, but no
happening.
one believes that's going to happen.
Right. Stoney, I'm going to call it. They're not going to trade Skubal, and we go on a run and make the playoffs. That's American can. Okay? Calling it now, Skubal will be a Yankee by the All-Star break, James and Allen Park.
Okay.
There are a few teams that can take out the Dodgers, or there are a few teams, the Braves being the best bet right now. And didn't one of their pitchers, Strider got hurt again, I think? It could be interesting.
I heard it might be a landing spot for Mize.
Yeah. Do you think the Dodgers would view him as a rental with the possibility of no baseball next year, plus a chance at a cap in 2027, which could price him out of L.A.?
Well, I believe the timeline is that free agency opens up before there'll be a lockout.
Right.
And so he could sign that contract and then, in theory, be grandfathered into what they've done with Shohei, what they've done with all their other guys moving forward.
Didn't the Tigers, if I remember when people wanted them to sign Correa and they couldn't sign Carlos Correa, so they signed Baez right before the CBA then was
Correct.
up because they thought the season was going to be, same deal. I'm hyperbolic. I think there'll be a season. It's going to be way late, though, I think.
Yeah.
Why would the Dodgers trade for Skubal now? They're making the playoffs anyway, so they'll wait until later, so they have to give up less. Only if another team begins to offer more would the Dodgers trade for him early. And that's an interesting point as well. If they believe that they will have to give up less to get him at the deadline, yeah, why get it now? However, they might feel they're in competition with somebody else to get him.
Correct.
It is about a 6-way version of a game of chicken.
Yes. The Tigers are basically leading the chicken game.
Yeah.
But
Is this maybe the most impactful or possibly the biggest trade in Tigers history? Because I understand Verlander was traded, but there was some people that thought maybe he was not the elite pitcher that he was when he was winning Cy. Now,
Correct.
he went on to win more Cy Youngs and obviously won a World Series, not here. But Skubal is coming off back-to-back Cy Young performances.
I believe Skubal is younger than Verlander was
Yes.
at the time, so that might have something to do with it as well. Well, as far as impactful trade, maybe the deadline, but to me, even if they trade Skubal, it still won't have the impact that the Cabrera trade had.
Right.
I
but-
believe.
Okay, so that
But
that
they
was
never
coming-
won, but yeah.
Yeah.
How about trade Skubal, but they have to take Javi's contract too? Yeah, Javi is for one more year, I believe. So that might be something they'd want to do.
That's correct.
I don't know.
But-
that's
Oh, if
something
you want
that,
Skubal, you got to take Javi too?
yeah.
Okay, here's the thing. You would be devaluing the return you get for Skubal.
Right.
And secondly, okay, great. What, you have $24 million?
What are you going to do with it?
You can't play with cash.
Right.
You can't put literally $24 million
Back
at
in your
shortstop
pocket.
and say play.
No.
You got to play with players.
Yeah, I don't think the Tigers, I could be wrong, are financially strapped so much that they want to get rid of his contract that desperately, where they would sacrifice their return for Skubal.
Right.
I mean, that would be ridiculous. I mean, if you could get it done and still get amazing returns, sure. Or you make it a multiplayer. If forgetting about the Dodgers, maybe you package, Skubal and Mize together.
I think it's getting way too complicated. People are overthinking this. It's going to be Skubal for whoever the team is willing to send.
Yeah.
Mize is going to be a different deal. Javi's not getting dealt. And Torres will be a completely different deal.
Depending on his health, yeah. Same thing with Kenley Jansen, too.
Yeah.
I mean, they're going to trade him, you would think. I don't know.
If you can get something for him.
Yeah, I don't know how much you're going to get for him, but you should still trade him. Well, why not? You never know if maybe a guy who's like a team's 16th best prospect, hey, you didn't get much for him. You never know.
Yeah.
Baseball's such a weird, baseball's such a weird sport that it may do that,
It's possible.
Yeah.
It's a long shot, but it's possible.
Yes. All right. Our telephone number is 248-539-9797. Real quick, I saw I don't know if you guys have done any of these yet, but the NBA draft is on Tuesday, right?
Correct.
Trajan Langdon is speaking today. I'll be down there.
Oh, okay. Stony Sound for tomorrow.
Maybe. Well, it won't be me, but it'll be him.
Well, you'll be asking the question.
Hopefully, yes. The Athletic came out with a new mock draft. And of interest to the people around here, forgetting the top few picks, is the Michigan 3.
Yeah.
And, of course, who the Pistons get. According to the Athletic, their mock draft, they have Ademara going number 11 to Golden State. I've seen that from a lot of places.
Okay.
Teams out west kind of want him because they need somebody to defend Wemby and with his wingspan. I'm never saying he's as good as Wemby. Don't get it the wrong way. Certainly doesn't have the wind either. Oklahoma City at 12, Morez Johnson Jr.
Oh, okay. Going 1-2.
1-2, 11 and 12. And at 15, Yaxel Lendeborg goes to the Chicago Bulls. And as far as your Detroit Pistons go, and my Saturday co-host this week, Brandon Shabeth, is here. He's a big college basketball guy. What would you think if the Pistons took LeBaron Phelan Jr. out of Alabama?
Elite level scorer. Love the way that guy hoops. That'd be a great pick.
Go alongside with Cade, he'd be really good.
Yeah, I mean, he's just a playmaker. Watch him in the NCAA tournament. The way he's just a hooper. He'd be really fun here.
Yeah.
Made life hell for Michigan for a half.
Yeah,
yes,
he did.
Yeah, he did. He's really good. I don't know if he'll be there at 21, though, but you never know.
Yeah.
And now he's not somebody you trade up for, but...
No. I think they'll stay there and just try to get the best playmaker, best scorer possible.
Yeah, everybody wants Sturts, too, but I think he's going to be gone.
He'll be gone, yes.
Yeah. All right. Coming up next... One of our colleagues tried something for the first time in his life. I can't believe it. So we're going to ask you if you ever experienced something similar to what one of our colleagues did yesterday, 97.1.
Brought to you by Rapid Roofing. No Tigers today as it's an off day for the team on their way back from a 4-2 loss in Houston last night. The Tigers enter a 10-game homestand with an 8-6 record in June, but an overall record that is 14 games below 500 with just 88 left this season. Tomorrow, the Tigers welcome the White Sox to town for a 3-game series to start that homestand. Plenty of World Cup games took place yesterday, including a big day for England. They beat Croatia 4-2 behind a brace from Harry Kane and a goal from Jude Bellingham. Ghana also won a thriller against Panama after scoring the only goal of the game in the 95th minute. It's now finally time for the second games in the group stage as all the tournament openers will play today. Czechia and South Africa start at 12. It's Switzerland and Bosnia-Herzegovina at 3 o'clock from SoFi. Canada and Qatar kick off at 6 o'clock, followed by Mexico and South Korea at 9 from Guadalajara. We also had the PWHL draft in Detroit last night as Andrea Brondley was the first ever player selected in the draft by Detroit. Now we look ahead to to the inaugural season of the PWHL Detroit, which begins in November at Little Caesars Arena. And this U.S. Open leaderboard update is sponsored by your Metro Detroit Jeep dealers. Play is still suspended at Shinnecock Hills as a dense fog has remained since just after 7 o'clock. The USGA did announce, though, that play is expected to resume in just about 4 minutes at 9:05. Only 14 players made it off the tee so far this morning. At the Caldwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Two 248-539-9797. I got a text from a friend of mine whose kid was trying to go to the parade in New York for the Knicks, and he got there like 4 hours before the parade, and he couldn't get in. They are penned off. They're at major capacity as far as up close viewing or whatever. The subway stations have been completely clogged up. It's nuts.
I'm sure it is.
I know. Parades are kind of cool, but as long as they're
if they're yours.
Yes, exactly. But I still don't think. Well, I definitely back in my youth would definitely still try to go. There's no doubt about it.
Oh yeah, I mean if when Detroit ever has another championship parade, absolutely you got to try and go.
I remember when I was a kid when the Flyers won the Stanley Cup for the first time. They only won 2 of them. They had a long drought too. They haven't won anything since 1975.
Oh,
okay,
poor Philly fans.
Yeah, I know. Well, for the Flyers it is. The Eagles won a Super Bowl, so I'm just talking about for hockey. But so they won the Stanley Cup. I was a junior in high school. No, sophomore in high school. They won, and my father was out of town on business. So Monday, or I think it was Monday, whatever the day after they won the cup, it was a few days later, was the parade. I said, Mom, I'm not going to school today. Why? It's the parade. You're not going to a parade. You're going to school. I said, call Dad. They called my father in his hotel, which is in Toronto. And she goes, Lou, Michael wants to skip school and go to the parade. He goes, let him go to the parade. They won the Stanley Cup. That was it. That's the greatest.
Tip of the cap to Dad.
Way to go,
we may
Lou.
have some more of those moments to share tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
Just a little preview of tomorrow's show with Father's Day on Sunday.
Now, he's not a father, but he could be a father too. Maybe he is a father. He just doesn't know about it. Anyway, yesterday at the Lions mini camp, we're in the press room, and the Lions do a very nice thing.
You're talking about Wojo.
Yeah. Yes,
But
exactly.
he's worked with The Godfather.
That's right. Yeah. Anyway,
Wojo, any chance you got kids you don't know about?
Maybe.
248.
That was it. Stoney, man, that was a banger because that was just rattling around in John's brain for so long. Oh, Wojo.
Yeah. Anyway, the Lions media people, they do a great job, and Eamon and Solomon, Greg, Ellie, they do a great job. So you're sitting in the press room, and they have snacks for the media, like potato chips and energy bars and things like that. And they also had gushers.
Okay.
Which is fun. It's a great candy. Well, it's unbeknownst to me and probably every human being, there was one person who had never even tasted a gusher or even heard of a gusher, and that was Wojo. So, ladies and gentlemen, here is, I posted the video of it on Twitter. Here is Wojo trying his first ever gusher. All right. 248-539-9797. First of all, somebody, we know Wojo loves Nutter Butters and things like that. And he's younger than me, okay? Or I should say, I'm older than him. And I've had gush. Now, he doesn't have any kids that we know of. But he has had nieces and nephews and things like that. I was absolutely flummoxed. And so was other people in the meeting room that Wojo, A, never had a gusher before, and B, never even heard of them. How is that possible?
I don't know what stone he's been living under, but gushers are well known. Like everyone knows them. And again, yes, you're right. He does not have children, but gushers are a candy you see everywhere.
Okay, you guys keep calling it a candy, and while yes, I do
It's a
agree,
fruit snack.
It's a fruit snack. So they're
Fruit snacks are candies.
I know they are, but I'm telling you, there's a fruit snack aisle, and then there is a candy aisle, and I do think if he doesn't have, yeah, when I go to get a fruit snack, it's not all down the same candy aisle in the grocery store.
I am going to trust fruit candy queen Heather Park on this.
Well, yeah, I do agree that they are a candy. They're loaded with sugar. They're considered a fruit snack. Oh, and I do think that it's because he doesn't have kids.
What are Swedish fish?
Candy. Those are not a fruit snack. That's a candy. That's a gummy candy.
Tastes fruity. What is good and fruity?
Gushers to me are like
Yeah.
like the Welch's fruit snack.
Yes.
Mike and Ike's?
Yes.
Candy. Mike and Ike's are
It's a
not
fruit
fruit
snack.
snack.
No, Heather's
Heather's got all
Heather's
the
right.
answers. She's just swatting your way like Wemby.
I'm just saying that I do think if he doesn't have kids and he's not into the fruit snacks, he might not have ever really
Gone down that aisle in the grocery
had
store?
a gusher.
I think
it's crazy that he hasn't heard of it.
Yes,
but
thank
I can
you.
understand why he may have never had one because
he's never been trick-or-treating.
they're more for who gets gushers while they're trick or treating.
For fruit snacks are given.
But gushers? I've never in my life gotten a gusher while trick or treating.
You're a candy / fruit snack
have?
aficionado.
Yeah, the kids
Do
have
you like
gotten them.
Do you like gushers?
I don't.
Okay.
Really?
Gushers are at the bottom of the total pole when it comes to fruit snacks. For me, I don't love them. Recently, my kids actually picked them out. We let them pick out what they wanted, and they both wanted gushers. They both tried them, and they both spit them out. The kids thought they were kind of gross. So I was like, I used to have gushers when I was in elementary school. And I tried one, and I thought, not that great.
All right. 248-539-9797. We're not going to do a gushers poll.
Gushers are good.
But is there something you thought was
they?
common that you were stunned when you found out somebody never heard of it before? And to me, that was gushers.
Yeah.
How can you do? I mean, even idiots like me
Never
have
heard of them. Yeah.
Never heard of them.
I don't know the answer to that question. I really don't. And maybe it simply is that, okay, you've got kids. I've got kids. Heather, you've got kids.
Sure, and
and you and I grew up in an era where gushers were a thing as a kid.
Yes.
Stoney, I don't think
No.
gushers were around when you were a kid.
No, they started. We looked it up yesterday in the press
Oh,
room.
you did?
Yeah,
You
they
did
were.
dive.
They came out in 1991.
Okay.
Okay.
So, and that kind of,
Yeah.
with the age,
Right.
I get. So I can understand why he's never had one. And
But you've heard of them. I mean, especially
he's
as
maybe
nieces
not
and
watching kid shows, or he's not seen the commercials for the gushers. I don't know. I can
Yeah. Does he watch TV?
kind of get it. I can kind of get it just based off of his age and the no kids thing. Kind of.
248-539-9797. It doesn't have to be about candy. It just be a fact that
Right.
you believed that every single human being knew, and you were amazed that somebody did not know that.
The earth is round.
Bronner's.
Yes! Great one!
I was going to say, I believe we have a drop for this.
What's Bronner's?
That was
Yes, you're
maybe
right.
the most stunned I've ever been on live radio.
Especially
Topic's over.
be-
Nobody's topping it.
Especially because he grew up here.
Yeah.
Right.
Maybe somebody
So he says.
Yes, maybe somebody like me who hadn't been here growing up with that.
Yeah.
But
But even you knew
yes,
about it.
exactly. I
And,
passed
and,
it.
and Christmas is technically not your thing.
Yes, but everyone knows Brothers. I mean, it ended up being a joke, but I did meet somebody who also had no idea that Paul McCartney was in a band before Wings. There are people who were in that age group. They never heard of the Beatles, but Paul McCartney, Band on the Run and Live and Let Die and all.
Right.
Yeah.
They didn't know Paul McCartney was a Beatle?
No, they never heard of the Beatles.
That's way
They
more
never heard of the
shocking than
Beatles.
the Gusher story.
Yeah,
Wait,
I know.
what?
This is 15, 20 years ago.
Wow.
But still.
Which makes it even more shocking.
I know. Well, if you didn't, I believe that everybody should know the Beatles, obviously. But if you didn't grow up with music in your household, I don't know. They don't teach music in school like they used to. I don't know. I guess it's possible.
That's crazy.
Yeah. It would be like somebody saying, "Who's John Lennon?"
Right.
Like, I mean,
I bet you there are people. I bet there are people. What would be the age? 35? 35 and under who never heard of John Lennon?
I mean, he died before I was born. Yeah,
I get
makes
that,
sense.
but I mean, the amount of times the Beatles are played,
Yeah.
or that the conversation, like, that would be shocking to me if somebody didn't know
An adult
that
didn't know. Yeah.
especially like,
Right.
okay, if somebody said, okay, Ringo Starr, maybe somebody didn't know
Yeah.
that he was a member of the Beatles, but John Lennon or Paul McCartney,
Right.
again, you're living under a rock.
I know. Exactly. All right, Heather, who's the fourth?
I don't know. Give me a second. I'll know it if you say it.
John?
Yeah.
No, come on.
I'm trying to think of it as well.
Oh,
you
my
got-
God. I know. I'm all
John,
basic.
Ringo,
Paul.
and why am I drawing a blank? I draw a blank on what I
George.
did yesterday. George. Yeah.
Yes. George Harrison.
Yeah.
All right.
I believe February 25th birthday. High five.
There you go.
That I don't know. I don't know George Harrison's birthday. Let's go to DeVell in Madison Heights. What's happening?
Hey, how's it going, fellas?
Good.
John, go blue. Hail to the victor.
There you go.
All righty. So I absolutely could not believe. So a few years back, I was working in Indiana, and there was this girl I was conversating with. She saw the George Foreman grill.
Uh-huh.
And she had absolutely no idea he was a boxer, let alone heavyweight champion. She just thought he was the face of the grill. So I was amazed at this fact. And the girl that was sitting with me was shaking her head kind of shyly, and she had no idea either.
Oh, that's funny.
Had no idea. Yeah.
You know, I don't know if I'd be shocked. I'd be surprised. There is a difference. Now, how old were these
individual was
ladies?
this? Yeah.
That was the thing. I was surprised more than shocked because they were younger. They were like in their early to mid 20s at the time. This is about 10 years ago, 15 years ago. So they were born where they was after him, born after him. But and all that time, like on TV highlights, anything, people talking, they never heard of him other than a grill. That just I was
funny.
flabbergasted by it.
Well, I think even in some of the commercials, like they showed pictures of him
Right.
fighting, and
yeah.
you saw him with this big old
Yes.
fist. You're like, well, they got to be used for something.
It knocks out the juices.
Yeah.
Right there.
I ran into somebody once who didn't know that Will Smith was like a rapper before he became an actor. Never heard of,
Wow. What's his songs? I'm trying to think of one of them. Welcome to Miami.
Wait 5 minutes, Heather. We're coming back from break.
Yeah. DJ Jazzy Jeff.
Won't have to worry about not playing the clean version.
Yes, exactly. 97.1.
Hey, if your furnace or AC is struggling to keep up, it's time to call Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Mastercraft is available 24/7 for those moments, and they stand behind their work with a very valuable 5-year warranty. They made a huge difference in my home. They'll do the same for yours, and right now they're running some amazing specials. You can get an AC tune-up for only $79, and if it's time to upgrade, get half off installation when you buy a new AC or furnace. Easy financing options are available as well. Schedule your free in-home estimate at mastercraftheating.com. Wojo had no idea what gushers were. And we're asking you the question, what is it that maybe you know or maybe you didn't know existed that you kind of thought everyone knew? Or if you were in Wojo's seat and you were just amazed at something that was there and everyone else is looking at you cross-eyed, like how did you not know it? What was that? What was that item?
We have a ton of texts here. Wojo only knows of Gushers of the Weeds. That's strain. Okay, whatever. Gushers, question mark, age 66 here. Never heard of them, and I'm always in the candy aisle. That's from Tom and Vassar.
Well, according to Heather, they're not in the candy aisle.
Go to the fruit snack aisle.
I'm 65 and have never heard of Gushers. Grew up in New York City suburbs until 25, then 35 years in Southeast Michigan, then 4 years in Austin, Texas, now in Eastern Tennessee. Gee, man.
Wow, moving around.
Mr. Copernicus here. Or Magellan, whatever.
Well, thanks for sticking with us through all your travels.
Yes, exactly. Wojo has never gone down an aisle that said fruit.
Oh, no.
When I moved to New York after I graduated college in my 20s, I was floored that nobody knew what Sweetest Day was there. I always thought it was a national hallmark holiday, and apparently it's only in the Great Lake region who acknowledge that day. I didn't know what Sweetest Day was when I moved here.
Mm-hmm.
And I was
Cindy
dating
make sure you knew?
No, it was way before Cindy.
Oh.
But I had a girlfriend at the time or whatever.
The two for time?
She was, no. Actually, no, she was, no, not at all.
No, even before that?
No, it was after that. Two for was in Washington.
Oh, okay.
Okay. No, this is one, we
got our timelines lined up.
She got upset that I didn't get her a gift for Sweetest Day. I said, well, what is Sweetest Day?
What is that? What is it?
What is
you
it?
missed it.
Yeah. I'm 34 years old. I still eat Uncrustables like I'm in elementary school. My wife has never heard or nor tried them. This is my breakfast on the fly most mornings.
Well, how is it that she's never heard of them?
She's
if
heard
they're
of them
in
now.
the house?
Yes. Something I thought was common with the term under was the term under in golf, not below, big boy. Yes, earlier.
Would you rather I just fake that I know something about golf? No. Come on.
John in a box. I know the Beatles. I don't know who was in the Beatles. Okay. This just happened yesterday. A mid-40s friend of mine had no idea what the show Password was. Numerous versions, and it's still on. I was stunned. I had never heard of it. I was floored that he never heard of it.
I've never heard of it.
I don't know Password.
Really?
Yeah, I'm not lying to you.
Okay.
Wait, is that the one with the balls?
No.
What,
They pick out
what
letters.
channel are you watching?
They pick out the letters and you have to try to put it in the word?
No, Password was like when I was a kid, it was hosted by Betty White's husband, Alan Ludden. That was who the host was. I forget who does it now. There is a modern version now. You can look it up. That's the theme song of Password. Okay.
Oh.
And you had to come up with the word that fit with the thing, your clue. So let's say the password was I don't know, cotton candy.
Okay.
So it would be, you'd sit there and it'd be blank, and you try to get the person to say
Without
cotton
saying the word.
right. Yeah, exactly.
Oh, so
this
it's
is
like that one. There's a game now.
Password.
No, a different game. I can't think of the word.
Pyramid?
No, she keeps thinking
I
about
know
the balls.
Pyramid. What is the one with the balls?
That's the
Zingo
one.
or
Is that the one
something?
with Jay Farrow has one where there are all these big, huge.
I thought somebody would
Balls?
reach in, pull out a ball, and it would say I don't know, H, and you'd have to. I have no idea. I don't watch game shows.
In that gesture that Stoney was just making,
Yeah. Uh-huh.
The password is a roach clip. And you sit there and go, you sit there and go, we play our own versions when we would get stoned and stuff like that. And you go, roach. And then the person would have to figure out the other word. It's like cotton candy, like I said. You'd say, if the password is candy, you'd go to your
So we've
your
got
teammate, you'd go,
Gushers.
you'd go,
And they'd be like, no, it's not a candy.
You'd go, cotton, and you might say, ball. No, that's incorrect. Then you'd try to get him to say something else.
But you can say the word cotton even though cotton is in the
No,
clue.
the clue, the password is candy.
Oh,
So you're giving the clue is cotton.
okay, I
All
get
right.
it.
Enough password. I was chatting with my neighbor the other day. She told me she was heading out to see Dave Chappelle or someone. And I laughed. I said, Dave Chappelle? And she said, yeah. Have you heard of him? I just laughed. She's probably 31 or 32. She's
Wow.
never heard of Dave Chappelle?
Huh.
That is a good
That's
one.
shocking.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hey, guys, this is a little different, but I've come across a lot of younger people who are not aware that the Creed movies are an extension of the Rocky franchise. Wow. It's kind of odd.
Especially when you watch one and
I've
they
never
talk
seen
about
them.
Rocky.
Yeah. Let's go to Tom. You're on 97.1.
Hey guys, good morning.
Good morning, Tom.
So this has happened about 2 months ago, and I've been dating my girlfriend for 5 years. She's in her mid-50s, and we listen to music a lot. And we're just going through talking, and she actually has the opposite. She had no idea that Paul McCartney had another band, the Wings. She thought every Wings song was a Beatles song. And so we went through, and I had to show her,
So
show her that was.
it was the exact opposite.
Right,
of
yeah.
Rocky.
That
Yes.
seems more
Yeah, yeah.
understandable than
Yes.
not knowing he wasn't was a Beatle.
Right.
Right. But still, it kind of shocked me. I was like, oh my God, how can you not know he had those songs with the Wings?
Wings was a very underrated band. In fact, one of the greatest concerts I ever saw was Wings Over America tour. The first time and I remember it was my senior year in high school. Okay. And 3 consecutive days, the Flyers played the Canadians for the Stanley Cup. They ended up losing 4 straight, but home game was let's say a Tuesday. Wings Over America was a Wednesday, and the hockey game was a Thursday.
Oh, she
I
had
went
a
3
hell
games
of
in
a
row.
3 days.
And
yeah.
my older cousin Joni, she took me as a graduation present to go see the Wings.
Oh, okay.
And and she got me high. And I was sitting there staring. I was sitting there going, oh my God, it's a Beatle. It's a Beatle. Because we had really good seats.
Yeah.
And that was one of the great, Live and Let Die was a great show.
I just love it that in passing, you're talking about your, who's Joni, your cousin?
Joni, my older cousin, my first cousin, Joni.
Well, yeah, and she got me high.
Yeah.
And then we just continue to move on with the story.
Yeah.
It's amazing to me.
I was so stoned. I was sitting there goo-goo-eyed over a Beatle. I'm always shocked with people who haven't seen popular movies. I've heard people say they've never seen Forrest Gump or any of the Star Wars movies. Seems impossible to me. Jay and Roy, well, I'm guilty on the Star
Wars.
Yeah, I saw a little bit of it on a plane once, but I still know some of the characters. In fact, on Saturday, working with Brendan, we did a thing, Star Wars character or World Cup player.
Oh my gosh.
And I did very well in that, actually, believe it or not.
Stoney, you understand the cultural reference.
Yes, right.
To get it back to Jim and Bronner's, Jim didn't say, I've never been to Bronner's.
No, he
Jim
said,
said, what is
Bronner's?
I know.
Stoney has never asked the question, who is Darth Vader?
Right,
exactly.
or what is Star Wars?
Right. Josh in Grand Blanc says, in high school, my buddy didn't know RuPaul was a man. I let him tell everyone how hot he thought this chick was for about a year before the reveal. It was priceless.
That's a great one. Keep that ruse going as long as possible.
God,
Oh, boy.
that is
Oops.
that's fantastic. Hey, RuPaul, she's hot. Okay, whatever you say.
But then you started asking questions.
Yeah.
Would you go out with her?
I go out, but if I knew
It was a man.
No. Well, I'd go out for dinner or something. I
Sure.
hang out, I'll have a conversation.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't go anything
You
further.
would not have certain expectations.
Exactly. Yes. That would be accurate. Anyway.
So, Stoney and RuPaul,
No.
where do you take her on your outing?
No outing. I'm not taking out RuPaul. 97.1. Dear John's next.
Hey, lately it feels like the banking world is constantly shifting. Mergers, name changes, and digital-only apps that don't know your face or your neighborhood. But in Michigan, one thing's not changing. It's the commitment First Merchants Bank has to our local communities. I've been banking with First Merchants for a number of years now, and it's about more than just where I keep my money. It's about the impact I see them making every single day. And I'm talking about real boots-on-the-ground work. And it's work with local nonprofits that keep our cities vibrant and down payment grants that help our neighbors finally unlock the door to their first home. First Merchants provides high-level service delivered by local people, and it's people who live, work, and shop right here in the great state of Michigan. They aren't just passionate about banking, they're passionate about helping our state prosper. So why settle for a bank that just sees a zip code? Bank with an award-winning team that truly cares about your community. All you got to do is visit firstmerchants.com today to find a branch near you. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC, equal housing lender. If you're thinking about a new truck this month, a Ram truck should be right there at the top of the list. I am, and by the end of the month, I'm going to have my Ram. The Ram truck lease deals at every Metro Detroit Ram dealer are phenomenal right now. I've seen the Ram side by side with other trucks. I've driven a Ram. I'm driving one right now. For power, there's no comparison. You could choose from Ram's legendary 5.7 Hemi V8, or if you like the Hurricane engine, which I do, you got two choices. I chose the 420 horsepower version. You also have the high output 540 horsepower Hurricane. Why would you trust any full-size pickup at any price with only a 4-cylinder engine? You're not going to be happy with it. Plus, the full-size Ram 1500 is built right here in Sterling Heights. Ram has a 5-link coil suspension. All it's going to take is one test drive, and you're going to feel how much smoother a Ram is. And for comfort, all you have to do is sit in a Ram, and you're going to feel the difference. Right now, the lease payments on a new Ram truck at every Metro Detroit Ram dealer are phenomenal. So are their financing offers for well-qualified buyers. All you got to do is pull in your Metro Detroit Ram dealer today and tell them I sent you.
248-539-9797. That is the telephone number.
So during our commercial break,
Yes. I just did one of the dumbest things.
we had a situation come up.
Yeah.
And I think we've had this topic before, but I do want to bring it up because there were a number of people that received an email. In fact, everyone here received an email. Every once in a while, we get an opportunity to go to Tigers games, other events. There's some tickets. And Lori Haddad sent this out. And at the very top of the email, it says, please do not reply all. Because you have to reply to her to sign up for these tickets. And then at the bottom of the email, also highlighted in bright yellow, it says, please do not reply all. And so we're thinking, okay, always wonder if you're going to be in the sweepstakes for these tickets. But then this came out at 8 a.m. And at 9:44, there's a reply all from one Mike Stone.
Yeah. And I'm not, it's as Evan put it, it's user error. As I say, I'm just a bumbling idiot. But in my defense, on my regular desktop computer or a laptop, if I'm on my email, there's a thing that says reply or reply all.
Yes, that's what I'm looking at right now as well.
Oh, okay. But on my iPhone, I just hit the send thing, the reply button.
Yeah.
It's just like a signal or a symbol, I should say.
Well, right, yeah. It's like the arrow that says,
Yes.
go back to this person.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I did that. But it automatically goes to reply all.
It must be how you have your phone set up, because when I do that, sometimes I'm meaning to reply all, but that only replies to the individual that sent it to me. So I actually have to click on the three dots next to it, and it'll say reply all. I'll click on that one so that everybody gets my ticket request.
Certainly did not do reply all in person because we were just told, we were just joking about it, and I didn't do it.
Uh-huh. And,
No, I screwed it up. I'm not ducking responsibility, but I know if it would have said reply or reply all, I wouldn't have hit reply all.
There's always somebody who does it, though.
Yes.
Always.
Yeah, I know.
Always, yes.
And this time it was me.
Gotcha.
I'm guilty as charged. There's no doubt about it. I'm a boob.
The reply alls that are now coming in are, we got one from Grunwald, who's over on our country station. He says, Stony.
Yeah.
And then Evan Jenkins replied all to boo this man. Mm-hmm. And then Kang actually asked the question, is this the reply all button?
Yeah.
So I'm sure we'll be getting more of those throughout the course of today.
I was going to
wrong button.
see what happens when you push the wrong button.
It happens to everyone.
Yeah.
That reply all is actually to the state of Michigan now.
Yes.
Yes.
I mean,
That's
I
where
was
coast to coast.
going to do it not again, but say my bad. But I was told by my my mentor Evan Jenkins, just don't even bother.
Oh, no, I think that would be perfect. But just to give you a little teaser for tomorrow, obviously we talked about, hey, this weekend is Father's Day.
Mm-hmm.
So a little quick shout out to all the dads out there. Happy Father's Day to my dad. We'll talk more about it tomorrow. And we'll also have some topics about sports, dads, all of those things. But I did have to get special clearance for a segment tomorrow. And tomorrow we will have a pre-approved blind ranking.
Ooh.
And it's gone through the approval process.
Oh, good.
And it's gone through every level here at Odyssey. John Odyssey has approved it.
Oh, good.
All the Odysseys.
How's John doing? Haven't
John's
seen him in a
doing
while.
great.
Good.
He's doing good. Yeah. He spells his name with an H though. But this one has been specifically approved by our boss, Jimmy Powers.
Okay.
And this is not one that you're coming up with. I'm not telling the listeners right now. It is appropriate to our Detroit sports, and it will be me coming up with a blind ranking for one Michael Stone.
All right.
So
looking forward to that.
Little teaser for tomorrow. Mm-hmm. Stoney will be back. Costa not back until Monday. He's
Correct.
enjoying his trip up to Toronto.
He's been to Toronto twice now, like the past 6 weeks, right?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he was up. He was in Toronto when I was up on my fishing trip.
Exactly.
Yes.
By the way, so how many fish did you catch?
Shoot, I probably caught we fished 4.5 days, well over 500 fish. Well over.
You caught 500 fish. Wow.
Yes. The fishing up there is, I know I use this term quite a bit, and people are probably sick of me saying it, phenomenal. It is the greatest fishing trip that you could ever think of. And we saw a black bear. We saw a wolf. There were fox that were enjoying the morning coffee that I had, sitting there right along with me. I'll show you some pictures of. But yeah, the fishing was great. It was a great trip, and I've talked about it many times. We'll talk about it more.
How long was the drive?
The drive from here is about 14 hours. So you get over to Whitefish, and I was asking Costa about this yesterday because I'm like, hey, you got to get the poutine when you go up there. The greatest poutine in all of Canada is at the A&W in White River, and there's probably only about 12 people that know exactly where I'm talking about right now. So yes, it's way up north of Superior, Lake Superior by probably 4 hours, 4 or 5 hours.
Did you drive straight or did you stay over halfway?
I drove up to my buddy's house in Petoskey, stayed with him overnight, and then the Thursday morning, I think it was Thursday morning, we
so you
went
go
up.
10 hours from there?
Yes. Yeah. Yes. Crossed the border and through the creek, over the woods, all that stuff.
No problem at the border?
No. They let us in. They let us back.
Good. Glad to hear. Glad you had a good time.
Yes.
And you was no internet and any of that stuff?
No, I was completely unplugged, which was
Beautiful.
a great experience. And it's actually carried over. I am very much more unplugged now than I was before the trip. So, life-changing, you might say.
Good. Beautiful.
Gator strolls into the studio here today, and always want to know, how was your Wednesday?
It was all right.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Enjoy the Tigers game?
No, I did not enjoy the Tigers game.
Nobody did. Although, we all love to see a McGonigal home run.
Yeah, no, that was great.
Three hits. That was exciting.
Right. 3 hits and no walks.
Yeah.
But both home runs were opposite field for left-handed hitters. So, that's fun. But, there's no other hitting beyond that. And it sucks. This team had built up some goodwill over the last week or so, and now it's kind of back in the dumper. They play this weekend against the White Sox, who are surprisingly, sharing the lead in the Central Division. So it feels like it's a kind of a big weekend. They do have their two best pitchers, arguably, are pitching the first 2 games of this series for the Tigers. So it should be interesting.
Well, there'll be plenty of storylines. We got Skubal tomorrow night, and we've got
Verlander Sunday.
Verlander Sunday. Yeah,
there's a lot there. But no, nothing special. I mean, Doug's usually got something special on Wednesday nights.
Oh.
What's that?
Oh,
I don't know.
Wednesday night, the big night in the Karsh household? I asked Gator if there was, anything yesterday, and he said, no, Doug usually has something special on Wednesdays.
I think he's messing around.
Doug always starts the show. What, anything fun, interesting happened in the Gator household last night?
I expect there to be singles guy stories.
Yeah.
9 times out of 10, I don't ask him about what's going on in his house.
Oh, so it's a one-way conversation.
Surprise, so I just thought maybe we'll shift it over.
Maybe him and Wojo were hanging out doing gushers together.
Gushers.
Yeah.
Yes, we were mainlining gushers, the two of us.
Yeah.
Put it in a spoon, heat it up. Wow.
Inject it.
Mainlining gushers.
Yes, 97.1.
Brought to you by Michigan Hair Restoration. Off day for the Tigers today after their series loss to Houston yesterday. Tarik Skubal pitches tomorrow against the White Sox, who will be in town for a 3-game series. First pitch in the opener tomorrow is set for 6:40 p.m. The New York Knicks championship parade officially started just moments ago as the team will make their way from Battery Park in Lower Manhattan, about a mile north of City Hall. The city is completely flooded with people and traffic and has been for hours already. Due to overcrowding, subway stations are not even running south of Canal Street, which is still almost a mile and a half away from the parade route. It is a ticker tape parade, which means millions of pieces of shredded paper are expected to be tossed from upper windows and rooftops to celebrate the Knicks' first title in 53 years. In hockey today, the Boston Bruins announced they will be retiring Patrice Bergeron's number 37. He played for 19 seasons with the Bruins and had 427 goals and over 1,000 points. More World Cup action today as we are on to the second group stage games. The highlights from today include Canada and Qatar coming up at 6 o'clock in Vancouver. At 9 o'clock, Mexico and South Korea will fight for a stranglehold on Group A after both teams won their first match. And this U.S. Open leaderboard update is sponsored by your Metro Detroit Jeep dealers. Play has finally resumed after a 2-hour fog delay. That pushed all the tee times back accordingly, meaning Scotty Scheffler now goes off in about 10 minutes. 17-year-old Miles Russell teed off moments ago as well. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Doug, with a fog delay in the U.S. Open,
Yeah.
do you suspect that like every 5 or 10 minutes you hear the big foghorn go off?
Hope so.
Before you hit at the first tee, you have to listen to some tale of woe spoken by some white-haired, bearded, old curmudgeon, old seaman.
I don't know if they go hand in hand, but right? Did you have you ever heard of foghorn in real life?
Yeah. Well, I guess from a ship, but
because I mean, my mom grew up in St. John, New Brunswick, and fog is a big issue, and shipping is huge there. And yeah, there were foghorns all the time. And it's funny because that just was a normal part of my childhood when we go up there and visit Mama and Papa on Tooth Acres.
Tooth Acres?
He was a dentist, and they had 6 acres of property, and they named it Tooth Acres. And he, anyway.
That makes sense. I like it. Jimmy
O'Brien.
Was there a tooth motif?
There really wasn't. There was a little sign on their dirt driveway that said Tooth Acres, and that was pretty much it. But
that'd be kind of cool. Like the entrance to the property is like this giant tooth with the root, and you have to drive through the root.
Yeah. Or something of that nature. Just a mouth. Just a wide open mouth.
All right.
So how are you?
The root there, they spell ROOT, right? The root to the
yes,
to property.
That's right.
Route 1.
Yep. Route 2.
There you go. Anyway, you good today?
Yeah.
How about you, Kang? You good today?
Oh, thanks for asking me, guys.
Yeah. Dude, that is a sweet Bill Belichick.
Yeah, I love this thing.
Short sleeve hoodie. And was
so
that
Belichick?
Is that Quick Lane Bowl?
Yep, you're damn right. It is.
I mean, Belichick probably cuts his own sleeves. I don't know those.
No, these are they're sewn. Yeah,
that's a proper.
Yes,
nice.
That's proper.
I don't want to I'm not Belichick, so I just get close enough where he has his own thing. This is the closest I can get.
That's right. That's a good look. Kang's wearing this short sleeve hoodie today. He's got a Belichick look.
You never see the short sleeve hoodie. It's rare.
It is rare.
I feel like he should wear that every draft night.
Yeah, kind of.
And regardless of what draft it is, like you need to wear it Tuesday night, Wednesday night for the NBA, Thursday night, Friday night for the NHL.
Yeah,
I think it'd be a sweet thing to do.
Draft night at the bar when it's on, special.
Yeah,
like just draft beer.
Bring a headset with you.
Speaking of which, I always shoot the boot, and I think I will do it this weekend and tweet it out.
Okay,
because I owe one. We were saving it for the draft show. I haven't forgotten people. I follow through, so maybe I'll do it I'll try to do it this weekend. And send it out.
See if Tony Ortiz will join you.
His is like a decade old.
It's old. It's a long time now.
Yeah.
It's seriously. It's like 8 years.
Well,
that Tony
he did a shoot the boot guarantee that Jim Harbaugh would not take the Michigan job.
Oh, it's more than, isn't it?
So when did Harbaugh take over? It was like 2016.
This is your realm.
Yeah, no, it's about a decade ago. But anyway, seriously, what happened last night in the Gator household?
It was really nothing exciting.
No.
I got caught up on some shows that I had recorded. I didn't even dawn on me to flip on and see watch some World Cup. I totally forgot about it.
Really?
Yeah, I did. I don't know who was playing last night.
Ratoon. No, Ghana played Panama. That was the game that Costa went to.
In Toronto?
Yes. And it was raining and scoreless until a minute to go in extra time, like the 95th minute. Ghana scored, and they went crazy. and it was a fun watch. Croatia and England played a very exciting game yesterday. I think 4-2 was the final. It was 1-0, 1-1, 2-1, 2-2.
Who ended up winning it?
England did.
Damn it.
Does that piss you off?
I'm not pissed. It just I because I parachute in, I'll enjoy when the favorites are knocked out.
When they lose?
Yeah, we're gonna get an upset like that.
Yeah.
And plus it's England, you know?
Well, remember when we did before the World Cup, we did like who's the Notre Dame of the World Cup, who's the Yankees of the World Cup, who's the Ohio State of the World Cup, and England got a lot of votes for being the Notre Dame of the World Cup, meaning they really think very highly of themselves.
I think you're so good. This is one of the things I don't like about when the World Cup comes to town. The televised pregame shows or postgame shows, they're generally like flooded with people from Great Britain just as commentators, like constantly.
Yeah, I think that's probably a good thing.
I mean, it might be, right? I mean, they
it's
care about the sport more than we do. But
we have dedicated an American to covering the World Cup, and it's Jameis Winston, and he's wildly entertaining. Jameis being Jameis. Jameis went from being one of my least favorite athletes to one of my favorite athletes.
Wow.
He's funny. And he's not like he's just his normal state of being is just funny. So
they say he's genuine. That's who he is.
Yep. I agree. The whole E to W thing is at first I'm like, oh my God. And after a while I'm like, no, he's that goofy.
He licks his fingers before every game. He stuffs crabs down his pants all the time.
Well, you know how I always say young people
butter.
have a chance to grow up and mature?
Yeah.
Jameis Winston might be a great example of that.
He may have done it more than most.
Maybe.
So no, nothing big in my
Nothing
household.
big, no.
Yours?
Yeah, it's the same thing. Just watching a bunch of soccer and stuff. And baseball. I had a College World Series on. Did you see the brother story? 2 kids that were brothers. One played for Oklahoma, one played for Georgia, and they had an elimination game yesterday. The winning team, if Oklahoma won, they were going to the National Championship Series. If Georgia won, they'd play another game. One brother plays for Georgia, one plays for Oklahoma. Oklahoma was going to win. Georgia's season was coming to an end. The brother for Georgia came to the plate in the 9th, down 11-3, and hit a solo home run and high-fived his brother at second base for Oklahoma as he rounded the bases. It was just kind of a cool, feel-good story.
That's kind of cool.
Yep.
Sure. I don't know if the teammates felt great about it, but
I think they did. I mean, because they were going to win
It's just a cool thing.
They were going to win the game, but anyway, yeah, that was kind of a cool story. So
brother versus brother is always compelling.
Yep.
Kang, you see the movie Warrior?
Yeah, it's a good movie.
Talk about brother versus brother, man. That's
real brother versus brother.
Does that come out and play? Warriors come out.
No, that's like 1979. No, this is Warrior that came out probably 2015-ish, something like that.
Yeah.
Tom Hardy, Joel Edgerton, MMA fighters. And
okay,
that's what they played. They played MMA fighters.
They played MMA fighters. Estranged brothers for years,
right?
And come together against each other in an MMA tournament. It's really good. The fight scenes are great, I think.
Yeah, which begs the question, Doug, if your sons were getting a fight, who'd you root for?
Oh, that's a great question.
Great question, right?
Great question.
Mm-hmm.
That is a great question. Because the rankings of the kids really moves a lot.
Yeah, who gives a crap about that feel-good home run story? All right,
which one of my sons would win a fight?
Yeah,
this might be the best question we've asked in months.
Yeah, because Doug is getting all emotional this morning about that brother.
Let's scrap that.
Exactly.
What happens if B Shizzle and AJ go at it?
Yeah.
Who are you rooting for?
Right now, probably B Shizzle, but yeah.
You're even over the youngster? Oh my God.
It depends on what they're acting like. It depends. Look,
today the
little guy went from 1 to 5. It's like, and the oldest moved up to 1 because he's starting to support mom and dad on a lot of stuff. Then there's like my daughter, then an empty space, then my future dog, and then the little guy.
Wow,
yeah, he's
fallen.
He's got to make some better decisions.
Wow.
Anyway.
You want him to lose on like an arm bar, or
I don't want him to get hurt.
Well, tap out before. Yeah.
All right, so the Tigers. That road trip hurt.
Yeah, that one stung a little bit, right?
Yep.
Lose the games to Cleveland. They have a rain out, so you don't even get the chance to win one of them, and then you got what happened against Houston, losing 2 out of 3. 3 hits last night. This many walks, which is a big donut. 0 walks for
He was
the
holding up a
Tigers.
0, people, when he said this many walks.
That's terrible.
Here's my favorite observation from last night's game. Houston pitchers, do you know how many times they had to pitch from the stretch? How many batters they had to pitch from the stretch against for the whole game?
1.
4.
4?
Yeah.
Was
4.
somebody get hit by a pitch or something?
It was hit by a pitch,
Okay.
yeah.
I missed it.
But it was 4 the whole game. And it was, I think, 3 in 1 inning. It was a leadoff single, 3 batters they had to throw from the stretch, and then a single later. That's it. And then the 2 home runs. But talk about not putting a pressure on a defense.
No, it was nothing. And the Tiger pitching looked like it was okay, and then all of a sudden, hard hit ball after hard hit ball, all going to the left center field gap. Torkelson had 1 hit that was a good shot. It just should have been great play by the center fielder, diving in left center field to make that snag, as that surely would have been a double, but well struck. Unfortunately, didn't result in anything, and now the Tigers are 14 games below 500. They are 9 games in back of the division lead, as Chicago and Cleveland share the lead in the Central. And they are 6 games back in the wild card, which doesn't seem like they're that far away than where they were like 2 weeks ago.
No,
Like
it
the same
doesn't. But
thing.
it feels like they've undone a lot of what they've done.
Yeah.
They've done some good stuff, and now they've undone the good stuff. Cool. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. Weird story with the Tigers that I want to get into today at 10:20. And I think now we got a little bit more teeth for some criticism that I want to get into with the Tigers. Straight ahead here on 97.1. Hey, that summer heat's really kicked off. We're all thirsty, and it's Thursday, so let's talk about the best place to quench that thirst. Twin Peaks. Those who know what I'm talking about. Those who haven't, what are you waiting for? Let's talk about the draft beer for a second. The chilled lines. They have chilled lines. They pour their drafts at a bone-chilling 29 degrees. They pour them into a mug that's been freezing for a minimum of 12 hours. And that combination creates beer crystals. You will literally see a glacier in your mug. And they keep enough mugs on hand where each mug is only used once a day. They are the experts in ice-cold beer. But if beer isn't your thing, you'll be shocked at their selection of special bourbons, tequilas, and high-end craft cocktails. Daily bucket and shot specials, along with happy hour, makes it the best spot to wet your whistle. And what better time to check out than today with 4 games in the World Soccer Championship all day. 2 games line up perfectly with their happy hour. The best part, it's served up by the beautiful Twin Peaks girls. Sure to check back tomorrow as our country is in action at 3 o'clock. That's also great time to wind down a week at Twin Peaks, right? Twin Peaks eats, drinks, scenic views. All right, so look, I didn't really have a problem with anything AJ did last night, but I will say this about AJ Hinch. In a disappointing season, we've kind of tapped the brakes on being harsh on AJ for the reasons that we've talked about a lot as it pertains to what he hasn't had to work with. But as he's gotten guys back for longer stretches of play, I think it's a better reflection. You can get a better reflection for the job that he is, doing. And it's better representation, I guess I should say, of the job he's doing. And I think it's fair. I think it's fair for us, and I mean anybody. I kind of held off a little bit to be more critical of AJ when guys are healthy. Now they did lose Glaber in this series, and the game that is going to haunt them is the one where they made all the defensive mistakes. They should have won this series. They didn't make the plays in the field that weren't. They were major league plays. It was McGonigal bobbling the grounder to third and Hao-Yu Lee not knocking that ball down that got to the outfield that allowed 2 runs to score instead of 1 run to score. And you're going to have days like yesterday. They did win the first game. Too. Yeah, yes, and a pass ball allowed a run to score. So that was the Tuesday game. That bothers me more than the Wednesday game did. But the Wednesday game, in fact, my guess is he put out the lineup that people would want to see in terms of the order, and he didn't mess with it at all, did he? There wasn't one pinch hitter in that game yesterday.
No, none.
So, this is something that people have screamed about, right? Just let your guys play, blah, blah, blah. And he did, and they didn't do anything. But that happens in baseball. I'm not saying that it's not, they shouldn't do more of this or less of this. All I know is that I am pissed off that Glaber's hurt just because we aren't going to get another great read of this team, it feels like, of what they could be. And he's going to be a while. So, Scott, I guess I'm just going to be a little bit just making an announcement here, I guess. I'll be a little bit more harsh at AJ as they've gotten more healthy. And now they're getting pitching back. So, a very disappointing road trip.
Yeah, it is a very disappointing road trip. And the injury now for Gleyber Torres and him being back on the injured list, it sucks. Mm-hmm. Saw this tweet yesterday from Chris Brown, who's part of the Tigers ML report. He tweeted this out. So the 2026 Tigers, with Gleyber Torres in the lineup, 23-20, and they average 4.81 runs per game. Without Gleyber Torres, they're 7-24, and they average 3.03 runs per game. I mean, that's tangible proof that guy makes a difference. Now, Kerry Carpenter out for a lot of those games as well.
Yep.
And Skubal out for that entire time also. That's all plays a role into it. But I think when all is said and done,
I feel like Glaber's the keystone.
Gleyber is a key.
Yeah.
I mean, having a near 400 on base percentage for a guy at the top of the lineup, I mean, he just gets on base. And when you have a guy like Kevin McGonigal, who also has like a 400 on base percentage, he just gets on base. Oftentimes, you're going to start a first inning or have an inning with 2 guys on base because these guys just do it. And it's important. They're table setters, and it gets everything going for this team. And with Torres out again, it's really hard to replace because finding guys that have that kind of an on-base percentage, they don't fall off trees. You have them, you covet them, and you hang on to them. And it's going to be tough for the Tigers to move without Torres. Now, it's not like they can't. I mean, they've got options, and right now the option was simply we had to activate Casey Mize. But I wonder what happens before tomorrow night's game. Are they going to make some more changes here? Looking at things over the weekend, you're going to add Verlander to the roster as well, so somebody else has to come up. You're looking at the player roster as opposed to the pitching roster. I think they're going to have to add somebody at some point here. And obviously we're talking about getting rid of Jahmai Jones. We've said that before. And now this series with Houston's over, and he didn't have a hit against over the weekend or against Houston. So no Cleveland hits, no Houston hits. I think the writing's on the wall. It seemed like AJ Hinch set that up. Like, okay, he's got to prove himself, and he didn't. So will there be a change there? Will Jahmai Jones be DFA'd
I keep
or sent
refreshing
down.
Twitter, okay?
And
I expect it, and now's the time to do it.
It probably will happen tomorrow, to be honest with you. I think
Before the
those
game.
usually happen right before the game, or the announcement happens at by 2:00 tomorrow, Doug.
Yep. Yes.
Expect an announcement 2:00 tomorrow.
Right.
Show.
Right.
But it has to happen. And then, so what's the course? Is a corresponding move going to be to bring somebody like Jace Young up, or is it one of the aforementioned from weeks ago, one of these outfielders I've mentioned, Corey Julks or Mel Gary or others, or are they going to wait until Sunday and just say, yeah, no, we're activating Verlander and we'll send somebody else down?
Well, and that brings us to the weird story that is Verlander. The headline or the tweet that Evan Petzold set out to lead to his story, to link to his story, was the following. Justin Verlander uncertain about health as he returns to Tigers for Sunday's game, but nobody sees the point in trying to delay this any further. Some of the quotes in the story, because he's had one appearance this year. We need to figure out what this looks like and if I'm capable to go out there and do what I need to do physically to compete. It's that time. In a perfect world, everything would be 100% and good to go, and I feel like I did 5 years ago. It's just not the case right now. Nobody sees the point in trying to delay this any further. You got to figure it out and figure out where you're at. Game intensity is the only way you know. He's got one appearance. And I will just say this, if you're a Tiger fan that loved Justin Verlander, okay, if you loved Justin Verlander and it excited you that he is back and you couldn't wait to see him pitch for the Tigers, I would advise you to go Sunday.
Why is that, Doug?
This doesn't feel like it's trending in a direction that Justin Verlander is going to be healthy or good enough. And I when you hear quotes like there's no point in delaying it any further, what does that even mean?
I feel like the next sentence is, it is what it is, right? Everybody involved, whether it's Verlander or AJ Hinch, Scott Harris, all the people together making this decision along with team doctors, they're like, well, I mean, we're not going to know unless you get out there and pitch in a game how it's going to work.
Yeah.
We could do a simulated game means one thing. We could do a rehab stint in the minors. That's something else. But this is Major League Baseball, and JV is hoping that something else in his body is going to click because it's all of a sudden a big league game in front of probably 30,000 plus fans at Comerica Park on Sunday. Maybe the adrenaline kicks in and he feels better. But it is a strange conversation that he had with the media, with Evan Petzold.
Doesn't that sound like a guy who's, I'm at my wit's end physically, I'm not getting any better, we're going to give this a shot?
Look, maybe this is just setting the bar really low.
Yeah.
Or I don't know if he's playing mind games with the White Sox or what the case is. I don't think that is necessarily, but I'm just throwing anything out there to try to figure this out because this is just a strange sequence of words he's used. The other thing I found strange, you mentioned that, I'm not going to feel like I did 5 years ago. And I'm thinking, I want the JV we saw last year in the second half of the season.
Second half of the season. But
that's the guy I want to see.
Nobody can possibly be surprised that you don't feel the way you felt 5 years ago. I mean, I'm not being critical of that, but
he's like 43 years old.
But are we really putting a really realistic expectation out there? Did you really think at some point you were going to feel like you felt 5 years ago?
I don't know what to expect on Sunday.
Well, and the other part of this is Scott Harris might need to stop with the Kenta Maeda, Alex Cobb, Justin Verlander trend, and getting these
the 1-year contract for guys that just don't have it.
Getting veteran pitchers. I think it's good to have veterans around, but the guys he's signing, keep signing, either get hurt or past their prime. And so far past their prime that they're not physically capable of doing it anymore. They're just not very good anymore. And the JV story, we knew from the beginning. This is a feel-good story. Sure, why not? Emergency break glass. Reese Olson's hurt because it came right after Reese Olson. But this doesn't feel like, at this point, he'll start Sunday and then ... We'll see.
Well, I wonder if this statement would even be made if the Tigers had a winning record or if they were closer to the division lead than what they are? Like, would they say, all right, no, we're not bringing you back until you feel great, because they have other pitchers. In this situation, they're 14 games below 500, but they still have other options. Like, you don't have to have Montero go to the bullpen. You don't have to. You can leave Montero in the starting rotation until JV is really ready to go. But this article and these words that come out of his mouth make it seem like this is as good as it's going to get for him, or at least that's where he's feeling right now. Now, athletes, they wear their emotions on their sleeves sometimes.
Right.
Placido Polanco years ago had a cortisone shot in his arm and was interviewed the day after, and he's like, my baseball career is done. I'm never going to play again. I don't know how I'm going to play again. And it's like, dude, relax. It's a cortisone shot. You're going to feel better in a couple days. And then 2 days later, he's like, I feel great.
Yeah.
So who knows? We'll see what happens on Sunday. I'm rooting for the guy. I'm sure all Detroit's rooting for the guy. But this was kind of strange to read.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Tigers, look, Verlander's story is really, really strange, and it sounds like he's not healthy, and they're going to give it a go anyway on Sunday, and this might be it for him.
It's not that he's not healthy. I think what he said in there was that his mechanics aren't quite there yet, but it's time to go. For him, it's like S or get off the pot. So I think there needs to be that distinction made, and hopefully that's all it is just, hey, it's for whatever reason, his mechanics aren't there.
The quote that doesn't, I'm trying to figure out, nobody sees the point in trying to delay this any further.
That sounds like it's a collective decision.
I get it, but I'm like, if you're not ready, why are they starting you? Am I wrong?
No, I don't think you're wrong. This whole thing is kind of weird.
Yeah, it's like he's broken, whatever it is, whether it's physically, mentally, mechanics, technique, but we're just going to put him out there anyways because we can't wait any longer. We don't think it's going to get better.
Right. Is 75% JV better than, 100% Flaherty or whatever the case is?
Cater was in the bullpen.
That's the thing. Cater Montero was pitching really well as a starter. So, I mean, they can always go back to it. That's the thing. You have the flexibility now because they're 14 games out. Under 500, I should say. I mean, it's going to take a Herculean task for them just to get back to 500, specifically by the trade deadline. They're going to get close to that.
If I were operating the organization, I would not be in give-up mode yet on this season, okay? Mm-hmm. 1. 2 is I'm okay with give-up mode because give-up mode means an elite sell-off and a quick rebuild, okay? Which I'm not against either. I think that makes a ton of sense. I want this to go one direction or the other, and that is they need to get white hot to justify trying to buy at the trade deadline because they're not good enough to win the World Series, so they'd have to add to this team, or they just need to sell pieces off. It surprises me then just a little bit that they are giving it a go with JV when they got Cater Montero coming out of the bullpen, and I feel like this is one of those deals that they'd be able to explain it and all the subtleties and nuance when it comes to putting a roster together. And, well, they need Cater for something else. They want to have him coming out of the pen this weekend. I don't know. But bottom line here is it just seems like a peculiar case story. And look, Scott Harris, the failed veteran pitcher thing has gotten a lot of attention, as it should. Maeda Cobb and now possibly this. But...
And then you sprinkle in some other acquisitions like a Charlie Morton.
Yeah, there's stuff that didn't work. And all GMs, I'm not holding up to a perfect standard. Yeah. They're gonna have some signings that backfire.
But there's a pattern here.
But at the end of the day, the veterans that he's taken chances on with injury, it has not worked out. Maybe that could stop. I don't want you're gonna have to sign some veterans. You should sign some veterans. But maybe whatever metrics you're using to determine that this injured guy's worth taking a chance on, maybe scrap that. And just sign veterans without health concerns. Now, some of this is emergency break glass. Verlander I don't think would be a Tiger if Reese Olson didn't get shut down. Is that a safe assumption?
I think that's safe.
Yep. So, anyway.
Well, and Jackson Jobe could be coming back to this team in August.
Yeah. But he's been a great Detroit Tiger. And again, if you're a big Verlander fan, you might want to go on Sunday because who knows what's going to happen next. Maybe it'll go great, but it feels like it's a bit of a roll of the dice.
Well, that's the other thing with the Tigers is the way this weekend sets up. You got a Skubal start tomorrow, followed by Troy Melton. So those are maybe your two best pitchers, and then you got the attraction that is Justin Verlander for Sunday. I imagine we're going to have really good crowds this weekend at Comerica Park, despite the fact that this team is 14 below 500.
Okay, I'm going to say something that might come across as a hot take, and I don't think it's very hot takey. Well, look,
from you?
Yeah, I don't think it's very hot takey. Maybe it's just Doug, but I kind of got an untouchable who was on that list yesterday
with the
Tigers. Okay. ESPN put out the list of the top 100 tradable guys in Major League Baseball, and Tarik Skubal was number 1. And there's a Tiger on there. I'm like, you know what? I'm not trading him. I'm not. And more and more people are talking about trading him, and maybe it's just me. And, untouchable is such a strong, I could be convinced otherwise, but I'm not interested at all. If the plan is to trade Skubal, I'm not trading Casey Mize. Casey Mize is entering the prime of his career. If you look at his numbers, he's having the best year of his career. His injuries this year are not arm related. And I'm not trying to start a full-scale rebuild. If I'm running the Tigers, I'm trying to quickly reload and compete again next year using the greatest accelerant at the trade deadline perhaps we've seen in years to fuel that rebuild in moving Tarik Skubal. And if you're losing one starting pitcher, I'm not interested in losing another. And I'm probably putting together a Framber-like contract where I got Framber, Mize, and Melton at the top, and maybe a free agent and Cater or Jackson Jobe, Reese Olson, some combination. You know, it feels to me like if you're going to trade Skubal, you got to keep Mize. Now, he's a free agent, so you have to sign him. But I can't believe how many people want to sell Skubal and Mize. That feels to me like going down a rebuild path.
Well, I think people get enamored when they think of top prospects you can get from other organizations. And, you know, if you trade both of these guys and end up with, 4 or 5 of the top 100 players in all of baseball, wouldn't you do that? And you're setting yourself back. And I don't want to be the team that's always trading away. I think at some point you got to trust what you have. And I agree with you with Mize. I don't know if he's necessarily untouchable, but he's pretty close to it for me.
Yeah,
he's a guy that I don't think is going to command a ridiculous contract in the offseason because he doesn't have a track record of being that guy. He can be awesome, and if I were Casey Mize, I'd probably push for like a 4-year deal so that you can capitalize on the next deal and bank on yourself that you got it. But I mean, we'll see what offers are thrown his way. But he's a guy that I do envision as part of this team's future, not just because he was the first pick overall in that draft, but because he's turning into a really good pitcher before our eyes, and it's taken a minute.
It has taken a minute, but
this isn't something that happened immediate success overnight.
His ERA, his WHIP, all that stuff is, and he's been set back by a different injury this year. But I'd be far more concerned if it were an elbow or a shoulder.
Yeah, and he looks on the mound like a much more confident pitcher, like he's more mentally tough.
Yeah,
but nonetheless, he still has had injuries, which sucks. Even though it's not arm related, is this always something with him?
And maybe, but at some point you got to that. I'm sitting here being critical of don't re-sign hurt pitchers, and I'm saying Casey Mize is untouchable. So it probably sounds, but I don't think Casey Mize injuries this year are anything related to what's happened in the past, and he probably needs a good offseason of just resting. But 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. It's Carson Anderson. By the way, Trajan Langdon's going to speak in the 11 o'clock hour. And there are some interesting breadcrumbs as it pertains to our Detroit Pistons. We will get to that coming up at 11:02. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1.
Summer is here, and if you didn't get your AC tuned up this spring, you're officially playing beat the clock against the Michigan humidity. Do not wait until you're sweating through a July heat wave to find out that your system is down. Do what I did and get ahead of it. Call Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling right now. Whether it's a quick AC check to keep those energy bills low or your pool boiler needs to tune up before the peak swimming season, these guys are the local pros. They know what they're doing. From hot showers to crisp living rooms, Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling has you covered. Visit them online at birminghamplumbingco.com. That's birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, Metro Detroit boiler experts.
I don't know. I don't know what prompted this text. And look, at the end of the day, we're more interested in your opinion than what you think of our opinion. If you disagree with our opinion, tell us why. But I'm not even sure what prompted this. Doug and Gator, I love you guys, but the positivity is a bit much. There's like 6 guys batting under 200. Come on, guys. Have we been even remotely? Like, what is he?
Is there sarcasm there?
I don't know. And we haven't, I don't know if we said anything positive today. We said this road trip sucks. No, AJ's culpable. This looks like a sell-off. What the F are you talking about? Kyle and Brighton, with the injuries in the back end of the bullpen, why not JV as a closer? Might preserve the body better. You know what? If he were still getting swings and misses, but...
Well, we haven't seen him pitch since the first weekend of the season.
Yeah. It doesn't sound like these simulated games have gone very well.
It doesn't sound like he's comfortable pitching.
No.
Something's off, and they're just like, there's nothing more we can do. You got to go out there and just pitch, right? Like, clearly something is not, he doesn't feel that he's 100%, whether it's, like I said, an injury or just his mechanics are off, and he's not sharp. But they're like, what more can we do? You got to pitch now.
And for him, he probably, I'm sure, feels a little guilty that he's taking money, from this franchise, and he hasn't pitched.
Greg says this whole show has been a dark cloud about the Tigers, which is reality. Well, Greg, it is. It is. I think my quote is they've undone all that they've done.
Yeah.
If they're worried about JB's longevity, why not keep Montero as a starter and have JB pitch out of the bullpen, significantly less pitch count, and keep him healthier longer? It's from Johnny at work. If he's not going to be a starter, I'm not sure there's a role for him out of the bullpen, in which case there just might not be a roster spot for him, but we'll see how this goes. Maybe putting him on a mound, and I don't know, feels like a bit of a Hail Mary, to be honest, based upon his words.
Yeah, but I also have a hard time thinking he couldn't pitch out of the bullpen. I mean, he doesn't have to. When I hear bullpen, I think most people think, oh, he's got to pitch in late innings in leverage situations. Well, no. You can come into the game in a 6th inning and just get 3 outs in the 6th inning.
You can. I mean, a low leverage kind of.
Hey, we're behind by a bunch of runs. We're taking out the starting pitcher. You're not conceding anything, but hey, can you just keep us afloat here for an inning or two? I mean, that could work out too, but let him pitch Sunday, see where he's at. And I think this is where it sounds like this is where the Tigers are. Hey, it's time to find out. Let's go.
Yep.
Like another start isn't going to do you good in a rehab start. Another simulated start's not going to do any good. We need to find out. We're going to throw you to the wolves, sink or swim here on Sunday.
Jeff in Bay City writes in, if this is JV's swan song, his say goodbye start, so he can walk off the mound, is this JV's swan song, say goodbye start, so he can walk off the mound at Comerica Park? I mean, it could be. I don't know. I would say, I go back to, maybe this is the positivity. I go back to what I said earlier. If I were running this team, I wouldn't be giving up just yet and say, let's give him this. If he's the start, if something doesn't feel right and you don't see the point, would you do that yet?
I don't know. I wonder if they're going to do some damage control on this now that this article is out there. Like, is this really how you meant for it to sound?
Yeah.
Justin, do you want to say something?
What?
AJ, you want to say something?
It's a free press story. You read it, right?
Yeah.
And is there any chance we're misinterpreting what he said?
I don't know. I don't think so.
I think I try not to think about the millions and millions of dollars wasted on these old pitchers and where it could have gone, like a freaking bat. Yep.
Well, there's that.
I mean, I've said it. Scott Harris signing, and that's the big difference between Mize and like Cobb and Verlander. Mize is 28. Those guys, maybe he's 29, but he's still right in the prime of his career. These other guys that he has struck deals with injured players have been mid to late 30s. Yeah. So I'm not trading Casey Mize. If the plan's to trade Scooba, I'm hanging on to Mize. Trade Mize talk makes no sense to me. Guy's a solid end of rotation, even mid pitcher. He's no number one and shouldn't be paid as such, but the right price, he's a keeper in my books. That's from Kevin and Evan. That's why I said I didn't know if this is a hot take because Mize's name keeps showing up as a tradable asset, And for me, he's damn near untouchable.
Well, and the reason he's a tradable asset, why it comes up, is that people that write these stories will look at bad teams and see who are the good players on bad teams other good teams might covet.
Mm-hmm.
And when you look at it on a stat line and you see Casey Mize's numbers, you're like, whoa, those are pretty good numbers. And hey, you know what? He's a free agent at the end of the season. Would it make sense to go ahead for this team to go out there and acquire a starting pitcher that's got a 2.58 earned run average this season? And it was looked pretty good. And that, I think that's where the story starts from. I don't know if it's realistic or not.
Yeah, but I mean, from the outside looking in, you just mentioned it, Gator, that everything says that guy's tradable, right? But so if you're the Tigers, Doug, and you don't want to trade him, he's untouchable or whatever, you got to have some kind of assurance that he's going to come back because he is an unrestricted free agent in the year. Otherwise, you lose him for nothing.
Yeah, they would be in contract talks and make sure that something's going to go. We'll be able to get a deal done here.
I feel like we buried the lead too.
What's that?
Waguespack pitched 2 shutout innings last night.
More text. I've been an A.J. Hinch and Harris supporter. However, it's absolutely inexcusable that Jones, Outman, and Perez are on the roster. They have proven they cannot help the Tigers win. Perez has helped the Tigers win. He's had some cold stretches. Outman.
But his last month, Wenzel Perez has played, the last 3 weeks or so, he's played very well.
Yeah. The Jones thing, keep refreshing Twitter.
And Outman hasn't done anything outside the first day.
Yep.
I mean, I remember we got replies to a tweet because he hit the home run. I'm like, all right, I guess we'll all shut up now is what I tweeted out, something like that. And then there were immediate replies to that tweet. Yeah, that'll be his total output as a Tiger. And I'm thinking to myself, you might be right.
Yep.
But we'll take it for the first game. And now he's played several games and has done very little. So I always thought he's just
we were trying to figure that out from the day.
He's a placeholder.
Yeah, probably. My favorite observation from last night is that Skubal will be traded. That's from an unnamed texter. Next one, it's beyond a gut punch for them to come out this way in a season with such promise and investment. We hold on to our ace and then blow the first half. So disappointing. It is. It is. And there's at this point, I think what we're talking about and what's really critical here is that they at least define themselves, and then it's up to Scott Harris to reload. Okay, this is an organization that there's still a minor league system that's rather promising and that can provide some help next year. This is a team that is going to have to replace one of the best pitchers in the game, but you've got to get something back. And if you didn't hear yesterday's show, we had the comments from Jeff Passan and that story where they said that they're going to get a haul for Skubal, even though he's a rental. And that's an encouraging thing. And I like an independent voice who's talking to people around the league. And look, the national people have never backed off Skubal's getting traded.
Yeah, and every loss that's added to this column brings you closer and closer to the realization it's going to happen.
Yep.
If they continue to just flounder and not make a move to try to get towards 500, try to get towards that wild card spot, it just becomes inevitable. And then and at some point there's going to be that line drawn in the sand. Okay, we made up our mind, and then you throw out the bat signal and say we're open for business.
Yep. And there's a chance to capitalize on this situation and make the best of the bad situation, but you got to do it right, Scott Harris. This has to be a better return than what Avila got through purges in the mid-teens.
Yeah, I mean, we've got both general managers working under Chris Ilitch that are under the gun to make sure that you get the right trade done for this giant trade piece that you have.
Bill's in Birmingham and on 97.1. Hello, Bill.
Hi. I was just going to question whether we can officially say that Spencer Torkelson is a bust. I mean, this is getting so ridiculous. The guy's batting always near 200. Yeah, I know he's hit 30 home runs, I think it was one year, or 25. But he always comes up to bat, it seems like, and strikes out, when we need a timely hit. I know he won a couple of games this summer. I will give him that. But outside of that, I mean, how long do you hang on to this guy?
So, Bill, he doesn't fit the profile that Scott Harris said he wants in hitters. I don't know that it's much longer. I mean, the problem is you have to have a better alternative. Okay, so you have to either know you're going to get a guy in free agency, have a trade struck, or somebody on the. So I hear where you're coming from. The frustration's there, but you can. Torque has hit 30 bombs in a season. You can replace him with somebody who's actually worse.
Well, the thing is, 30 home runs at his price, because he doesn't cost you much, it's actually kind of cost effective at this point. But yeah, he's a free agent in a couple of years. You got to make your decision because first base that's a position where you need production, consistent production.
248-539-9797. We'll talk some Pistons as there's more breadcrumbs out there. That's next, 97.1.
Brought to you by Michigan Auto Law. In the NBA today, late last night, it was reported that Washington Wizards guard Trae Young is planning to opt out of his contract, making him a free agent this summer. However, Brian Windhorst went on ESPN earlier today and shed some light on the situation. Also in the association today, the Knicks are celebrating their first championship in 53 years with their ticker tape parade. The NYPD says it deployed 10,000 officers to patrol Lower Manhattan today. That is the largest deployment of officers in the city's history. Pierre LeBrun reported in The Athletic this morning that Red Wings forward Patrick Kane wants to play another season in the NHL next year, but is mulling over where that is. LeBrun said his understanding is that the Red Wings want him back in Hockeytown next season. There's 4 more World Cup games today as the group stage continues. There's a big match at 9 p.m. tonight as Mexico and South Korea meet after both won their first match in Group A. And this U.S. Open leaderboard update is sponsored by your Metro Detroit Jeep dealers. Rory McIlroy was off to a good start, but he just recorded a bogey to move back to 1 under for the moment. That makes Sam Burns the lone leader on the course right now through 4 holes. Keegan Bradley and Graham McDowell each 1 under as well. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Let's go to Brett in Grand Rapids here on 97.1. Hello, Brett.
Hey, how you guys doing, man? I got a question for you.
All right.
I mean, you guys talk about how great Scott Harris is at building the minor league system and outfitting out the whole organization. What makes you think he's got any ability to make good trades?
We're not sure of that, Brett. We're not sure of that. And in fact, I mean, we haven't mentioned it today, but we've talked about it in the past. This is a huge test of Scott Harris's skill set.
I don't want him making this test. I don't want him around. I think he should be the president of baseball operations, and we need to hire a GM.
Well, you want to do that today?
I would rather do it before he makes these mistake trades.
Well, we'll see what he gets out of this. First of all, what you mentioned probably isn't going to happen. He is unproven in this regard. He got the job for a reason. And if you're going to hire a guy, you better let him do the job you hired him to do.
And I mean, I guess technically Jeff Greenberg is the general manager of the Detroit Tigers. Scott Harris is president of baseball operations. But I think we all kind of feel that Scott Harris is the guy who makes all the deals. But I guess what in the past has really bummed you out about the trades that he's made?
Okay, Trey Sweeney for Flaherty. That's one.
Well, they got Lorenzo. They got Lorenzo as part of that.
Hold on, Brett. They did get some prospects that still are promising, and Flaherty they traded and got him back.
Well, yeah, they got him back as a free agent, way overpriced. Framber Valdez for $35 million. Every one of his decisions he's made as a GM when it comes to player personnel, and I'm not talking about drafts because we don't know, because just because McGonigal's good doesn't mean every other one that he's ever drafted is going to turn out to be a McGonigal.
Well, it's still pretty early in his career. He has overseen this team through 2 playoff runs, and sometimes the best trades are the ones you don't make, and that other people are calling about. But Brett, as far as his ability to make this trade, it's a fair question, and it's one we've asked in the past of whether or not, the guy, can he pull this off? I'm not completely sold that he can pull this off. If you're going to trade the best asset in baseball at the trade deadline, that's perhaps been available for the best that's been available in years, you better do it right. And he has some proving to do, and he and Jeff Greenberg and his whole team has some proving to do.
Framber Valdez has made 15 starts this year for the Tigers. 9 of them, he's gone at least 5 innings and given up 2 earned runs or less.
Yeah,
he's been pretty good. He's had bad starts that result in ballooning his ERA, but 9 of the 15 have been very good.
Yeah, and ultimately he's responsible for the product. This disappointment's on his shoulders, but the last couple of years when he was in charge, they've had very satisfying seasons. And a lot of it had to do with the previous GM, but he figured out which guys to keep and which guys not to. I mean, they could have pulled the plug on some players that were struggling through some hard times, but have helped them win.
Yeah.
Now he doesn't have a stamp of approval that is written in stone. This isn't. This isn't like Brad Holmes. I'm a Brad bot, but I'm not a Scott Harris
sycophant.
Yeah.
No, nor am I. I mean, I'm intrigued by what he's done with his drafting decisions. Mm-hmm. And it's not just because McGonigal's paid off. I'm excited about Max Clark. And then that was a real decision to make. Do you go with Max Clark or do you go with somebody who's going to be more ready to play in the major leagues at that time? And He's drafted shortstops in the last couple of drafts here. So I'm curious to see how these guys do matriculate through the minors. Those are just the top picks, let alone everybody else that you've got.
Oh.
But he still has plenty to prove. I don't know if we don't have much of a track record with trades, right? You've got Flaherty. You've got the trade that he didn't make, that he looked like he had a trade with the Dodgers done for Eduardo Rodriguez.
Yeah.
Obviously, that backfired at the last minute. But he hasn't made that many trades. Last year, the deadline, I think what upset people was they didn't trade for enough good talent in return. They got Kyle Finnegan. Outside of that, not a whole lot.
I will almost guarantee, though, or I shouldn't say that. Just keep in mind, people might have been asking for Kevin McGonigal.
Well, sure. I mean, that's the other thing is you don't know what the asking price is.
But we'll see what he does here. There's not a blanket approval rating of Scott Harris here.
And I can understand people like the previous caller being anxious about Scott Harris having the Skubal chip to trade and not being confident that he's going to get something in return that's going to be to his liking. But can't criticize it until it happens or doesn't happen.
Well,
now he's already got his flag planted. He doesn't want him here. But if you think that you're going to hire a GM, get him in place, it's going to, at this kind of time frame, I guess that's kind of crazy.
Yeah. Let's go to Mark in East Point. Hello, Mark.
Hey, how you doing?
What's up?
Well, I think I got a little bit of a different take. I mean, baseball has changed a little bit over these last few years, and what we're seeing from these guys, I mean, you look at like Vladimir Guerrero, Tatis, Machado, they're all struggling. I mean, Guerrero's got 3 homers. So we're talking about trading Torkelson or trading Mize or trading Skubal. I mean, I kind of have a different take. I would re-sign Torkelson. I mean, he's got 12 bombs right now.
He's arbitration eligible, okay? So he is on a very team-friendly contract where he doesn't take up a lot of money. And, if you want to move beyond Torkelson, that's fine. You just have to be sure you've got somebody better or you're going to get better elsewhere. It's hard to find a player that makes $4 million.
Absolutely. I'm just saying when we go to add a bat right now in the major leagues, I mean, you look at Kyle Tucker last year, he got an enormous contract. You're not going to get a guy hitting 300 that even has 20 homers for less than probably 40, 50 million, the way these contracts are. So you got to kind of stick with what you got a little bit, and then you look at Skubal or Mize. I don't know if they want to be here or not. If they don't want to be here, then you got to trade them. But at that point, I think if not, you gotta sign them because you're not going to give away something just for a chance at somebody to come in from a prospect standpoint when prospects are probably 60% misses. If you look at past trades that have happened, overall from high value guys. I mean, there's endless amounts. There's very few that end up turning out to be studs or all-stars like we have with Mize or Skubal.
Well, you're right about the down year for a lot of big-time sluggers. It's a real down season, and for baseball as a whole, I feel like it's kind of like a down year for the hitter. At least it certainly was to start the season. Things are starting to pick up. First base is just one of those positions you got to have production out of. And 12 home runs looks good, but the 29 RBIs that go with it in 73 games, that's not good. The fact that he struck out 95 times in the 73 games, that's not good either. And I'm a huge Torque fan, and I want him to succeed so badly, but it's just been so inconsistent. In every year, it's inconsistent. This year, it feels like it's worse, and he's hitting at 204. And now he's had some bad luck, sure. He does hit the ball hard, but it's that swing and miss stuff that drives you nuts.
And there's too much of it, but
way too much.
How many guys, do you have stats in front of you?
I do.
How many guys in the majors are hitting over 300 right now? And it's only to point out how all these offensive numbers are way down.
Correct. Yeah, there aren't many. There are, in the Major League Baseball, there are
qualified hitters.
I mean, there's 8. 8.
That's pretty crazy. It is a year of pitching and defense, apparently. But 248-539-9797, TJ in Farmington. What's up, TJ?
Hey, Doug, how's it going?
Good, sir.
I was just going to comment about the Skubal situation. I mean, I think that there's a team that hasn't really been mentioned too much, at least that I've heard nationally or locally. Atlanta seems like they could be a pretty good suitor for him. They have injuries with Strider and some other guys in their rotation right now, and they have the money and the flexibility to at least try to put a deal on the table that'll be good enough if they were to trade for Skubal. So I wasn't sure what your take on possibly Atlanta getting him would be. And I have another question, but I just wanted your take on that.
So their names come up a little bit, but not a ton. And certainly I would think that they are a possibility. They've got some pitching in their organization that they could send back, some young pitching that might make some sense for Detroit. But they haven't been a team that I can personally say I've done a deep dive on because their name isn't as prominent. Scott, do you have any thoughts on Atlanta?
And they have a couple prospects in the top 60. They're both pitchers. But
that's what I'm talking about.
But it's two wildly different. I think their timeline is way a ways. Cam Caminiti is their top prospect, and he's at high A ball right now. Their second prospect is actually playing with the Braves right now. So, and the third prospect is at high A ball. He's a second baseman, shortstop. So I don't know if they have enough from the prospect pool. I mean, if I'm the Tigers and I'm looking at what the Dodgers have to offer and what the Braves have to offer, it's not even a question.
The Dodgers are loaded with bats.
Yeah.
And it's mostly bats.
And then my other question real quick would just be, do you see any possibility of someone like Luis Arraez maybe even being a target? I was surprised in the offseason that no one really went after him, and San Francisco, of all teams, kind of reached out and pulled the trigger on a deal with him, and he's hitting well above 300. And
he's one of the best hitters in the game.
He's the second best hitter in baseball right now, at 326.
Are we talking about a trade?
Yeah, I know the Giants aren't really in the market to have, someone like Skubal come there, but I just don't see a way that getting a bat like that wouldn't be on the table if we need one more down the stretch. But it's a left-handed bat, so I could see. Do you think there's maybe an overload in left-handed bats already?
Let me just take a look here, because what his contract that he signed with them is a one-year deal. He'd be a rental. They'd have to get back into it. They'd have to reel off 10 of 12 here for it to make sense. Now, I've said all along, if you're in it, even if you're in it, okay, they cut the wild card chase to 2.5 games at the trade deadline, and they can't buy, I'd sell. And it's not because I don't think they're good enough to make the playoffs if they cut it that much. If they've cut it that much, it's that they're not good enough to win the World Series. So even if you get back into play, and you make a buy move, yeah, Arraez would be great, but
you talking about a guy who knows the strike zone? How many times he struck out this year?
I'm going to guess not a lot. 7.
Well, that'd be ridiculous. Wait, he's not Tony Gwynn. 13. 13 in 316 plate appearances.
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Summer is right around the corner, and there's never been a better time than right now to drive home a brand new Chevy from Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield. Lease the all-new 2026 Chevy Silverado for just $189 a month. If you need something sporty and something versatile, get the 2026 Chevrolet Trailblazer. That's only $219 a month. Or cruise into summer in a stylish 2026 Chevy Trax. That's just $249 a month. And every one of these incredible offers comes with just $1,999 down. So whether you need a tough truck, a family SUV, or the perfect everyday ride, Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield has your summer savings waiting right now. So hurry in today, or you can shop online at sarahchevrolet.com. Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield, where great deals and great service come together at 696 and Telegraph in Southfield. They're open every Saturday. Dealer fees extra. Offers are subject to approval and availability. See dealer for complete details, and together, let's drive.
Doug Karsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Look, we were talking during the commercial break, and it's interesting. We live in a world where it feels like people are quick to determine either everything sucks or is great. And there's a lot of nuance and a lot of in between. And stories sometimes take time to unfold. Do I know that Scott Harris is going to make some great trades if they're selling? No, I don't. But he was hired to do a job. You got to I would imagine if you hired an employee, you should let him do the job. He's never had a major possibility here, right? This is his first really big time possible move. And, from a sell standpoint, he could have tried to buy. As time goes by, we'll see if he was right in not selling off prospects. Because we have examples of Steve Yzerman not making moves for a longer period of time, and it doesn't feel like his prospect pools have rewarded him for hanging on to guys. Harris didn't sell McGonigal. I'm sure people asked about McGonigal, and McGonigal's rewarding him for not selling him, right?
Right. So,
Harris is here. The one caller wants him gone, doesn't want to make in this decision. It's the first time he's had something like this, most likely, that he, could sell off a very coveted piece. And, I think it's fair to actually see the results before we judge that he can't do that. But that was not really on the mind of the caller. 248-539-9797. Dale in Plymouth. Hi, Dale.
Hi, how you doing? You guys are phenomenal. I really enjoy listening to you.
Thank
you for taking my call.
Sure.
This is really a straightforward question. How the heck, and I know you've probably talked about this before, how is Chicago, what magic did they pull off that we can't seem to do that took them from the bottom to the top in 1 year? And that's basically all I want to know.
Well, they made an international signing that was massive for them, getting a Japanese player who, hit the scene this year and hit 20 home runs real quickly, and then unfortunately for them got hurt, and that might stunt their growth a bit. But they've hit on some young prospects that they have, and this is a little bit earlier than they expected it to, but they've got a lot of good young players right now.
Okay, well, thank you. I just wondered if there was some formula they had that Harris just hasn't been able to put his finger on. That's all.
Well, let's be fair. The Tigers have been that team the last couple of years that have probably overachieved in terms of what people expected from them. But
I mean,
they're underachieving this year. Let's be clear, too.
Colson Montgomery's a young player they have. He's got 19 home runs this year. They went out there and got Murakami, and Murakami hit 20 home runs in 57 games before he got hurt. And I don't know if he was leading the majors. He was close to leading the majors at that time. And they've got some young players. Miguel Vargas is a good young player for that team. But it's not all hitting. You got to pitch too. But in that ballpark, when the ball flies out there, they've got a nice lineup of players to work with. And we'll see where they are when all is said and done. I don't know if Chicago's going to stay on top of the division. But with Cleveland having issues because Jose Ramirez is out for probably 5 more weeks, that could stunt what they do and still give Chicago an opportunity to stay on top. But we'll find out. We'll find out how good they really are. Is this just was this just a really hot start for them?
There is some Red Wing reporting out there that we will get to coming up a little bit later on. Is another report about a player that could end up in Detroit. That'll be in the noon hour. In the meantime, Trajan Langdon, president of basketball operations with the Pistons, is speaking to the media as we speak. He did clear up something, Kang. You just one of the beat reporters, because there was stuff going around social media, and we always try and keep it to the most credible of sources. It said the Pistons have reached out to Malik Beasley, and Beasley's camp was interested in returning. And what's the tweet, Kang?
Yeah, this one's from Hunter Patterson, who covers the Pistons for The Athletic, and he said that Langdon said himself at this presser right now that he and the Pistons have not had any conversations with Malik Beasley. And so as far as we're all concerned, and as far as we know, that he's still under investigation by the NBA. Any team otherwise would have had a chance to sign him. He's obviously not in the NBA. So I just feel like people need, I've said this for a while now, you guys know that people need to move on from Beasley anyways, but that's from Langdon's mouth, that they haven't had any conversations with Beasley's camp.
Has he, I know he's speaking right now, has there been a tweet that is about anything that he has Has he confirmed anything or
no? Just the
Probably
fact that with the 21st overall pick, that they're more likely to move up than back or out of the draft. So they
Interesting.
might get aggressive in the draft. As far as if they stay at 21, according to Patterson, that Langdon said that they're looking for the best player available, and it is hard to find a shooter. So, or unlikely to find a high quality shooter. And so at that point, they're just looking for the best player to help their team. BPA,
Interesting.
right?
Okay, thank you. Now, the Pistons are linked to another free agent. And this one comes from Michael Scotto of Hoops Hype, who reports that the Pistons are among the teams that have a contact that have shown interest in Austin Reeves from the Lakers, who averaged 23-3 last year, shot 49% from the field, 5.5 assists, and 4.7 rebounds per game. And he cites the Athletics Dan Wolke, who says Brooklyn, Atlanta, and Detroit are interested in pursuing Reeves. Now, he can re-sign with the Lakers for more money than he can re-sign with anybody else. But they got a cap expert that said if Detroit renounces Trajan Langdon, Kevin Huerter, Malik Beasley, waives Duncan Robinson, trades Karis LeVert, and one of Paul Reed or Marcus Sasser, and declined Tolu Smith's $2.4 million team option, they could clear the cap space to afford Reeves. Now, as he points out, ultimately there's a strong belief within league circles that the Lakers will offer Reeves close to or the full max, and he'll stay in LA. So that's one topic. But here's another. We now have credible reports that the Pistons have called on Trey Murphy, that they have called on Kyrie, and that they've shown interest in Austin Reeves. And now Trajan, just at a press conference at this hour, has talked about trading up in the draft. The big move that fans have been clamoring for in Detroit for all our teams, my money's now on the Pistons being the team that does it. Their name is associated and been included in a lot of stuff from credible sources. And now he's saying he might move up in the draft.
Well, that was with the draft. Also, according to Hunter Patterson, Langdon spoke that the Pistons will be very thoughtful and intentional in improving the team this offseason. But he does mention they aren't interested in giving up too many assets to do so.
Well, I mean, that's fine. That's a different quote because a year ago at this time was when he gave the quote, "I don't anticipate being very aggressive." And that's kind of summing up what he said. I mean, this is interesting. Are you reading the breadcrumbs here? Do you think Trajan's going to go big or bigger this offseason?
I don't know if I do.
Don't you?
I mean, you see things that they're not looking to give up any assets in the trade market. So, I mean, what are the assets? If an asset is Ron Holland, and they're not willing to give up Ron Holland to make a trade,
we don't know if what he's referencing.
Yeah,
he said too many assets, right? It wasn't that he wasn't afraid to give up assets. He didn't want to give up too many.
It says many assets. Well, whatever it is.
Yeah.
It's when it comes. So does that sound like you're going to give up a bunch of first round picks?
That would seem like too many. Like you'd be putting a limit on that.
So I don't know if we're going to see a ton done here, other than free agent wise.
Could be a free agent.
I think it could sign some free agents, but I don't know if it'll be. I think it might be on the margins again.
Well, I'll say this. It's more encouraging than a year ago when he flat out said, I don't anticipate.
Well, he did say that. You're right. A year ago, he did say on the margins. So I don't know. We shall see. I think he's somebody who plays things so close to the vest, and he's so vanilla when he talks.
Well,
and I don't mind that, by the way. It is who he is. I think it's curious.
Less than what he talks. More so, I'm intrigued with who people are saying he's calling about. Kyrie, Trey Murphy, and Austin Reeves. 248-539-9797. Piston fans, what do you make of this? It is Carson Anderson on a Thursday on 97.1. Doug Karsch, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Talk a little bit about Trajan Langdon meeting with the media. And look, I think there's some breadcrumbs there. I think this team might be more aggressive than perhaps, certainly than Gator thinks, although it's certainly more aggressive than last year. It appears, given the fact that their name has been associated from credible reports that they've called about Trey Murphy, they've called about Kyrie, and now there's a report that they've shown interest in Austin Reeves. There is some speculation in the media about what Jalen Duren might get, and I'll be intrigued to know if what fans think of it. We will get to that coming up today at 11:38. Kang, you're a Kyrie fan. You think that this could work in Detroit?
Yeah, I mean, from a basketball perspective, I actually think he's like the perfect type of player they need. Someone who can handle the ball. I mean, he's got, one of the, if not best handles in the league. He's got playoff and championship experience. He can make a bucket, create his own bucket. He can shoot from three. From that standpoint, I think it's perfect. Now, the cons are obviously he hasn't played basketball in over a year and a half. Some say he's, mentally not what you would want on a team and a bad locker room guy. I would dispute that, especially how he's been in Dallas. I think he's matured a lot, and I think he's admitted some mistakes he's made in the past. And I don't think it would cost you a ton to get him. So I think that type of move is more realistic. Like, I don't think they're going to get. Well, I don't have a problem talking about the big name guys like Porter Jr. and Trey Murphy, but I don't think they're going to be able to go there, or Austin Reeves. I just think the asking price is too much. But I do think they're going to go something above marginal, which was last year he said on the margins, right? And I think the in between move is a guy like Kyrie, where it's kind of like above the margins, but not a big splash move, because I just don't. I feel they want to continue this escalating, progression that they have, and I don't know if they're willing to go over the top for it and give up, maybe one of the core guys. And I'm not saying they should, but it takes an aggressive move.
Well, it's faith in what you have or not, right? It's okay. I expect that the guys that we have on this team, because we're a young basketball team, I expect them to grow and take another big step forward next year that will help erase the bad taste in your mouth from this past season. But I don't know if you'd fully trust that. So it's a tough position to be in, and then you got to worry about salary caps and all that. I've floated the idea. Kenny and I been talking about Kyrie Irving for months. I floated that idea 3 or 4 months ago, and I find it curious just because of the talent that he is. But yeah, there's a ton of risk because he hasn't played forever, and because you don't really know what you're getting outside of what you see on the court, which might be a big deal.
248-539-9797. Yeah, look, what you'd be getting is a proven player.
Mm-hmm.
You'd be taking on something that you don't quite know what you're getting, how you fit in the room and all that. I would hope that they would do a lot of due diligence. The word is he's not as available as people think, so we'll see. In the meantime, the New York Times is speculating about the future of Jalen Duren. Duren is eligible for a contract, a 5-year contract worth up to $287.1 million. New York Times reports a 5-year, $200 million deal would value him at $40 million a year, keep him in Detroit through much of his prime. That feels like a potential endpoint. How would you feel about a 5-year, $40 million deal?
Well, it's better than a 5-year, $50 million deal or whatever, but I know a lot of people are soured on Jalen Duren based on what happened in this most recent postseason, and there's reason for that. He literally had half the production that he had, what he was averaging in the regular season. I think that it had to be some sort of an anomaly. I mean, there's got to be some reason to explain away why that was. I think part of it might just be that his deficiencies, but he's going to have to get better. But he's only 22 or 23 years old. He'll get better. He's not a finished product. This is a very productive player for this team this past season. He was, second team All-NBA or third team All-NBA? He's really good, but he had a horrible postseason for him. I think it's one of these things you say, yuck, throw it in the garbage and move on. Tobias Harris was labeled as a bad postseason performer based off of, 2 bad postseasons he had with Philadelphia, and he ended up, scoring 20 points a game and 8 straight for the Pistons in the playoffs. So things can change. You're not defined, certainly not defined who you are at 22 years old. I don't have any problem if let's say another team sign him to an offer sheet for that, and then the Pistons matched it, I'm not going to have a problem with that because I think he's good.
A team can. I think the most they can offer is less than $40 million per year. Kang, do you know the number? Isn't it less than $40 million a year over 5 years?
What another team can offer?
Yeah, I think the max that another team can offer is actually less than $40 million.
Well, then that's even better. Then you match that offer.
Yep.
But I think there's no question that Jalen Duren lost some money in this postseason.
Yeah.
But he's still, I think, a huge part of this team's future.
Am I wrong on this, Kang?
I believe it's less. I thought the number was like $177 million over like is it 4 or 5 years?
5 years.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Because, in which case you just sit back and see what other teams offer, and then you can match it, and you'd be in great shape.
Yeah, I think it's 4 years max, $177 million from teams outside Detroit.
Yeah. So Langdon said that he wants to get extensions done with both players, Thompson and Duren, but that they haven't started those conversations yet. He also said that you will never know when those conversations take place.
He said, "What do you mean?"
I think he doesn't want anybody to know when it's happening. He's just being secretive about it.
Gotcha.
Like, you guys, we're not telling you.
Well, I wouldn't be so. Listen, I'm hoping Jalen Duren gets better. I think he will get better, Gator. But the argument against that is that obviously he won't get better. And just because he's young doesn't mean that he's going to hit his ceiling. Like, you look at a DeAndre Ayton, who had similar type numbers in Phoenix, and look at him now. He's nowhere near the player that they probably thought he was going to be when he was the number 1 overall pick. So I think you got to guard against that. I mean, the sweet spot probably is right around. I'd love to be like at $39 million, you know what I mean? But he's probably going to get north of $40 million per year was what I would predict.
I'd be okay with $40 million range. Okay, first of all, you can go over the cap in this league, and our owner's shown that he would do that. Secondly, if they're comfortable doing it, that tells me that they think he can be a much more productive offensive player than he was in the postseason. 248-539-9797.
I just wanted to read the quote. Amari Sankofa tweeted this out. He said, Langdon smiled when asked about extension talks with Duren and Thompson and said, quote, "There haven't been at this point. And to be honest, you'll never know how those conversations are going."
Okay.
So, again, he's a guy who keeps it close to his vest.
Bobby in Dearborn, you're on 97.1. Hello, Bobby.
Yeah, how you doing, gentlemen?
What's up?
Great, man. I wanted to shoot this at you guys and see what you can give me back. Okay, I'm looking at Chet Holmgren for OKC. He was a first rounder, right?
Yeah.
Pretty much the face of the team over there. He won the championship last year.
I mean, SGA is the MVP, but
right. How did he look in the playoffs this year? How did he look against San Antonio?
Not as good.
Okay, so if we're talking about Duren, who's a 22-year-old, right?
Yeah.
Who's made progression. He played his first playoff. If he's not worth $40 million based off the market, then tell me how is it that Chet Holmgren is not getting even more criticism for the way he plays?
Well, because we don't do the show in Oklahoma City.
Okay, what I'm trying to say,
Bobby, we're not.
You guys are pretty rational. Yeah, you're pretty rational. What I'm saying is, you got idiots calling in and say, "Hey, we need to trade Duren and blah." Come on, man.
Well, it's not trade him. It's not re-sign him. It's not re-sign him, is what they're saying.
I got you.
Yep.
He's not. No, we're not talking about what he's worth. What he should get paid and what he's worth right now at 22 shouldn't be the main topic. You know what I mean? I don't understand it. It's like, dude, don't start talking about this guy's money like he has control over the market. Come on. It's his first playoff. Give him a break. Give him his money, right? Let him train. Show him how to play ball, right? A lot of it has to do with how our defense is good, but our offense is garbage. When we start talking about how
they need to take care of the ball better. They have to distribute it better. There's no question about that. That's actually something that Trajan Langdon talked about today. They have to find more ball handlers. I think what Bobby said is actually kind of spot on when it talks about the money. In the NBA, when you talk about free agency and all that, money is slotted more than anything else. Yep. In baseball contracts or in football contracts, it's different. It can vary wildly from one player to the next. But in basketball, it's pretty set in stone what you got, particularly this age in your career. So, I mean, I guess you're just asking yourself, do you think that is this a team in the future you see winning with Jalen Duren or without Jalen Duren? And if it's with, then the money just falls where it falls.
feel like that was some sort of accidental argument.
No, I think he was hostile with other people, not with us, but he was hostile with other people.
It's Carson Anderson and 97.1.
Hey, you've heard me talking about how great Shana Roofing is for a while now, right? But don't just take my word for it, okay? Here's an actual review that we found online. What a great team of workers and a wonderful company. We were extremely pleased with the beautiful results. The employees were friendly and very respectful of our property. They worked diligently throughout the day, only taking a break for lunch. And although the job was a messy one, when they left, there was not one scrap, not one tile or piece of trash left on our property. A job well done. I would recommend Shana Roofing for any and all your roofing needs. Look, this is a company that's been around for over 30 years. For over 30 years of trusted service and a proven track record serving Michigan homeowners. And they've got peace of mind because every roof installation comes with a lifetime transferable warranty. And let me tell you something. Having a lifetime transferable warranty is magical when you decide if you want to move. That sticks with the house, and that's a huge selling point. Get your quote today from the guys that know what they're doing about it. It's Shana Roofing. You can visit mymichiganroof.com, and remember the name Shana Roofing for windows and siding as well. And it's the name that Michigan trusts. Again, go to mymichiganroof.com.
So I'm sitting around last night, and my youngest comes up to me and says, "Dad, I was listening to your show today." I said, "You were?" And he goes, "Yeah, I was at work. I listened to the show." I said, "Oh, cool. Any thoughts?" You know what he said?
I don't know.
I can't wait to try that McDonald's apple pie.
See, kid knows.
It's been discontinued for 34 years. And we brought it up yesterday that it's coming back. We lost Scott Anderson for 5 minutes over your enthusiasm. And you got my son amped up to try this thing. And it's actually gone.
Is done.
The kids think Gator's cool. But this thing's kind of gone viral. Of all the things we've done on Are You Going to Eat That? I don't know if I've seen one with just universal excitement as much as the McDonald's fried apple pie that they're bringing back.
It's when you combine texture with flavor, things really seem to work. Oh, King knows this. We watch a lot of Food Network and a lot of these judging shows. They always talk about they want the texture element of it. And, apple pie is great.
Mm-hmm.
Whether it's warm or cold, it's great. But when you deep fry the apple pie like McDonald's can do, and you get that crunch, and it's that filling that kind of sticks to the crust as well, and it combines for a perfect bite. It's a marvel to me what they've been able to accomplish with that, and it's also mysterious to me why they let it go for over 30 years.
Doug, does this mean you're gonna have to stop by a McDonald's?
It might, yeah.
Wow,
stop by a McDonald's, yeah.
Anyone sees him there, take a picture and send it.
Maybe I'll take a picture myself.
Like a Bigfoot sighting.
Yeah, right.
He's he's a good kid, and doesn't always make the best choices. We've talked about that, but he, he'll get rewarded with a McDonald's apple pie. Actually, he'll go on his own. Who am I kidding? He can drive. He's got a job. He makes his own money. He doesn't need dad.
He's 12.
Yeah, right. Got this 19-year-old. Daddy's going to take you to McDonald's. No, he can go on his own, and he'll go on his own. But he is fired up because of you.
Go for a la mode, too, man. Get the soft serve.
248, if the machine works, right?
Well, that
ain't working. It ain't working.
Yeah.
Not that I've ever ordered it. I just see that the people say the machines never work.
That machine is about as available as Justin Verlander this year.
Wow.
It's like when they start the machine at McDonald's, they're like, we're not sure it's going to work, but screw it. We got to put it out there.
We got to
throw it out there
until
Sunday.
it doesn't. It's all we can say.
Who knows? Good luck.
We got 3 cones and
Let's go to Rich in Detroit. You're next on 97.1. Hello, Rich.
How y'all doing?
What's
all
up?
right.
All right, I just want to respond to that last caller. Basically, he kind of discredited one because he said that this is Doran's first playoff.
It was his second, yeah.
His first.
It's a second.
So I think Doran money should be based off of what he's proven, and I think he's a good player during the regular season, but come postseason, we can't really depend on him. I mean, and three guys I would like to have. One, Kyrie Irving, Trey Murphy, and what do you guys think about putting Zach Edey in that mix, man? I feel like we need a solid 7-footer that can compete with these guys on the West and that can compete with Cat when it comes to the Eastern Conference Championship. I think Zach, even though he has some leg injuries and stuff like that, I wouldn't mind taking a risk.
I got to be honest, Rich. I haven't watched enough of him at the NBA level to know, to be totally honest. So
He was fantastic in the college level. But.
Is there accessibility to him? Are they shopping him?
No, I haven't heard anything about them shopping, but he is eligible to be traded. So I just feel like that's a guy that we could put on our roster, and he's a solid 7, plus footer that's not going to have to
replace Jalen Duren.
Defense
To replace Jalen Duren.
I wouldn't replace Jalen Duren with him, but Jalen Duren would have to understand he's going to have to take less money to get this.
Well, he's
guy
not going to get the max that he's eligible for. Okay, let's start there. Secondly, this is the classic Jalen Duren conversation we've had over the last couple of months. I guess since the playoffs ended. When was that? A month and a half ago. You're not paying him for this playoff that he just had. If you're going to pay him, it's because of what you think he's going to be. And at 22 years old, I would say that that organization, the Pistons organization, they work with him every day. They know what his work ethic is, his commitment to getting better, and they know his personality better than anybody else. They perhaps know what he's working on specifically. Like I don't doubt that the Pistons are going to do the right thing with him. This organization's done some really good stuff to get themselves in this position. They've shown great competency. And so now they have a tough decision to make. If they are paying him, it's because they're not paying him for what he did. It's for what he's going to do. And you think about, I think there's a lot of punitive people out there that I'm so mad at the way he played in the postseason, I'm not paying him. Mm-hmm. And then you let him walk, and then he develops elsewhere, and suddenly you lost this great asset, which lives up to being a third-team All-NBA player consistently moving forward, including the postseason, and what a mistake that would be because you're mad. So if they have doubts about him, then let him walk. But at this point, I don't have a reason to distrust the Pistons. It's been a lot of competency out of Trajan and the crew.
Yeah, I think so as well. And the only hesitancy I would have if you're like, I'll just let him walk, is letting a guy like that who's that talented walk without getting anything in return it would be awful. You know, if you've determined that he's not going to be part of this team's future, then find a way to do a sign and trade.
Yep.
That's all I would ask.
In the meantime, it sounds like they're going to try and get a deal done. The question really comes down to is what will Duren accept? Right? Just because the Pistons can offer the most doesn't mean he will accept it, right?
Correct.
I think that people think that because Duren had a poor playoff performance this year, that he's going to go into negotiations and go, yeah, I had a poor playoff performance. That's not how negotiations work.
No.
His agents are going to go in there and be like, we deserve the max. Because that's what a good agent does. You know, people may hate Scott Boras, but he tries to get the most money for his client. And that's what most agents, if not all of them, should be doing. Now, the Pistons obviously can counter back and say, and in a respectful way, because you don't want to, insult your player and the agent, but say, he kind of did this in the playoffs, right? So I think this is where he's at. The market is where the market is. Like Bobby that called, he was upset at people for like Chet Holmgren's contract. Yeah, they might regret that contract, by the way, or they might not. The market is where it is. The question is for the team is, do I want to pay that market price for this player? And just like you said, Doug, if they believe in that player, they'll pay it. If they don't, they should move on.
Yeah, you can get into a weird place, though, that on principle, I'm not going to do something, and you lose players and you suck. But at least you didn't overpay anybody.
And sometimes you got to overpay, whatever the market is, and you feel like you're going to overpay for it, but that's the only way you can keep the player. Tons of players are overpaid all the time, but in the end, do they help you win? And that's the question. Is Jalen Duren going to help this team win a championship?
248-539-9797. Okay. There was some speculation about what could be coming back to Detroit in a Dylan Larkin trade. We will get to that today at 12:20 if you want to stick with us for that. Hey, just a reminder, you can stream this show in a variety of ways. First is the Odyssey app. Get it for your mobile device today, AUDACY. Then you can listen to this show and all the shows here on 97.1 The Ticket anytime you want, anywhere. Additionally, you can stream with video at twitch.tv and youtube.com. That way you can watch the show, comment in the streaming chat there. Feedback coming in. Kang's McDonald's ice cream machine Verlander comp, perhaps the most accurate comp ever uttered by human lips. If you drop that comp on a fishing line, stretch it across the Grand Canyon during an earthquake, it wouldn't even wobble. So there you go. Let's hope that Verlander.
He's set to go Sunday. Yeah, give it a shot.
Cross our fingers a little bit here that I don't have huge expectations. And the quotes, if you missed them anymore, the quotes, if you missed them, was there's no point in waiting any longer, which isn't exactly. I'm ready to go. Let's go. Right.
Yeah. Well. Yeah. Things look a little. I would say my expectations have changed.
Yeah. Sure. 248-539-9797. We'll talk some Red Wings at 12:20. Gator, I'm having FOMO. Fear of missing out. And there's no question that we're missing out. And I'm very disappointed. I'll explain what it is today at 12:02. Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Brought to you by Builder's First Source. Pistons president of basketball operations, Trajan Langdon, held a pre-draft press conference today that went over a number of topics. On the draft, he said it has historically been hard to add shooting as late as the 21st pick, which the Pistons have. They will probably take the best playmaker available at that spot. He also said they would be more likely to move up than down in the draft order, but made no inclinations either way. Langdon also said he has not been in contact with Malik Beasley at all. On the offseason, Langdon acknowledged the Pistons' 60 wins were nice, but they need to be more equipped to compete in the playoffs next year. He said they are specifically looking at adding players who are better ball handlers and shooters. The Pistons currently have the 21st pick in the first round of the NBA draft, which takes place on Monday. The Athletic's Pierre LeBrun said today that Patrick Kane wants to play in the NHL next year, but is unsure where. LeBrun said he thinks the Red Wings want him back, but Kane is currently mulling the decision. Tigers are off today before starting a 3-game series with the White Sox tomorrow. Tarik Skubal will pitch at home for the first time since his elbow surgery. And this U.S. Open leaderboard update is sponsored by your Metro Detroit Jeep dealers. Plenty of big names milling around the top of the leaderboard in the morning wave today. Ludwig Oberg just missed a long par putt, so he is going to drop to 1 under with plenty of other names, including Sam Burns, Brooks Koepka, Rory McIlroy, Patrick Reed, Brian Harman, and others. At the Caldwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Okay. Did you see what Scottish soccer fans have done in the city of Boston?
They've completely taken over. Absolutely taken over. I watched a video yesterday. It was like a 3-minute video. They were actually had moved on to Nantucket.
Yeah.
And just destroyed Nantucket. We're just drinking every ounce of beer that they can find. And they're having a great time. And I guess the locals are loving having them around as well.
The best thing I saw on the internet yesterday was just some rando woman named Karen McGee who tweeted out the following. The Scots might mess around and earn themselves an invite to the Southeastern Conference because of their partying, how they're getting after it.
They know what they're doing.
They have Sam Adams, I guess, at some bar, they drank it dry, completely dry. There was a video of them taking over at Fenway. And then yesterday, there was a video of Croatian fans parading down the middle of the street in Dallas. There were English fans going crazy. I think they were in Dallas, too. There were
Norwegian fans that were doing like the rowing motion on an escalator.
Dude, hysterical.
It's great.
You got Lawrence, Kansas, because Algeria is staying in Lawrence and working out in Lawrence, and fans have adopted them, and they are having just a blast. Rooting for Algeria, and they've adopted Algeria. Gator, I got FOMO. I'm like, Detroit has been in the mix for hosting events, and given this was 3 countries hosting the World Cup, and so, I guess we were just one of the cities. I don't know how seriously we went after it, but I'm looking at all these other cities that look like they're having fun with all these foreigners coming in. And it's like love fest between these soccer fans and the towns that they're in. And I'm like, man, it'd be cool if it were going on here.
Yeah.
You don't care?
Yeah. I just think about if I were at one of my favorite watering holes and then it was overrun by another country's fans, I'd probably be annoyed by it. I respect that they're enjoying themselves and having a great time, but it's fine.
I think it looks fantastic. And then the other thing. I
didn't say it didn't look fantastic. I just said I don't know if I want to be part of it.
The other thing that I'm amazed at is, and it's fun to watch, is foreigners posting about what amazes them about America. Like there's some French guy that did a deep dive into his disbelief of Buc-ee's, the gas station. He was going on and on about, in a French accent, about how much he loved Buc-ee's. There's a German guy who's tweeting like constantly about driving around the United States, going from game to game, and he's blown away by everything. There was a Scottish guy, I don't know, they're down on the coast somewhere, like in Texas, and the houses on stilts. He can't believe it. He's like, why are they? What's going on here? But he's doing it in a Scottish accent.
Right.
Of all the things, like they are amazed at stuff that we're accustomed to.
I saw something where there were English fans that were talking about, I think they were English fans, talking about drinking beer and how much they appreciate drinking beer at the colder temperatures. Like here in the United States, we drink cold beer.
Right.
You have your beer right around, 35 degrees or whatever, or less if you go to other places. But
Twin Peaks,
they're not used to
29 degrees.
They're not used to having beer served cold. It's like room temperature. And they're like, this
is amazing.
This is unbelievable. We very much prefer cold beer.
Kang, have you seen anything from the foreigners?
Oh, dude, the fact that they our food and the portion size. I see that online.
Online,
they're like,
portion size.
You guys eat this much at once?
This is great. I can't believe. I mean, we order bangers and mashes, but it doesn't compare to this. This is unbelievable. Look at all that. Good Lord. It'll feed my whole clan. Robbie, come over here. Look what you got. It's unbelievable.
Can you do one from like each country?
And you got a sauce to go with it. I can't believe it.
When they see American barbecue and the size of the ribs or the portion of the brisket and pulled pork.
You get 12? Good God, man. Can't believe it. We just got a bit of a taste, nothing like this. I want more. This spoiled me. Go back to Edinburgh. I don't know what happened. Have a couple of Nuki Brews. Next thing I know, I want more in. I mean, they're loving it. They are just absolutely loving it.
I have FOMO. We're missing out.
A nation of gluttony.
Well, we are.
We take it for granted how great this country is.
I saw one person said apparently they didn't have ranch dressing in England.
No.
Yeah. It was the ranch. So, why didn't you tell me about this?
This is crack.
What is this? This is ranch? Ranch? What does ranch mean? It's great. Oh, this is amazing. What is it? Is it mayonnaise? What is runny mayonnaise? But it's delicious. Hey, what are you dipping your French fries in that? What? I can put my chips in there. Oh my God. This is incredible.
So why did no one tell me about this? It's like crack, people are saying. We need ranch ASAP in Europe. That's what people are saying.
We don't know what crack is here in Europe, but I imagine it's like this.
I'm a crackhead. Goes back home and tells everybody.
I mean, the funny thing of all is what you mentioned earlier. You got a French person reviewing Buc-ee's.
Yes.
Like picture the French being as snooty as they are. Do not care what you have to offer me. What is that? Brisket in a gas station? Let me try it. Oh, ooh la la. This is magnifique. I can't believe it.
How long do you practice these voices? This is good.
I don't. It's just throwing right out there. Buck Martinez is different, but
he literally, the French guy was like,
Angus McFart is different. I don't know. It just comes right out.
The French guy was blown away with the bathrooms. Everybody says the Buc-ee's bathrooms, and he's.
How is it this clean without a bidet? I don't understand.
Did you award Buc-ee's a Michelin star?
Yeah. Oh, it's so great. So, again, am I the only one that's got FOMO here?
You and your processed food is delicious.
The rest of the country is having fun, and
I'm glad they're having fun. But like I said, I don't need to see it.
You sound like you'd love it.
No, he doesn't need to.
A handful, sure. I don't want the takeover. Yeah.
Move over, Jean-Claude. I'm trying to fill up my tank.
Yeah, relax. I got it. It's cold. Yeah. All right. Who knew you could chill your beverage? Ooh, good God, that's revolutionary. Didn't know that could happen. Yeah, look, if I'm at a bar and there's a handful of Scots hanging out and enjoying it, yeah, that's cool. I don't need to walk into the bar and be one of 10 locals because we got the takeover.
Well, I guess it's just me. Kang, do you feel like we're missing out? Are you having some FOMO?
No.
All right, Bobby, you?
100%. This looks like a blast.
Doesn't it?
I wish I was there.
Bobby looks a little Scottish.
I mean, I would definitely. I mean, I'd fit in for sure.
I think you're ready to do the caber toss, have some haggis.
I mean, one of my favorite scenes that I've seen is the guys with the bagpipes that pull up next to the street drummers.
Oh yeah.
I love that.
Yeah, there's some people in a neighborhood. I don't know where they were staying, where the Scottish go out and play the bagpipes every morning, and they're like, "We love this."
Or there was the march down some park where it's like 100 people, 1,000 people with bagpipes. Oh, that'd be beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
Next thing you know, some rats start following them. The snakes are following them. Get them all out of town.
Anyway, USA tomorrow, 3:00. 0.0 any chance you watch it.
What time is that?
3:00 Eastern. On television. It's on television.
If I'm home.
All right.
I mean, I don't know. Well, I mean, I might be playing golf tomorrow. I don't know. It's going to be competing with the U.S. Open. I don't know. It's probably going to lose out to the U.S. Open, but I could flip around. I told you that the biggest thing it's got going for it is it's 4K. So,
dude, it's great.
If I can watch something in 4K on my TV, then I want to watch something in 4K.
There's not
on my
enough
TV.
available in 4K.
There's not enough. No.
Hey, it's Doug Karsch for Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights. Buckle up for summer markdowns and demos with less than 2,000 miles all month long. Pay just $199 a month for 24 months on a Silverado 1500 Crew Cab LT 4x4 with $999 down. $199 a month. Go down to 17.5 in Van Dyke and Sterling Heights. 87-SAY-SARAH or saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. With GM employee discount and Chevy lease loyalty in the household, 10,000 miles per year. Demo may have up to 2,000 miles plus taxes and fees with approved credit. Offer ends at the end of the month. All right, Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Feedback coming in regarding some of the things you've seen out there as foreigners react to America with the World Cup here, and they're amazed at the most simple of things. Text here from Scott says one fan was amazed that they get free refills at restaurants. He was going to sit there all day for free refills of soda. From Vincent Dexter, just wait until all the foreigners get to witness Joey Chestnut on the 4th of July.
My goodness.
I live in Kansas City now and work at Arrowhead. All these fans in the Kansas City area are amazing. The atmosphere is great. Texas barbecue, so much better than me mum's fizzy wickets with brown sauce. Signed some British guy. I should have had you read that one.
Does anybody remember what it was like? Was it 1994 when we had the World Cup here?
I think it was, yeah.
Anybody remember what it was like then?
I really don't.
I remember a little bit of the Ryder Cup when it was here. And I actually had one of my buddies, his cousin from Scotland came over, and we went out. There were like 8 of us that went out on the town in Royal Oak one night. And that was great because it was just one, but rather than the entire entourage. But he was loving it.
You just don't like the idea of a takeover.
I don't want the takeover. Yeah. I want to have numbers.
Dude, they took over Fenway. The Scots took over Fenway. It was something else.
I saw somewhere, it was like a rodeo. Do you see this video?
Oh, yeah.
Where they're singing an Oasis song?
Yeah.
All the English fans took over.
Hysterical. All right. Kevin Weeks, who is ESPN NHL Network, who played in the NHL, was a goalie, tweeted out the following late yesterday. Per sources, another name getting plenty of attention is forward McTavish of the Anaheim Ducks. He's got skill, grit, term, and upside. Teams calling. It would be a quality hockey trade, I'm told. See how this goes.
So it's Mason McTavish.
Yes. Who's 25?
23.
23.
He's a 3rd pick overall from the 2021 draft. He's played the last 4 full seasons.
Mm-hmm.
And they had a lot of high hopes for him, right? They signed him to a big contract. It was going to pay him, I think it's $7 million a year for 6 years. So he signed for several more years. And being 23, it sounds like it's a good deal. However, he hasn't quite lived up to the billing. He did 3rd pick overall, and there's really high expectations. And his first full year in the NHL, he had 43 points in 80 games. The next year, he only played 64 games, but he had 42 points, so almost matched that total, and actually had more goals with 19. Then he went up to 76 games, but and 22 goals. That was a nice little jump there, 52 points. Then last year, he played 75 games. He signed the big contract before this past season, and he ended up with 41 points and 17 goals in 75 games. So that's a step in the wrong direction. And has been a minus 54 player in his 304 games in his career. Now, given you're playing in Anaheim, so Anaheim wasn't always all that great. They made the playoffs this past season, but prior to that, nothing special. So he's a guy who's got talent, but if you're talking about a Dylan Larkin move, and who knows if Anaheim is on his precious list of teams to go to, but if... I don't even mean to say it like that. I like Dylan
You really
Larkin.
said it like that. You said it. You so said it like that.
That's not fair.
Do you work for like the Yzerman? Like I get it from that point of view,
I actually like Larkin. I want this thing to work out where he stays.
Why does he have such a good contract where you can allow himself to not be traded when he doesn't want to be traded?
But I don't know if I was on his precious list of teams to go to. But if it is, you got to get more than just that.
Of course, yeah. He'd be the centerpiece.
Yeah.
And then you get, their 2nd round pick this year, or their 1st round pick next year, or a cadre of other young players.
Yeah, do they have anything else to offer in their prospects?
They don't have a 1st round pick this year, by the way. That's why I just went to.
Sure, fair enough. Yeah. But I doubt that, 1st round. I mean, if they had a 1st round pick this year,
do you think they do a 1st round pick next year and McTavish?
I don't know. I don't think teams like going back-to-back years without having a 1st round pick. But would they have any prospects that the Red Wings would be interested in? And have to take a look at their prospect list. But, McTavish obviously would be the first part of this move if it is, in fact, a viable move. And, again, a player with a lot of upside.
Mm-hmm.
Third overall in the draft, comes to a team that would have some talent around, whether he would be playing with DeBrincat or does he play with Raymond? Either way, that would be a nice pairing to have, and maybe his numbers shoot up dramatically if that's the case. And then you've got, again, it's a player that you would have under contract for 5 more years at a very reasonable rate.
248-539-9797. Let's go to John and Davison. You're on 97.1. Hello, John.
Hey, how you guys doing?
What's up, man?
I was in downtown Pontiac in '94 when the World Cup was going on, and they had closed Saginaw Street right in downtown. And I was bar hopping with all of the World Cup people, and I remember being in an Irish pub, don't remember the name of it, couldn't tell you if it's still there, and just partying like rock stars with guys from Denmark or Norway or something like that, and they were just having a great time. And the downtown was packed, and it was just a lot of fun.
Yeah, downtown Pontiac in 1994 was pretty great. They had just the whole section there along Saginaw Street had a ton of bars and restaurants. It was some great nightlife back then.
It was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
And then side note, because soccer has to be played on real grass, they were growing grass in the parking lot in trays at the Silverdome and then using forklifts to bring them in to play the game and then bringing them back outside.
Yeah, and unfortunately they couldn't use the air conditioning because it would kill the grass, and it was like 98 degrees inside the Silverdome or something like that.
I remember the grass was like on hexagons, and they like pieced together. It was really cool to watch them put it together. We were just talking about the World Cup and how much fun it seems to be for this host cities, and how I'm depressed we don't have it this time around.
I was, it's funny. I didn't put it on my show sheet, but I was going to ask on the show sheet, is anybody jealous of Jim Costa right now? And it sounds like you're really jealous of Jim Costa because he's in Toronto specifically to watch.
He went to the Ghana-Panama game yesterday where Ghana scored in the 95th minute, like in extra time, and won 1-0. It was the rain. I hope he was prepared. Good clothing decisions. But yeah, I mean, I'm more jealous of the cities that are getting to host.
Do you think he left early?
I wondered that.
Regret it for the rest of his life, Gator?
You can't do that in soccer, though, right?
Well, I mean, I don't know.
Because you never know if it's going to be a tie or not. I mean, it's one thing to leave a game if it seems like it's a big lead. But
anytime you leave anything early, you're running the risk.
Yeah.
But didn't he went for the experience, though, not for the actual
Well, he's
game.
not a native of Panama.
Yeah, or Ghana.
No.
So he went because I think he wants to see World Cup action.
Yeah, that's it. Like, I think, I thought you meant, like, is Doug jealous because of the catio that he has?
No, not about the catio. Oh. No.
I'm jealous of the
Doug's
cities.
finally cat-free, I think.
I'm jealous. I'm jealous of the cities that get to host. Because, I could have bought tickets and gone.
Toronto would be interesting because Toronto's an international city anyway.
Very much so, yeah.
Literally.
It's not the United States.
It's quite cosmopolitan.
Yep.
Right?
Yep. So, look. As far as McTavish is concerned, we tweeted out this question to Red Wing fans. Want to know, hey, how would you feel about this being the return? What do we got here? From the Pucks Library, McTavish feels like the type of player every team wants, but he feels like the perfect fit for both the Bruins and Canadiens. Who pays the bigger price? The question. We want him in Detroit, maybe. Rich says not opposed to it, depending on what is out there. But there has to be more. They have to couple young D that are decent. Roger McQueen, whose stock is down. This deal most likely doesn't improve the Wings. Trent says, fine, if he's the third best asset in return. I don't know if that's reasonable. So he wouldn't be the third best asset in a return. Then you're asking price. What do you want? Multiple first-round picks?
The ghost of Paul Kariya? What are you looking for?
Burrell says, considering Larkin's trade list, which is just bad for us asset-wise, a package of McTavish, one of Zellweger or Mintukayov, and a first-round pick is the best we can hope for, along with a potential deal with Utah. Utah's name keeps getting bandied about by anybody who's covering this. And so, yeah, Utah is stocked full of prospects.
Yeah, Utah really is.
Chris writes in, wouldn't mind McTavish on the roster, but he doesn't come close to filling the void Larkin will leave. He's one of the slower skaters in the league, so the Wings will need to supplement Larkin's skill set elsewhere. If his potential is realized, he's more of a 2C. From CBVE, I would love it. All things considered, fresh, young, proven talent to add to Sider, Raymond, and Evanson. 40-point scorer in the last 4 seasons, 50-point in 24 for 25. Give me a fun young player with loads of potential versus picks. Lottery tickets, as Stevie says. Enough. Derek writes in, needs to be more coming back than just McTavish. Potential is there for sure. I just don't see Larkin joining the Ducks. Maybe there's a third team to play into that scenario. And trying to figure out where he'll accept and where he won't accept being traded is a whole nother deal, right?
Right. We don't know the expanded list, who's on it.
But the belief is there is an expanded list.
Yes, that there you would have to. He's obviously the list has to expand. It's definitely expanded beyond the 3 teams, but we don't know who the other teams are. But I mean, Anaheim was a team last year that had 92 points, 3rd in the Pacific last year. It's an up and coming team. They got some young players, really good. Cutter Gauthier is really good. 41 goals last year. They like what and they want to build this team around him. I'm surprised that Mason McTavish is already on the trading block because they just gave him a contract.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're Anaheim and the upside for Detroit of taking McTavish is that he's only 23 and signed, and then if it's not much else that you have to give up, it would make all the sense in the world for the Ducks if they could add Dylan Larkin to the mix. Dylan Larkin would become arguably the best player right away.
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Talking about whether or not Mason McTavish from Anaheim, who's being shopped around, would be a good piece for the Red Wings to get back, part of a larger trade in a Dylan Larkin move to Anaheim. McTavish has had some great production, but is not quite lived up to the contract of what they thought he was going to be. Still a very good player, but you would have to add in some other stuff. But how would you feel about that being a centerpiece, if you will, coming back, or at least part of a trade coming back? 248-539-9797. Drew is next. Hi, Drew.
Hey, I just want to say real quick, whoever picks the music for like between the segments, they just all bangers, every single one. So good on you, whoever does that.
Who did that? It's the same music forever, I'm pretty sure.
Well, if people like it, it's me. If they don't, it's Bobby.
Okay.
Anyway, Mason McTavish is nowhere near enough for Dylan Larkin. I mean, we have Mason McTavish in Detroit already. It's called JT Compher and Andrew Kopp. So we're good on that. Unless they wanted to give us like Jackson Lacombe to put next to Sider and then move Edmondson back, I could do something like that, but they're not giving him up. But if I'm making a trade with Anaheim, it's got to be for Seneke. I think it's the only move.
So he's the winger that had...
otherwise, you tell Verbeek, hey, dude, just call me when you're ready.
So Seneke had 23 goals last year, 60 points in 82 games. I don't know what his contract status is.
Is there any report that he's
20 years old? They're not giving up.
Not like unless they. I haven't seen a report that he's available.
He's also a third overall pick. I can't imagine he's no. I mean, but that's what he's saying.
That's fine. Yeah,
for him to go there. Well, okay, and you don't have much. I'll take your young stud. Give it to me, and then we can talk. Otherwise, it's not going to happen. And this is the conversation Steve Yzerman is going to have with a bunch of teams.
Yep.
Because he has to sell high with Dylan Larkin. This is a player that other teams really would covet, but it's not going to come cheap. And we know that the asking price at the trade deadline, at least the reported asking price for Robert Thomas from St. Louis, was a first-round pick, a player who was a first-round pick, and somebody else who's playing like one. They wanted three guys of that ilk at three separate levels or stages of their career. That's what they wanted in return for Robert Thomas, and no team was going to meet that. Well, I mean, Dylan Larkin should be held in the same esteem, and Dylan Larkin's contract, the way it plays out, it's brilliant for the team that's accepting him.
Should we tell about the email today?
Yes, 100%.
We get an email from promotions.
Yeah,
that there are some spare tickets for some Tiger games this weekend. Highlighted multiple times in the email in big, all caps, highlighted with yellow. We have some following tickets available to the following game, blah, 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 blah. Then in yellow, highlighted. Please do not reply all. Then you'll send your first name, last name, email address associated with the MLB Ballpark app. Here are the games that are available. Please let me know if you have any questions. All caps, highlighted in yellow. Please do not reply all. This was sent at 8 a.m. today. At 9:44, a member of the station, sure as heck, replied all. Everyone think who do you think might have done that? Just conjure up your answer in your mind.
Who would? Is it careless? Is that the right word?
I don't know if it's careless. It's possible that you maybe don't even really know what you're doing.
Cluelessly, absent-mindedly.
That's right. Ticket gets sent out June 23rd, please, for if possible. Michael Stoney Stone replied all.
Which that got other people to reply all, which is fantastic.
Yep. Grunwald from over at the country station. Stoney, Evan, boo this man. Kang replied to all. Is this the reply all button?
I just want to make sure. So it's actually worse than that, guys.
Okay.
It's worse because we were talking to Stoney, Lori, me and Evan, we're talking to Stoney about how someone always does reply all. And it's a certain person, I won't say the name, but she always replies all. And we're like, why does she do this? Stoney's laughing with us, agreeing, why would she do this? And then he does it. And I walk back from like grabbing a print or something from the copy or whatever, and I come back and Stoney goes, all I hear Stoney say is, this might be the dumbest thing I've ever done. And I had no idea what he was talking about. And then I find out, and I'm like, are you serious, Stoney? We just talked about this right 2 seconds ago.
Fantastic.
That is so great. Poor Mike then walked around the rest of the morning here in shame. And, you know, it's bold, man. Do not reply all.
Right. You really can't miss it because it's in yellow.
Yep.
And it says it's twice in this email. It's in yellow.
All caps.
All caps.
Exclamation point.
Oh, my God. That's fantastic.
So funny. Now I look down. There's a lot of Rieger guesses that came in on Twitch. There's a Brian Chapman guess. But Stoney absentmindedly did indeed reply all. Oh, man. Hysterical. But kind of on brand a little bit, huh?
Don't go changing.
248-539-9797. Carson Anderson. More feedback coming in on the possibility of a McTavish. Would McTavish coming back to Detroit from Anaheim in a Dylan Larkin trade would be... I'm kind of waiting for someone to bring this up. B-Mall says he's horrible on defense, a 2-center at best. It has to be a McTavish plus for me to even consider it. No way we can get McQueen as well, but that would what it would take to entice me. The defensive thing, what'd you say his plus minus was?
For McTavish?
Yeah.
In his career, he's like minus 54.
Yeah.
In 300 games.
Frank says fits the window. I wouldn't hate it. Vandy 1730. I like him, but he's slow, and our biggest issue is our speed, so we need a lot more. From Sparty Wings 83. Not opposed to it, but there needs to be more in a package, and you have to surround him with speed and creativity.
There's no question it would be more in the package.
Yep.
It's just don't know what that would be.
Yep. 248-539-9797. More feedback here, again, via Twitter. In my opinion, this is from Surfing Pete. In my opinion, a trade center around McTavish better come with some other great assets because McTavish ain't an elite asset. I'd rather go with elite potential prospect packages than him. Again, I'm fine, but Steve Yzerman needs to crush this trade. You need a haul for Larkin.
Yeah, and Larkin's not elite, but Larkin's awfully good. And I think he's more valued outside this outside this fan base than he is from this fan base. So I think he would get you something really nice in return. I just don't know what it is.
Mm-hmm.
And we can speculate all you want. There's lots of prospects you look at, but I mean, do you want prospects or do you want to get somebody who's ready to go right now and contribute more than 50 points in the season?
Right.
Because what you're giving up, and this is what you have to keep in mind, you're giving up a guy who consistently scores 30-plus goals a season. Consistently does it. He's done it 5 years in a row. He's done it 6 of the last 7 years. So I need to get somebody in return who's got potential to be a 30-goal scorer. And right now, Mason McTavish hasn't shown anywhere near that. His high in the season is 22, and that was a couple years ago.
Kelby on Twitch says, all these people that want elite talent back were calling Dylan Larkin a 2C last week. Well, look, you know how this is. You want to see all your own players' faults, complain about them, but then if you're going to trade them, you want the world back for them.
Right. And, of course, that's if you would trade him for a forward. I'd want somebody who gets – I mean, you don't have to trade him for a forward. It could be a stud defenseman, I guess.
Okay, apparently this Lion is going to have to fight for his job. We'll get to that today at 12:50 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1.
Looking to upgrade your outdoor space? Well, Builders First Source has you covered. With 4 Metro Detroit locations, they specialize in top-quality composite decking. These are brands that you trust, like Trex, TimberTech, and AZEK. So whether you're a DIYing enthusiast or you need a certified installer, their expert team will help you build the perfect deck that stands the test of time. Visit one of their locations today in Lapeer, Auburn Hills, Clinton Township, or Shelby Township and discover why Builders First Source is your go-to for decking. Quality, service, and unbeatable value—that's the Builders First Source promise. Search buildersfirstsource.com. I read you the headline from USA Today earlier during a break. I thought it was great. Today would be a great day for Godzilla to show up in New York Knicks parade.
Right. Yep. You're a fan of that one, huh?
Can we make that happen?
King Kong too. Come on,
Right,
make it happen.
Let's go. Bring them all over there.
You know, I want to read this tweet we got because it's something that comes up every once in a while. We, of course, lost a colleague years ago, Jamie Samuelson. And we always talk about getting your screening for colon cancer. And the guys are real hesitant about it. It's an invasive procedure, but you sleep through the whole thing.
Colonoscopy.
Yeah, the colonoscopy part. The only hard part is the prep. And we have done the prep. And I did the prep live on the air once. It was I did the show from home. And if you don't know what the prep is, you have to clean out your entire system. So you drink a gallon of it's water mixed with this formula, and it flushes you out. It means you constantly have to go number 2.
Ish.
And
too adjacent.
Yeah, it is kind of too adjacent.
Becomes number 1 really quickly.
I was on the air right through the middle of it, the heart of it, or just in the middle of segments. I'd say, gotta go. And away I would go.
Because you have to answer the call. That's nothing
you gotta go. And then you go in for the procedure. They say where they hook you up to an IV and they say count backwards from 10 to 1, and you might make it to 7, and then the procedure's over. It's done because you're knocked out cold. It's a great nap.
Yeah.
You wake up and you're like, is it over?
And then you can't leave until you let loose some sweetness.
Yep. But anyway, we encourage guys to get it done. Jamie's message was to get it done, and we just got a tweet from a listener, Tom, who tweets us, I always appreciate the humor and openness you share, especially in Jamie's memory. I'm currently on the liquid diet, T-minus 6 hours and change away from the prep for tomorrow's nap. World Cup to watch from the toilet at 6 p.m., but what to watch at 3 a.m. Well, Tom, good luck. It's quite a ride. The prep is the only thing.
I say to people all the time, because the first time I've gone through it twice.
Mm-hmm.
The first time I had no idea what to expect, and I was, the prep ended up being I ended up laughing. But the third time I went to the toilet, I was laughing because it's just funny. You can't help but laugh at what's going on with your body as it's eliminating everything that you had in there. But when I got to the facility in the morning to have the procedure done, I was nervous as hell because I didn't know what it was. And you have that horrible, anxious feeling in your stomach. You don't feel good. You're like, I don't, what's happening here? And it was the unknown of what this whole thing was about. And once you go through it, you realize there was absolutely nothing to be fearful of. The only thing it gets to be fearful of are the results, but certainly not the procedure itself. Nope, There's no reason to be anxious. So the second time I had it, again, laughing my ass off at the prep in the middle of the night and having to do this again at like 3 o'clock in the morning, same thing with this guy. And, I get there in the morning and I was all set, like not one bit of nerves. I was looking forward to when the nurse or the physician's assistant would come in and give me the initial. They give you some kind of relaxing agent, if you will, that you feel fine. You're like, all right, let's go. And then I'm tired. I'm like, I might even nap before they get me the procedure, and then they have it, and it's nothing. It's easy. It's easy breezy. It's just the time that it takes out of your day. It ruins your sleep pattern and your eating pattern for 2 days, but outside you're fine.
Ask your doctor when there's mixed messages now. They're telling guys, I think, to do it earlier.
Yeah.
Like 35 or something like that. But ask your doctor.
Yeah.
And you're supposed to get it every 5 years. Those of us in the Polyp Club go every 3 years. But it is something that every guy should do and take care of. And so, Tom, we haven't mentioned it on the air in a while. I'm glad you sent the tweet over so we can just remind everybody it's nothing to be afraid of.
It's nothing to be afraid of.
And quite frankly, if you have a great attitude about it, it can be quite amusing.
Yes. And they have and get an annual physical too.
Sure.
I have my annual physical coming up on Monday. It's just good practice to have that. And I guess there are ways now that actually they can do some screening with a blood test for colon cancer too, ahead of time. So lots of things to discuss with a doctor, and please discuss them with your doctor.
All right, before the break, I brought this up that this Lion was going to have to compete for his job. And here's what Dan Campbell said about him. He's moving pretty good, all that stuff. And so just to make sure that you can stay on top of that, you're ready to go for training camp, and then it's on. It's just about competing. We got a lot of good guys in that room, and he knows this. He's got to go and earn it. He is Terrion Arnold. Terrion Arnold is a player that has shown some potential, has made some on-field mistakes. We're not quite sure the level of degree he's guilty of making off-field mistakes, but it feels as though he's a guy that perhaps at the very was part of a bad scene down in Florida in the offseason and a robbery and all that. But he may have nothing to do with it. We'll just wait for that thing to play out. It feels like there needs to be some grow up there, but he also needs to stay healthy. And I'm a Terrion Arnold fan-ish. Like I was forgiving of the pass interference calls early in his career. He was a young cornerback. It's a tough position to play.
Yeah, you got to learn what you can get away with.
Yep. And, as a secondary coach once told me, we're working on the pass interference, but you know how hard it is just to be in the right place to commit pass interference? Like it's sometimes guys that have incredible potential commit a lot of pass interference earlier in their career, and they learn how to not do it, but they're in the right place to make a play. Arnold's quote is, entering camp, obviously I want to be 100%, but right now I'd say about 75 or 80. The main thing for me is just knowing that I'm healthy. It's one of those things that you have to go through, and you have to go out there and play knowing that you're not 100%. Nobody's at 100%, but just being able to go out there and enter camp knowing that I've had surgeries and got worked on, feeling better like that, I'm ready for that.
So he's had shoulder surgery.
Yep.
That's what he's recovering from. He's had a hamstring injury before. He had a groin injury before. But it's the shoulder that he's recovering from. And like he said, 75 to 80% as it stands today or yesterday when he talked with the media. They still have 5 weeks or so before training camp begins. So we'll see how much closer he is to 100% by that point in time. But this is a big year for Terrion Arnold.
Big year.
It's a huge year for Terrion Arnold. He's entering year 3. He was a first-round pick, so they have up to 5 years with him before they have to truly make a decision. But, for him, he wants to have a good year so that he can agree to an extension. He wants to be one of those guys. But there is competition. They drafted Keith Abney, and there's a lot of praise for Keith Abney from his college days. They brought in Roger McCreary and Christian Izzian, and Ennis Rakestraw is a guy who was drafted in the round after Terrion Arnold, who's another corner that has a ton to prove because he has hardly seen the field in 2 years. There should be a ton of competition, which should only be great for the Lions. And hopefully these guys can stay healthy because it's a position group that is very difficult to stay healthy.
What do you make of Dan Campbell's offseason approach? It feels like they're paring some things down, but they're there's no, what do they call it, inter-squad scrimmages, joint practices. They're not doing that. They didn't do rookie mini camp.
I thought I think some of it's interesting. I thought, first of all, what he had to say a month ago when these workouts first started happening, I thought that was interesting because it wasn't like the typical effusive of the praise of the players. It was more, we got to get back to business, right? Mm-hmm. We didn't like not making the playoffs last season. It was embarrassing to us. And yeah, we've suffered injuries and all that, but there's something else that's off. We need to focus and be better. And that's where the attention was. So we didn't, for all these OTAs they've had like 3 different sessions, right? And now this 2-day mini camp as well, now that's done. It seems like his approach has been very cautious about what he is saying and who he is saying it about. And we know from the past that when Dan Campbell actually mentions a player's name and says something like this, like what he said with Terrion Arnold, that you better be on alert here. He said something similar years ago regarding Jared Goff and said Jared Goff has to be better. And then, boom, Jared Goff just kind of blossomed that next year, and we've seen 3+ great years of Jared Goff. So hopefully the same thing can happen here with Terrion Arnold. But I think with his other approach, and we're going to take it a little bit differently with practicing and how violent they are in practices, we'll see how that is in training camp. But right now, I think it makes sense to just refocus the attention.
And that's what he seems. It's like a lesser nonsense, all business Dan Campbell. And it wasn't like there was a lot of nonsense to begin with. But all right, Carson Anderson, Gator, you asked a question in your show sheet. My answer was resounding yes. In fact, I put my money behind it. We'll get to that today at 102 on Carson Anderson on 97.1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. Trajan Langdon acknowledged that the Pistons need to be more equipped for the playoffs next year at his pre-draft presser today. He said improvement does not necessarily mean winning more than 60 games next year, but it does mean getting past the second round of the playoffs. Langdon cited ball handling and shooting as areas of need that will be his focus in the draft on Monday and this summer as a whole. He also said contract negotiations with Jalen Duren and Asar Thompson have not started yet. Another gambling story in the NCAA today. Adam Jolly Jai Jr. of Iona has been made permanently ineligible. The association said Jai told bettors he would throw the first half of Iona's game, but he didn't go through with it. That bettor then threatened bodily harm to Jai, so he said he would make up for it by throwing the first half of the next game, but he again did not do it. The NCAA banned Jai anyways because sharing any information with a bettor is strictly against NCAA legislation. 4 World Cup games are going on today with Czechia and South Africa, who were both a pair of losers in their first matches in Group A. That game started at noon, and by 12:06, Czechia was on the board. Czechia currently lead 1-0 at halftime, and this U.S. Open leaderboard update is sponsored by your Metro Detroit Jeep dealers. Ludwig Oberg with a birdie at the first hole, so he's now the lone leader at 2 under. At the Coldwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 971theticket.com.
So, question you asked in your show sheet: are you rooting against the live guys?
I had U.S. Open going on right now.
I put $3 down on John Rahm to shoot over 72.5 today.
It's like the don't pass line in craps. You're just going against it. Let's go. Don't like Rahm.
You know what's funny is I've never done, like, whenever I've bet golf, okay, it's always been...
Right, you're always thinking...
who am I rooting for? Who do I want to do well? Who do I think... Mostly it's who do I think it's going to do well, and why do I think they're going to do well?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's usually...
I've never done the somebody to blow up. But the conditions and the rough and all that, I figure there's not going to be a lot of scoring today.
No.
And...
I think it's a solid call by you.
So I was like, which live guy do I think is going to have the worst day? And some of them had higher numbers than 72.5, but I went with Rahm. I went over 72.5 on Rahm.
I like the call. When is he tee off?
It's not till this afternoon. Yep.
I like it.
Do you?
Yeah, I think it's kind of fun that you're doing that. It's weird because I think my sense when I bet, I only bet typically on football games.
By the way, let me just step back and say one thing. I apologize because I just can't stand live. I'm being very fanboy here. I hate what they've done to the PGA Tour. These guys have made deals that have taken care of their generational wealth and taken care of their family, blah, blah, blah. I think they've made golf worse. And so I'm just fanboying out. But I apologize for interrupting.
No, that's fine.
I just want to make that point.
So I typically only bet on football. And it's just it's a mindset, right? Like when you look at games and you see, let's say, for instance, hey, Lions are favored by 4.5 over the Bears. And like, okay, I like that. I rarely look at I'm always looking at the favorite and saying, do I like that or not? And if I don't like it, I move on. As opposed to thinking, the thought process should be, well, if you don't think that's good, then why don't you go the other way?
Right.
Take the 4.5 on the Bears if that's what you think. I rarely look at the other side of it. I mean, I do sometimes, but it's just like that's not the way my thought process goes. I have to really be in a different mode to do that. So it's interesting with like these over-under totals and will this person make the cut or will he shoot better than this? It makes all the sense in the world. That's an interesting way to look at it. I kind of want to look at who's teeing off this afternoon and maybe try to do something similar.
Scoring's not going to be great today, right?
No, it shouldn't.
First of all,
it was delayed by 2 hours because of, meat in the air or whatever it was.
Meat?
I don't know.
Yes, there was meat in the air. And
fog.
Yeah. Nobody wants to play in those conditions when there's meat in the air.
There was meat in the air. It was terrible. Morning mutt like this.
The other thing is, did you see they're changing the format of the home run derby?
No.
Okay.
Again?
Yeah.
What do we got now?
Well, first of all, do you care about the home run derby?
Every year I say I don't, and yet I watch it every year.
Okay.
So I like to see how far they hit it.
So they've had a clock on the home run derby for the last few years. They are now going back to just you get 20 swings in the first round.
Make them count.
Yep. So
the most home runs you can hit is 20.
Well, no, because when you're down to your last swing, if you hit a home run, you get another swing.
Okay.
So your last swing, you swing until you're out, basically. So if you hit a bomb.
Okay. Then only on the last swing, though.
Yep.
Gotcha.
That's in the first round. The second and third round, you get 15 hacks.
Okay. So similar thing on the last home run.
Yep.
You can, okay,
Last
then.
home run, you could keep going.
All right.
And that's the new format. Because you know what's funny? I mentioned this. I don't expect to get a lot of calls, but I think there's a possibility that people complain about the format while it's going on.
I think everybody, of course, and I think everybody would have an opinion on this if you watch the home run derby. I just want a way to make it move quicker.
I don't think that's what they're trying to accomplish.
Just be better. Well, but if you're saying you get 20 swings, and before you had it was 10 outs or something.
Yeah.
10 swings and not home run, and so this seems to be better. Like it should be more streamlined. But as it gets more competitive, guys are going to be more selective of what they decide to swing at, which is maybe at some point they're going to figure it out. They're going to do that combined with a time limit. Maybe that just should be how it is anyway. You get 2 minutes. How many home runs can you hit in 2 minutes? Which they've done that in the past. So I'm not sure why they keep changing a format. I don't know if they're ever going to find the one that works.
They've had a clock since 2015, but I think they've changed the format within the clock rules. The other thing is you put something in your show sheet today that made me say, why did he do that? You wrote Trae Young is declining his option to become a free agent, which I saw that too. But then afterwards you put, why'd you do that? Why'd you do that?
What? Oh, I was going to try to troll you. And then you find out, of course, his plan all along was he was going to decline the options. They could work out a long-term deal with Washington. But if they didn't, if he actually hits free agency to go to the rest of the league, if he was truly available, the Pistons would have to have taken a look at him.
No, they don't. They wouldn't have to do anything, Scott.
What did the Pistons need a ball handler?
There's plenty of other ball handlers.
Do they need a guy who can score and be a ball handler?
Plenty of other options.
Need a guy who can.
If you're going to spend that kind of money, not Trae Young. Not Trae Young.
Okay, if he had truly become a free agent, if he was truly on the market, would you want the Pistons to go after him?
Probably not, but not because I dislike him like Doug does. I just think that stylistically it wouldn't match up with what the Pistons need. He
and
is
there's
a ball
that
handler.
too, stylistically. Yeah, stylistically.
He's a ball handler, but he's ball dominant. I think you want Cade to be still the ball dominant alpha type male on the team. So
maybe he's a different player if he's playing with Cade.
But I do think Trae Young can do positive things for an organization and franchise, unlike Doug. Doug just
not
hates
this
him.
one. Not this organization.
No, you
or
don't even think
franchise.
he's good at all, I don't think.
He's really not. Let's face it, he's not a good basketball player. He's a good foul baiter and he shoots free throws. But other than that, I'm not even sure he belongs in the NBA.
Why you gotta try to get all riled up, Gator?
Gator, so let me just be clear.
Because it's fun.
All it was let's get a reaction out of Doug. You're not building a case.
Well, I mean, it's moot because he's gonna sign an extension with, or he's gonna sign a new contract with Washington anyway. But when I will say this: when I wrote that this morning, I didn't know that was the case.
What if there was accessibility to SGA? Would you be able to do that?
Yes. Why would I?
Not
say,
Doug.
I mean, you
Man
don't
of
want
principle.
the MVP.
I don't want that MVP. And I think, let me ask you this. Do you think in the next few years, we're going to see a change in the way the game's officiated and that SGA's foul baiting will take away from his productivity at this level? That he won't be as effective? Because I would bet, I would not invest in SGA right now.
No?
Nope. Or any foul baiters. I think the league has had enough.
If the league has had enough and he has to stop doing that, you know what he ends up being? A great player.
Well,
he's still going to score.
Maybe just maybe.
It's just he's not going to be foul baiting anymore. He's going to have to earn it a little bit differently, and he'll figure out a way because he's that damn talented.
I got to tell you, with SGA, I'm not sure he knows how to play the game without foul baiting. I think he's done it for so long and he's so committed to it. I'm not sure that he'll be able to adjust to, hey, I'm just taking a shot. I don't need to fall down.
Every time.
Yep.
I mean, sure, yeah, it's instinct now and it's part of his game, but he could adjust. He's that damn good. I mean, just the perfect example is Jalen Brunson. Like, I could not stand how Jalen Brunson played in the playoffs last year and a lot of times this year, but when push came to shove and they started calling, letting them play more physical, they weren't calling all the fouls. Jalen Brunson, guess what? He was still damn good because he's that good without all the theatrics and the embellishments. And he willed his team basically to a championship, which is unreal. Jalen Brunson's a stud, and guess what? He can play basketball without doing all that stuff. So I think SGA could do it too, Doug. It's just right now, that stuff really gets under your skin, and I totally understand it, man. It's we heard it all playoff long, right, Doug, from fans when we're talking Pistons. No one likes it. As from a fan point of view, at least.
To the point where I'm willing to punish my own team and not go after Trae Young or SGA if they were available.
It's hard to score when you're horizontal to the court, and yet somehow they find a way to do that.
All right, Gator, voice from the meta world, rips some of his contemporaries.
The meta world?
Metal.
Oh, metal.
Like
heavy metal
Yeah,
music?
one of your guys.
Oh.
We'll get to that today at 1:16. Then some Tiger Talk at 1:20 on Carson Anderson on 97.1. Hey, M&M Garage Doors. Look, if your garage door has seen better days, don't settle for patch stop. Call M&M Garage Doors. Family owned and operated right here in Michigan since 2011. These guys arrive in fully stocked trucks. They give you upfront pricing, and they back every job with a warranty. And right now, buy any new garage door, and they'll throw in a free opener. That's a $600 value, and it's on them. Just mention my name, Doug Karsh, when you call 844-ONLY-DOOR. That's 844-ONLY-DOOR, or visit GarageDoorRightNow.com. M&M Garage Doors, open your door to exceptional. All right, Gator. How's your relationship with Iron Maiden?
I love Iron Maiden.
Yeah.
Bruce Dickinson. They have 3 guitar players.
Iron Maiden's Bruce Dickinson blasts singers who keep performing when their voices are shot.
Yeah, I imagine that's a direct hit on David Lee Roth and Vince Neil. David Lee Roth, formerly of Van Halen, now tours by himself with a band that sounds great, but he can't sing anymore, and Vince Neil with Motley Crue cannot sing.
Look, there are loads of singers whose voices are shot and everybody knows it. Yeah, they're legends. They're not blanking legends. They're people who can't sing anymore. When they were singing, they were legends. When they can't sing anymore, they're not legends anymore. That's the end of that. Brutal truth. I couldn't go on stage if I didn't think I couldn't do it. I don't know how people get on stage when they can't do it anymore. Obviously, it's their life, but it's not my way.
So Bruce Dickinson is one of the truly great voices in rock music, not just heavy metal, but just hard rock music. He has a great voice, and he's been doing it for 50 years. I think he's in his 70s now. He still sounds great. Mm-hmm. Is it as great as it was 25 years ago? No, but it's still really, really good. David Lee Roth, literally, I saw Van Halen play the last show at Pine Knob, I don't know, was it 7 years ago or so. And then, unfortunately, Eddie Van Halen died less than a year after that. David Lee Roth, for the first 2 songs, sounded great, and then he lost his voice, and it was done. And he couldn't sing the rest of the show. And he's basically just talking it, prancing around, dancing, and smiling and stuff. And it was fine because he's a showman and he could still get away with it, but everybody's there to see Eddie Van Halen anyway. If you have your algorithm and you start watching videos online, like my algorithm goes to hard rock music, and I see these videos come up all the time of David Lee Roth currently, who's out on tour, and he literally can't sing. You can't even understand what he's saying, and he ends up either holding the microphone out for the crowd to sing his songs, or when he does, he just talks it. And again, he's just smiling and he's prancing around, and like, you've got no business doing it anymore.
Are the people eating it up? Do you think they're entertained?
I know how I would feel. I'd feel like I was cheated on this. Like, I don't need to see that again. I'm fortunately, when I saw it, it was Van Halen's group, so I got to see Van Halen. That to me was awesome. But David Lee Roth, it was unfortunate he was done. Now, one of my favorite bands is Dokken, and Don Dokken, the singer of Dokken, his voice is shot now too. I won't see Dokken perform again. He does. I don't need to see that. It's just sad to see guys like that go there. My favorite band is Queensryche. They parted ways with their lead singer years ago, Jeff Tate. He tours around now, and his voice has changed dramatically from where it was. It's not shot, but it's different, and because he's not with Queensryche anymore, I don't want to see that. Like, I just wanted the memories of the band that I fell in love with and the band that I saw live a half dozen times. I'll leave that there. When the voice goes, I don't need to see it. And fortunately for Bruce Dickinson and Iron Maiden, his voice is still golden.
I was going to ask if the people out there, did you ever see somebody after their voice was shot, they couldn't perform anymore, and what the experience was like? And you had one instance. Is there any others, or just the one with David Lee Roth?
I mean, I saw The Who perform with Roger Daltrey. They did Quadrophenia in its entirety. That was maybe 15 years ago. Mm-hmm. And his voice was pretty well shot, but it was The Who, and I wanted to see it. It was a grand spectacle they had. They had special guests come out there, and it was worth it for a concert. But, he did it as best he could, and he knew that there are parts that he just can't do anymore, so he sings them differently, and I can respect that, but it was different. It truly was.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. Now, part of this is Bruce Dickinson offering up the opinion in the first place. You didn't have to say anything about anybody else.
Well, I'm sure he was asked. That's the thing. Somebody's going to ask him, and he's not afraid to speak his mind. He never has been.
Yeah.
And it rubs people the wrong way sometimes, but, so be it. I remember I saw Iron Maiden at the Palace years ago. They had just released a new album like 3 weeks earlier, and they played the entire new album and then only played like 4 of their classic songs, and the crowds were pissed. And halfway through the show, he said, look, we're playing the whole new album because it's new music for us, and we're trying to get out to you people. If you don't like it, we're sorry. And then they end up playing their encore songs. Everybody loves the encore songs, but they've got like 15 songs that people really want to hear. They didn't want to hear this whole album. I had just bought that album and I loved it. I'm like, I'm fine with it. But that's how people get pissed sometimes because they don't want to hear the new stuff. They want to hear the stuff they grew up on. And you see people just turn on bands all the time.
Why do you think they do this? Just because it's strictly money? Like, why are is it like fighters,
like
how they
David
don't
Lee
stop?
Roth, why does he do it?
Just in general, like bands that just they don't have it anymore, that it's the lead singer can't sing,
I think for some it's money. It's a money issue for sure. And I think for others it's like that's what they do. It's their career. It's
like they can't get away from
Yeah.
love the stage and all that stuff. That it's like competition for fighters and things and athletes. But
and these are bands that are guys are in their late 60s or into their 70s. David Coverdale from Whitesnake, he retired from performing live because he knew his voice was going, but he just didn't want to do it anymore. Paul Rodgers is one of my favorite voices of all time, was with Bad Company and Free back in the classic rock era, but he hasn't performed lately because he's got health issues. When you know, but it's
even
hard.
when you
It's
don't
hard for these.
know,
Yeah, it's
you-
hard for
you-
these guys to walk away from it because it's the adoration you get from performing live in front of 20,000 people or in front of 50,000 people, whatever the crowd is. They love that. It's a rush.
so this is a different, complete type of music. But did you see Frankie Valli? Is that how I say Valley?
Frankie Valli, yeah.
He was on tour, right? Do you know how old he is?
He's got to be in his 80s.
Higher.
Is he in the 90s?
92 years old.
Oh my God.
And he's touring?
No, he just stopped. He abruptly
Wow.
canceled it because there was a video of him out there, guys, where I don't know how else to put it. It was like a mannequin almost standing there holding a microphone. It was sad. It was unbelievably sad. And so now they've canceled the tour because it was a farewell tour to focus on his health, which because someone taped this with their phone or whatever, recorded it, right? And said, look at this. What are we doing here? Does he need money that bad? Or like,
I don't know why. I mean, some people, like I
didn't-
said, they just can't stop performing. They think that highly of themselves.
he wasn't even
or they-
performing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? He was just there. They're just playing the music over the speakers and then they're backing.
A couple years ago when I saw the Eagles play at LCA, Steve Miller opened up. The Steve Miller Band opened up for it was just Steve Miller. And
Saw
a
them
couple
years
guys.
ago.
He was 80 when he was performing, and he did great.
Dude.
I was like, I don't like Steve Miller, but I'll give it up to you. You sound great.
Well, Rick Springfield, there was something going viral the other day of him performing and looking in his 40s. He's 76.
Yeah, he's had some work done.
Let's go to Robert. You're on 97.1. Hello, Robert.
Love the show, guys. Love the topic. Two worst. I have two really good ones and two really bad ones. Bob Dylan, a decade plus ago, was awful. Just dreadful, and you wanted to walk out after two songs because he just couldn't hit any notes.
I feel like he's always been an acquired taste anyway because his vocals are terrible. But I mean, it's the words and what they mean as opposed to how he sings them. But yeah.
Yep. And then I would totally back you on the Who. That was excruciating. The only thing that made it worthwhile was Pete Townshend's Genius. But Robert Daltrey couldn't. That was terrible. But the two recent ones that I had that were awesome, I saw Maiden last year, and Bruce, like you said, he could still bring it. Is he as good as he was 20 years ago? No, but he's still
great.
An 8.5 out of 10. And then 2 nights ago, I saw Black Crowes.
Chris Robinson.
And Chris Robinson, he's almost 70, I think, or almost 60. He still brings this energy. Like he's like a Southern rock Mick Jagger with the way he, runs around and with his hands and with his arms, and he still is given 110%, and he still sounds fantastic.
He's been re-energized. Like I think there was a period there where I don't know if he was touring anymore, and then he was convinced to come back out there. And stuff I've seen of them live, they sound great. Black Crowes sound great. The two brothers are doing great.
Jim is next on 97.1. Hello, Jim.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Excellent.
Hey, I want to let you know that I just saw David Lee Roth this Saturday at Firekeepers Casino in Battle Creek.
Yeah.
And I had 6th row, and I was right on the aisle, basically right side of the guitar player side. And I tell you, my first concert was 1980, Van Halen, and I've been a huge David fan ever since. He couldn't sing back then either. He was always an off-key singer. What you do in the studios is one thing. What he does on stage is another. But that guy can control a crowd better than any entertainer in his time, in his prime. And if you're still a fan or whatever, you still appreciate what he's doing because he doesn't change.
Yeah, he's a great front man. There's no question about that. I just don't know if I want somebody talking the songs to me.
Let's go to Michael next on 97.1. Hello, Michael.
Hey, hi. This is Mike Walendowski from Sterling Heights.
Okay.
And I know Scott's a big fan of Aerosmith, and I'm a huge fan of Aerosmith, seen about 50 shows. I still think Steven Tyler and Joe Perry are dead on. I mean, for being in their 70s, I think they're really, really good.
Yeah,
they still sound good.
I saw them, whatever it was, 10 years ago at Pine Knob or 9 years ago, whatever it was, and they sounded great. Steven Tyler was great. He's had some health issues since then. I don't know if he's ready to tour again or not, or if they're going to. I mean, the rumor was they were done touring, but we'll see.
Yeah, I think the worst time of their career was obviously like when they were on drugs and they were sloppy and just didn't care. Once they cleaned up, they were way better than they were before. And I saw Joe Perry at a club not too long ago, and it was like the best show I've ever seen. And if Steven can get his vocals back, I still think he's good for 75 years old or whatever he is.
Yeah, I mean, I'd see him again. I'd go see him again.
Yeah, definitely. All right, thanks a lot, guys.
Appreciate it, Mike. 248-539-9797. We promised we get to some Tiger stuff. Got sidetracked. We'll do that at 1:31 on Carson Anderson on 97.1. Okay, Tigers day off after very disappointing road trip. I mean, they've effectively undone what they'd done in that hot streak. They lose 2 in Cleveland, lose 2 of 3 in Houston. Probably the one that really gets to me is the Tuesday game in Houston, because they lost it with shoddy defense and not great defense. This is not a team that has a lineup like the Dodgers where they can overcome mistakes. They have to be really good at a lot of the little things. And McGonigal made the physical error, and that allowed an inning to continue to be more dangerous than it should. So it's first and second, and there's one out or nobody out. I can't remember what it was. But then Hao-Yu Lee lets a ground ball get up the middle, which Bobby Scales said on the radio broadcast he's got to knock it down because it was runner on second and third. Runner on third was going to score on an infield single, but because it rolled to the outfield, it allowed the runner on second to score, which gave Houston the lead 3-2, and they went on to win 4-2. There are games in series that are the more regrettable losses. That was one. Yesterday, they put no pressure on Houston. What's crazy is they probably, I would say A.J. Hinch probably put together a lineup and then proceeded to manage the game in a way that the critics probably wouldn't have a lot to say. He went McGonigal, Dingler, Green, Torkelson, Carpenter. Colt Keith hit 6. But there was nobody near the top of the order that didn't belong. There was no pinch hit. He didn't pinch hit once in the game.
No, because they went from right-hander to right-hander, and then the closer's a left-hander, but the left-handers that were coming up, McGonigal hits lefties and hit the home run.
Yep.
Riley Green hits lefties as well. So you left it up to they were going to stay in the game.
But as someone who's paid for our opinion on A.J. Hinch, I've tapped the brakes a little bit as they've navigated a large array of injuries. And yet, in my mind, now that they have everybody back, I think we're a little bit more open to what I consider more fair criticism. It's not like you don't be critical of them, but kind of temper everything a little bit based upon who he has at his disposal. Now, he's got guys back. I guess he did lose Glaber on Tuesday night. So yesterday was their first full game without Gleyber Torres. And the numbers with and without Gleyber Torres are
it's night and day.
Yeah. Now, Glaber's first injury coincided with no Kerry Carpenter, coincided with no Tarek Skubal. But, AJ's paid to get the job done. And, this road trip, with much of it with everybody accessible that he could play, it wasn't a good road trip.
No, it's not like they got blown out in any game. It didn't feel like they were getting blown out anyway. But they just didn't do enough. And little things made a difference in a couple of those games. They could have won, and it could have looked a lot better, and it didn't. And they're going to regret that. Because when you're at a point in the season where you have got to stack wins, you can't afford to go, 1-4 through that stretch. And then now you're facing the top team in the division this upcoming weekend. It feels like for this team to have any shot, they absolutely have to win the series and maybe even sweep the series to feel like you've got that chance to get back and get the momentum going in the right way. Chris McCoskey had this quote from Tarek Skubal. It's interesting. It says, "The reality is we need to play better baseball. The future for a lot of people in this room, not just myself, the outlook could look very much different in 2 months, and it'll all come to an abrupt end." So they know. Well, they know what the situation is. They have to turn things around. They got to do it quickly. And fortunately for the Tigers, it starts with Skubal on Friday night, and then it goes to Troy Melton on Saturday, and then we got this seemingly a Hail Mary approach with Justin Verlander on Sunday because it's time, even though he's not fully ready by his own admission, but he's like, I guess we got to go.
And we'll get to that here in a second, but it was a bad road trip. It at least helps define them in the sense that, you've got a team that they have a lot to sell. And, if they fade, at least they get to sell. And I don't think they're in a rebuild situation. I think they're in a reload situation. Right? I mean, it's not a team that has to go back to square one.
No, I don't think they have to go back to square one. If they find themselves in a position where they're going to trade Tarek Skubal in a few weeks or in 5 weeks or whatever it is. Okay, it may stop them from competing this year, but it doesn't stop them from the future. The reality is this team will have freed up over $100 million in salary this offseason because of Skubal likely being gone and Jack Flaherty off the books and some other contracts coming off the books. Justin Verlander will be off the books. You got over $100 million that'll be freed up. And that's money that I think they're willing to spend. They got to spend it correctly, obviously. But whatever they recover from Tarik Skubal, these are players you're hoping are going to be contributing almost immediately for this team and whatever else they do. So I agree with you. I think it's more of a reloading situation that a team that's made the playoffs the last 2 years, if they don't make the playoffs this year, they should make it next year. That'll be my expectation.
I think they need to have a kind of trade deadline and off season where that's an expectation next year. And, they've dug this huge hole. If I'm running the team, I'm not giving up yet. And I don't think they should give up yet. But I also am not going to be stubborn about it because the truth is, and I've said this over and over again, think how well they'd have to play to cut into the wild card lead. How well they'd have to play to get back closer to 500.
Well, they had to go 26-12.
Okay, so let's say they did
before
something
the All-Star break to get to 500. To the trade deadline.
So say they did that. Okay, if they do that and get to the trade deadline, and you can't buy, because I don't think it's a team that's good enough to win the World Series. It might be good enough to make the playoffs. Then I'm back into the position if you can't buy, sell, which I've said a bunch. Let's get to Verlander because the uncertainty about what we're going to get out of him Sunday. The tweet from Evan Petzold, who wrote the story. Justin Verlander uncertain about health as he returns to Tigers for Sunday's game, but, quote, nobody sees the point of trying to delay this any further. What does that mean? Now, there's more in-depth quotes. We'll get to them, but just a heads up, if you're a big Verlander fan and you couldn't wait to see him pitch in Comerica Park, you might want to go Sunday. Because that doesn't sound like I'm healthy, I'm ready to go, can't wait for this opportunity. That sounds like, okay, nothing's getting better.
But it's not getting worse.
No, here are some more quotes on this from Verlander. We need to figure out what this looks like, and I'm capable of, and if I'm capable to go out there and do what I need to do physically to compete. It's that time. In a perfect world, everything would be 100% and good to go, and I feel like I did 5 years ago. It's just not the case right now. Nobody sees the point in trying to delay this any further. You got to figure it out and figure out where you're at. Game intensity is the only way to really know. I'm crossing my fingers here, but it sounds like they're kind of like, well, we'll see what happens.
It sounds like to me, now that we've had time to think about this for a while, like he's plateaued in his recovery, and that if it's not going to get worse, might as well get out there and show what you can do, and then hopefully it's that game thing, the game not simulation, but actually game experience that has you getting back closer and closer to where you were last year when you were healthy.
Yeah.
But if it's not going to get worse, okay. But that being said, I'm not sure that's a reason to take Kader Montero out of the rotation.
Well, that's why I said if I were running this team, I wouldn't give up. I'm not sure I'd put Verlander out there. I might just put Kader Montero back in the rotation.
Well, but you got to find out, right? That's the point of what JV is saying here is that, and it sounds like AJ Hinch and Scott Harris, they're all on board the same thing. We have to find out. So Sunday's a find out day. And is it going to be JV going 5 innings where he gives up 1 run on 4 hits? Or is it going to be JV can't get out of the 3rd inning and this experiment's done?
Let's go to Brad in Waterford. You're on 97.1. Hello, Brad.
Hey, how you doing, guys? Great show as usual.
Hey.
I agree with you guys. Let's just not start over. Everybody takes Cleveland for dead every year. If they lose a free agent or this or that, they always end up at first. Let's say Skubal's gone. Let's say the mega team Dodgers get him. You can get River Ryan, who steps in and starts. You can get Mike Sirota, who's a beast of a right-handed.
Okay, we're losing you, Brad. We got a bad sell.
But you threw two prospects out there for the Dodgers organization that are Sirota I love. Just from a standpoint of looking at stats and watching game logs, I love this guy. He's got power. He's patient at the plate, hits for a high average, high on base percentage. Seems to be a guy that fits in exactly what the Tigers are looking for. And River Ryan is a pitcher that's got a lot of upside too.
Gator's developing a crush on the Dodgers organization.
So good.
And is zeroing in on doing, nobody wants to hand the Dodgers the World Series. And if you hand them Skubal, they're going to be tough to beat.
Yeah.
But if you could take advantage of that and dip into their farm system, Sirota was your favorite, but I feel like you're warming up to almost all those Dodger outfielders.
There's a lot. I mean, they have prospects that are literally producing all throughout their minor leagues in their top 20 prospects.
And they're blocked. Specifically, outfielders are blocked at the major league level.
Their entire Double-A outfield has no chance of moving up to the majors at this point, at least with the Dodgers.
So it feels like it's a likely and, quite frankly, a great trade partner. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Hey, safety is top of mind for new drivers. Sam Bernstein Law and the Michigan State Police want you ready for anything. Get a free student driver magnet or emergency car safety kit. Pick one up at an MSP post or order online at callsam.com/car safety kit. sort of a eternal question every year when this comes around. Do you like or hate the U.S. Open conditions?
It's a great question.
Because they make the courses like borderline unplayable. The rough is a foot deep. And
they just wanted to get longer and longer come Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, obviously it's punitive to not be on the fairway. As someone who loves to play golf, I hate that.
Do you?
You know, because I'm an amateur though, right? I'm a terrible, I'm a guy who goes out there and shoots in the 90s, right? I don't
Hold on. Do you shoot in the 90s?
Oh, I shot at 81 the other day.
Or do you shoot in the low 80s, Scott? In your last 1 rounds, you've been pretty consistently in the low 80s.
It was a par 68, but that's okay.
I wouldn't tell anybody that.
I feel like I need to because it's ridiculous. It was just too good that day.
Yeah.
But hitting out a rough like that it's frustrating for an amateur when you hit a ball. Oh, it just goes off the fairway. Okay, where? And then you got to search forever and find it. And then you find it and you're like, well, I can't get a club on that. How am I supposed to? Like, I have no shot of getting into the green here. I have to literally just hack away just to get it back onto the fairway. That sucks. For me, it sucks. However, there are times when I love watching the pros struggle. And like, hey, that's punitive, particularly if there's a guy you're rooting against. Like if you don't want Jon Rahm to shoot under par today.
Oh, I don't.
Want John Parr to hit every, non-fairway he can. Oh, did you pull it, John? That's too bad. Are you in the rough? Oh,
you're gonna be there. You're gonna be there for a minute.
Yeah, watch these guys swing, and the club speeds are unbelievable. How hard they swing it, and they still get it out. It's unbelievable. But I go both ways on it. It really depends on who has to hit out of the rough. Generally speaking, I don't like. I think it's just one of these gimmicks that the U.S. Open does to try to make their courses tougher. So I don't know. Each course is trying to make it tough in their own way, and each tournament does that. And whether they shave the greens down or make it impossible to hold the ball when it hits the green, those are unfair.
So I like it because it's just a different challenge. Everything doesn't need to be the same.
Everybody has to play it,
and it feels like the battle is against par, and that you're going to be around even, and that's okay with me. There's some tournaments that you score big, and that's why I never got the pros think that the Detroit Golf Club's too easy for the Rocket Classic. And they said the same thing about the Buick Open up at Warwick Hills when it was here. And I'm like, courses are different. Challenges are different. And maybe I guess I'm not a golf snob, or I'm not, sorry, I don't need to be offensive. I'm not so into it that like I find that to be a problem, too hard or too easy. But I like different challenges. I like seeing, and everything doesn't have to be cookie cutter, right?
Yeah. No, that's what's great about the tour is that each course is different.
Yep.
They have their own quirks or their own character, which makes it great. I mean, you don't see an island green on every tournament.
Nope.
But you get to that tournament out there in Florida, there it is. That's fun to watch.
TPC Sawgrass.
Yeah. So it's all fun. But in those playing conditions, I don't like those playing conditions for me personally. But to watch the pros have to go through it, sure. Go ahead. Make it difficult.
Yep.
Let's see Rahm shoot an 80.
Well, at least a 73. I said over 70, 72 and a half.
72 and a half,
yeah. Got to go over that. Tigers take on the White Sox. I'm going to just tell you, I expect the Tigers to win this series and look great doing it because the White Sox are good. And if you look at what the Tigers have done, they've played better against the good teams. Houston's one of the teams they're battling for a wild card with, just lost 2 of 3. Cleveland was hovering around 500. They lost 2 in a row. But Seattle was a first-place team. They're above 500. But Seattle's a first-place team. Tigers won that series. Tampa Bay's 11 games over. Tigers won that series. So now they're taking on the White Sox, who are in first place.
And the White Sox don't have pitching. They're all hitting. Right? They've got a handful of guys that really hit the ball. Pitching-wise, they have one starter, Davis Martin, who has a low ERA of 3.31. Outside of that, their starters have an ERA of 4.15 and 4.61, 4.50, and 5.82. Those are their other 4 starters. It seems like it's advantage Tigers if they're going to face pitching like that, because they have been mashing the ball in June, as we had that stat the other day of how ridiculous this tear is that they're on right up until they got slowed down against Houston. But they still hit the 2 home runs yesterday in that game. But they've been hitting the ball out of the ballpark, and now they return home. We'll see how it goes. The Tigers I think they've got at least the first 2 pitchers in this series. There's a pitching advantage for the Tigers when you got Skubal and Melton out there. And then Sunday's matchup, we'll see what happens with Verlander. The closer for the White Sox, he's got 12 saves this year, but he's got an ERA of 3.8. All right, so Sir Anthony Dominguez, he is hittable. We'll see if the Tigers can take advantage of that if he has to come into a game. Maybe he doesn't because the Tigers already have a lead.
I'll tell you how this would be a really successful series. Has nothing to do with them winning or losing. It's Skubal goes like 7 innings and is healthy. Feels good. Then I'll feel good come Monday.
Yeah.
I'd like them to win, but every time Skubal goes to pitch, I just want to see him walk off that mound for the last time feeling good. Because that's how a disastrous season would sink even lower. They've got to be able to trade this commodity. And the better he looks, the better the offers could be, the more the bidders there could be, the bigger the bidding war, as this team it moves towards definition as to what they should do, whether it's obvious or not. We bring in Rico Beard, who has just sat down across the desk. What's up, man?
What's going on, guys?
You good?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
The old school Padres.
The old school Houston Oilers.
Just trying to keep up with you, man.
Is that what it is? Is that what you say every morning when you wake up?
You're my hero, bro. Big poster of you. Yeah.
Yeah, well.
Every day. It's like that Notre Dame when you play to be a champion.
Is that what it is?
Try to be like Doug. Be respectful.
I appreciate that.
Do what you can.
I'm sure this is your goal in life every single day.
It is, man. I tell people all the time, hey, that was my college roommate. Really?
There are some people that don't believe that.
I got photos.
Randomly assigned.
Yeah, I got photos. I've shown you a couple of them. Yeah,
yes.
We were there. We
Back in the hair
had
days.
sports radio, Gator, before there was sports radio.
That's the crazy thing. It was randomly,
Yep.
selected there.
There were some arguments. Let me just say this. Based upon the arguments from back in the day, I'm glad he's not my partner. With all respect due.
Wow.
He won every single one in the eyes of the audience.
Gator?
And I tell you what it was. It was I would present a case, and then Rico would say something that made everybody laugh. And then nobody cared what I said.
Yeah. It didn't matter about the facts. It was just who got the laugh.
Oh, he would get the laughs.
All right.
Gator, I can consult if you ever
if you ever want to try to be crazy.
You want to take this show up a notch?
There were a lot of people. When we would argue sports, a lot of people would stop and listen.
Yeah.
And I would lose every single time.
We're 19 and a half years into this. I think we're okay.
Yeah, we're fine.
Come on, man. Spice up the marriage.
No, we're good. What do you got planned coming up next?
You know what? I do want to start off with something. Watching the Knicks parade, you can't help but think about the Lions and a parade in Detroit.
Oh, dude.
And you know what? And I don't know. People may not. I just want to kind of put it out there. Like, what would this be like? They've waited 53 years.
Right.
The streets, New York is shut down. Think of it. New York, shut down right now. You could probably commit any crime you want, and you're going to get away with it because no one cares.
The Lions Parade would start in Saginaw and end up all the way down the end of Woodward.
See, I had it started at the old Silverdome. It started in Pontiac and just go down Woodward all the way through Hampshire, through everything.
It would be absolute insanity.
Who's there? Is Joey Harrington show up? Because they're digging up Knicks
they would have 250 floats, 250 cars and floats and stuff. I love this topic. You guys lean into that.
I am, man. And maybe it's just me. I don't know.
It would be.
I hope the people respond.
It would be incredible. You guys got to come up. Let's plan the parade for
Who's
someday.
in there, man?
Get the route going.
Have a great show. Stay safe, everybody, and treat each other with respect. We'll be back tomorrow. Carson Anderson, 97.1.
And that is live audio of Rico Beard the minute South Africa tied the game. This man is a World Cup devotee.
Yes.
My favorite Rico Beard is soccer Rico Beard. This guy's dropping South Africa to tie bets in pre-show meeting.
You know why?
Fabulous.
No. Mike, you said it best pre-show meeting. It's just fun.
Yeah.
It's enjoyment.
It's the opposite of the Tigers.
Yes, where you're just out there and it's like, okay, let's see what you got, and you go for it.
Like on basis, it's automatically better is like unless somehow Jahmai Jones comes running off the bench for one of these teams, I'm automatically in a happier place.
Yeah. And maybe it's because ignorance is bliss. Because we don't know the intricacies of each team and each player.
Not these two. Like the bigger teams I do. These two?
Right. It's just, you know
Man,
what?
please.
I feel like just firing off bet because I think this mascot can beat that mascot in the NCAA tournament.
It's perfection. But yeah, we'll get to, Langdon talked. We'll get to it. More Yzerman news. None of it's good. Tigers, I just go away. But Rico has something legit to start the show with. The minute he said it, we altered everything we planned on doing. So I want you to open with it. I love this.
I do too, Mike. Okay, guys, look, I'm watching the Knicks parade, and they have drug out every former Knick player, every star, anybody that has anything to do with the Knicks in the last 50 years. They shut down this entire city. Mike, you can commit a crime in New York. Nobody cares today. Everybody's all focused on the Knicks. It's blue and orange throughout the entire city. I could not help but think what I think a lot of Detroiters were thinking. So let me paint you a picture, guys. Forget about whether the Lions can win the Super Bowl for a minute, okay? Let's just assume that they do. Let's assume that it actually happens. What does downtown Detroit look like? How many people are showing up? Who gets the loudest cheer when the parade starts? Who do you think who's going to be the superstars? Who are the people that they drag out? Who are the former Lions that they dig up and say, hey, here's Joey Harrington. Remember him?
You stop it right
Here's
now.
these guys. Here, Eric Kramer. Mike, this will be not one. I think this would be the biggest celebration of any type of championship in America.
Here's the question you're not asking, but it's the only one I'm thinking of. Can you even picture it? Can you even imagine? Like, I can't imagine it being real. Like, I can't imagine what the Knicks are getting today ever being the Lions. Like, I know it's not impossible. I know they were 30 minutes away from going in 23. Right. Maybe they wouldn't have won, but they would have gone. Rico, I want to know if people can even imagine it. Because you're right. You do see what's going on in Manhattan. The Knicks are kind of, please, I don't want to get yelled at for this. They're kind of a basketball equivalent of the Detroit Lions. Yeah. They hadn't won it in 54 years. Yeah. That's not that far off from what we're dealing with. Now, did they get to go to a final? Yeah. They lost. I never pictured the Knicks winning it. I never thought the Knicks were going to get it right.
I thought the closest was 94 when they played the Rockets.
And that would be the O.J. Simpson trial interrupting, what was it, Game 6?
Game 5.
Game 5, sorry.
There was no Jordan in the league, and I thought, okay, here's your chance. You could take advantage of a bad situation. No one would care.
Just like they did this year with the worst East in history. Yeah. Carry on.
But no, when you think about it, Mike, I have thought, okay, because I believe that the parade would start at the old Silverdome grounds and go all the way down Woodward. And it would be packed at least 10 people deep on each side as they paraded all the way down until they got to Hart Plaza. And then they would take the thing, because it's in February, they would probably have the actual celebration inside of Ford Field.
So maybe the question to ask people, besides we can have some fun, like, do you believe in your heart you're going to live to see it? And part of that might be based on your age, but no. Like, I
get what you're saying, because then reality kicks in.
Because I don't know, man. I feel like you have to say yes because it's the NFL, but the Lions, it's just a psychological block. I mean, a couple of years ago, I thought they were going to the Super Bowl, and they didn't. They went 15-2 and flamed out. But, like, can I really imagine that scene in New York here? No. I want to.
Yeah.
I'd like to know from the people. And yes, I mean, the idea, like, are they going to dig up Aretha and parade her around? Like, are we going to have 3 hat changes? I'll leave that to you.
Be Eminem and Stevie Wonder and whoever you can find.
Oh, it's Tommy Hearns. And it's all the usual suspects.
Here's the bad boys. That's Ben Wallace out there.
Hey, look, Rip Ben and Tay. But I think it's interesting because you're right. The scene in New York today, it's outer space. I mean, it's millions of people. It's the Canyon of Heroes. It's this idea of, can you imagine it here for the Lions? I want to leave that to the people who are, like, for instance, you're born and bred. Like, I've been out here for over 25 years, but I mean, there are people with double or hell, triple that. Yeah. And for a long time, people viewed it as completely impossible. Now, there are some people right now because they're smarting from feeling like you blew your best 2 opportunities. Doesn't mean that they can't get right back, but am I wrong for not being able to imagine it?
No, Mike, it's a difficult thing. It requires some hope. 248-539-9797. Lions fans, could you ever imagine seeing this parade? Because I've said this. I said I can see it happening, and I think the streets of Detroit would be the dirtiest streets after the end of the parade, not from the ticker tape, but from the amount of ashes dumped on the ground from Papa and brothers and sisters and mamas and cousins, that you brought the urn out there because they always wanted to see this, and this was their chance, that they had it in their will. If the Lions ever win the Super Bowl, dump my ashes in the parade.
And you know what? It's interesting because you're right. I don't think it would be a bleep show. I don't think there would be violence. No. I think it would be emotional. I think people would just maybe I'm giving benefit of the doubts to society, which is a complete mistake, but I do think it would be different for the Lions. Maybe the thing I would have to trace back, I would have to see how did it go down in 2016 for the Cubbies, because the Cubs are your equivalent there.
Okay.
And, I don't remember any great amount of damage or violence or nonsense. It just feels like that emotional release.
No, I think the last time it was any type of outbreak was when somebody got shot at the Chiefs parade. But no, I think that for Lions fans, this would be one. There would be no color. There would be no religion. There would be no politics. There would be nothing but Honolulu blue and silver. You would hear Forward Down the Field being played on a loop as this train goes all the way down to Ford Field. That's what I see. Banners hanging outside of buildings. The spirit of Detroit with the Lions jersey on it. Hell, the Detroit Zoo may even donate some real lions.
But can you imagine it? Do you believe you'll live to see it? I'm asking you.
That's the $64,000.
I know. I want to hear from David. Talk to me for a second, because I want to throw the number out: 248-539-9797. With what's going on in New York today with the Knicks parade and a couple million people out there, do you believe we're going to get that with the Lions at some point? Do you believe you'll live to see it? Can you even imagine it? Like, I'm struggling. I struggle to picture it. And I know that there's an inherent bias of the Lions have just hurt everyone ever.
Right.
But
let me add the caveat.
Rico is painting quite a picture here.
Because if it does, man, it will be the biggest ever. David, Mike, okay, let's say you guys don't believe that you will. David, do you think your youngest son, or Mike, do you think little Paul Sorvino?
I just said this to Bobby. No, my youngest son is 5. I don't think he'll be alive for it. I don't see it happening.
I can't do that. David, you're talking about, God willing, 70 plus years.
I don't see it.
I know it can happen. I can't picture Detroit looking like Manhattan today. Like, it also, too, and I admit this, all our teams have been such dumpster fires. And frankly, I don't even know if our teams are trying to win championships. It just makes it so hard to imagine that. But yeah, I do think it would look like the NFL draft. I do think you'd have a couple 100,000 people, maybe 1 million, maybe.
Mike, I think
you think it'd be million plus?
Yeah, because here's what would happen.
Jeez.
I think that anybody who was ever born in this city, it's going to be like the World Cup people. They're taking off work. They're flying.
They're returning home.
Yeah, they're coming back to Detroit. Hotels would be. Yes, it would be millions of people downtown. It would make the draft look like just
small potatoes.
Nothing.
Okay. 248-539-9797. I like this. Especially, yeah, you do look at what's going on in New York, and I don't care what your favorite team is. Pretty much everybody likes the Lions. Not everybody likes Pistons. Sure as hell, not everybody likes the Wings. Tigers, I don't even know if you care. I think you just view the Tigers as a plaything and an excuse to have a daiquiri and sit in the sun. Shout out Rico Beard for that opinion. The whole idea is the Lions are the currency in this town. Can you imagine what the Knicks are getting today happening here? Do you believe you'll be alive to see it? 248-539-9797. I like this because I want to know if the fans who have been with it for 40, 50, 60 years, can you truly imagine in your mind what it would be?
I think it would be a lot better than when the Tigers won.
You know what I view it like?
84.
I'll tell you what I view it like. Back when I cared. The one thing I always said is, I'll never live to see MSU win a national championship in football. It's never going to happen. The goal was the Rose Bowl.
Right.
They made the playoff. You knew you had no opportunity to win the playoff.
Yeah, here's Alabama.
Right. But my point is, I never could imagine that.
Right.
I view it the same way, is that it's this thing that you know it's possible.
It exists.
It just feels so far out of reach.
Just not for you.
Yeah, and with the Lions, it's such a better chance to do it in a league that has a cap and a CBA, and there isn't that power structure in the NFL. Think about it. You have rat-ass towns like Pittsburgh and Green Bay who are largely the gold standard of the league. That's unheard of in college football. Mm-hmm. Your blue bloods are your blue blood. There are no blue bloods in the NFL.
No, you're right.
So it's just, I want to hear from the people.
Yeah, your blue blood hasn't won a Super Bowl in 30-some plus years.
Cowboys? Yeah.
That's your blue blood.
You hate to see it. Shout out South Africa. Quality job by you. Who you got in the Bosnia game? All right, 97.
Let me do some deep research.
97.
Hey, let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's been leading the way. It's Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. All June long, Hamilton is participating in the Pickups for Paws campaign, supporting Rebel Dogs Detroit. For every pet that is loved and cared for, guys, you know it, there's so many that aren't as lucky. So stop into Hamilton Chevrolet right now and drop off some pet-friendly supplies into that bed of the Silverado located right there in the middle of their showroom. You can find a wish list under the About Us tab at HamiltonChevy.com. Your donation will make a difference. Then, while you're there, you can talk to Andrew and the sales staff about getting into a new Chevy, including the June Rico deal, a new 2026 Chevy Equinox LT, $269 a month for 36 months. All you do is walk into Hamilton with $995 down. You'll drive off with 10,000 miles a year in the Rico deal. You know what I say? The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Miles. Stop in to see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details. Make sure you drop off some pet-friendly supplies while you are there. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
All right, David, text to start. We'll go to the phones. I think Rico asked a hell of a good question. With the parade, with Victory Parade in New York today, can you visualize that for the Lions at any point? Like, do you believe you'll be alive to see it? I struggle to imagine that. The Super Bowl is just something different. We've experienced the Stanley Cup. We've experienced an NBA championship. The baseball one feels pretty far away, but factually, older people have experienced it. But the Super Bowl is the thing. It's this thing that just feels different. And yeah, no, I struggle to imagine it. But David, go ahead.
Text from Jeff says, just thinking about it for a second almost made my chest shake. You would see grown men crying like children.
Yeah, I think it would be one of the most emotional victory parades ever. I don't imagine it to be a bleep show. No, maybe I'm a damn fool. Maybe I'm naive as the day is long. I don't think you'd see people flipping cars. I don't think you'd see people climbing street lamps. I think it would just be so different because it's the Lions.
And I think that Detroiters would really self-police themselves because they don't want the images of what happened in '84 when the Tigers won. They don't want people to say, see, you don't deserve nice things. Look at how you react. I think Detroiters will be out there, Mike, hand in hand, forward down the field.
Are we doing the We Are the World reset yesterday?
Yes.
Are we doing this again?
Yes.
Where I wanted to create a brighter day, so let's keep giving, i.e. give Scooble away, be done with this?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. All of a sudden, you can buy mixtapes of Theo Gridiron out at the gas stations, him singing.
We can make a change.
Yes. Just you and me.
Okay, that's it. If you missed yesterday's show, don't worry about it. It doesn't make sense if you didn't hear it. David, go ahead.
From Fugenzi on a cell phone, he says, I picture when World War II ended, people would be hanging from windows, confetti falling. It would just be glorious around here.
But do you believe you'll be alive to see it there, Fugazi, or whatever the hell your name is?
A 56-year-old texter says, no.
Okay.
I will be dead before that happens. I will never see the Super Bowl with them in it. A 24-year-old texts in and says, I believe we'll have a ship within the next 5 years. It's coming, boys. So get ready for the parade. Jordan from East Point.
I love the optimism. We'll go to Matt, 97.1. Matt, what's going on?
Yo, what's up, Mikey and Rico?
Hello, what's up, Matt?
What's up? So I want to say yes. I feel like we will see it, but I always have my doubts, so I don't know. But my heart says yes.
Okay.
And my second topic, you guys will probably talk about later. Watching the Tigers in the Astro series, they need to sell. They need to sell Scooble and buy whatever they can with what they get from Scooble. And then the last thing, Mike, because I want to cheer you guys up, not saying that you're not cheerful. So I went to the pastry shop that I won't say the name of it that you told me about, and I found out that they can ship stuff across the country. So I'm going to send some to you guys on Monday. But I want to know, the macaroons, they have plain pistachio, cherry, almond. Which one do you guys prefer?
Pistachio.
Right.
I don't know what we're doing. Matty, you don't have to do that, but loud and clear.
I know I don't have to. But
That's very nice.
You're going to have to explain this to me.
No, it's okay. Don't worry about it. Okay. Now, listen, I want to address what Matt said about the Scooble thing because I think this is what people are missing. They're missing is it's not just Scooble. I want you to trade Scooble, Mize, Torres, Jansen, Flaherty. All of those players are pending free agents and should be moved. This is about stocking the war chest for when baseball returns. I'm not telling you to be happy about it, but I am drawing my line in the sand. Like, I'm very open. I don't want them to get back in this. They're not good enough. And I know they'll do the opposite of what I want. They'll probably go sweep the Sox this weekend. Why? Yeah. The Sox stink. This division's an embarrassment. You're a part of it. Like, think about this. This is how effed up it is if you're one of these optimist goofballs. The Minnesota Twins are going to have a fire sale. They're 4.5 games ahead of you in the division. They're going to trade Byron Buxton. They're going to trade Joe Ryan. You don't hear any conversation about, golly gee, we'll get back into this, bibbidi-boo.
There's a chance.
Right. It's like, dude, you're 14 games under 500. There's nothing I can do with that. I want them to sell. But stop with the idea that it's just Skubal. This trade deadline represents Scott Harris getting his driver's permit. This is about Scott Harris now have to actually do the job, not hide behind drafting and hope, not hide behind the things we can't see in the standings, like facility upgrades, development, hiring some coach no one will ever meet at AA. He's done great with those things. But the things you got to put in the storefront that says open for business, he's been awful at those things. Now he's got to do this at the highest level. And I don't care if we had Theo Epstein. I don't care if we had Dave Dombrowski in his prime. I don't care if you have Brian Cashman, Andrew Friedman. I could keep going. The point I'm making is it would be challenging for any GM to pull off. But that's his challenge. I just think if we said this yesterday, by July 12th, you got to be open for business. And short of them winning basically 13 out of 15 games or something ridiculous, even then you'd be under 500, by the way. I got to have everybody traded. Yeah. And you go into that lockout, you stock up on the minor leaguers. I don't think it's ever been a better time to have minor leaguers. And let's face it, you called up your best stuff. You fired your best bullets. McGonigal, Job, Max Clark will be up at some point. But bottom line is the rest of that farm system is years away. The Bryce Reniers. Then you get your non-pedigree guys like Max Anderson, who I'd like to have him up.
Right.
But he's probably more Kerry Carpenter complimentary guy than a revelation. The Briseños, the Lorenzos, the Rodriguezes, all that. Dude, that's years away.
Yeah, it is.
So you fill that gap with what you get in these deals. So I didn't mean to be long-winded, but I don't want to do another Tiger trade show today, but when Matt brought that up, look, man, I don't know who in this town doesn't want them to fire Sale after what they watched in Houston and Cleveland. Just enough. Leave me alone. Stop winning.
Let's stay positive.
I don't want to.
No. Let's talk Lions. Super Bowl.
Yes, we'll go to Michael, 97.1. Mike, how you doing, Mike? We're just going to we're going to put that, and we're going to do one of these, and all right. Mike was giving somebody the business. You remember that old clip, the 80s or early 90s, the NFL?
Yes, the referee.
Was it Red?
I know.
What was the old official? He goes, number 92, he was giving him the business. It was great. Well, Mike was giving somebody the business. So why don't we just do this, David? We'll keep it timely. Tell Michael to watch his potty mouth, and we'll get to the rest of the calls. Yikes. 97.1.
Hey, what if you had the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi and a price that didn't change for 5 years? Thanks to the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. Now through June 22nd, get gig Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 years with equipment and unlimited data included. No strings, no commitments, and you can get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. You're going to be guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that'll find and fix problems even before you notice them. It's like a super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats. Plus, you can even try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. So lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply to Mobile Select. Xfinity Internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
All right, we'll get to the people. By the way, fun anecdote from the Knicks victory parade today that Rico just shared. Apparently, Tyler Kolek, former point guard at Marquette and first-round draft pick, he almost got arrested at the parade today because, well, they didn't think he was a member of the team. You're going to have to come with us.
They thought he was a fan who got behind the gates and was running down, high-fiving the crowd.
They mistook him for Timothy Chalamet. No, actually, I play for the team. Sure you do. No, seriously, I do.
Jeremy Otto, is that you?
Oh, boy. Dave, a couple of texts. I'll get to the people, okay? Go ahead.
Blake in Green Bay says, I am from Wisconsin and have a separate savings account to make sure I can travel to the parade when the Lions win the Super Bowl.
Okay, so you believe you're seeing that in your life.
That's what he believes, yes.
Can I start out with believing I see Kirby Joseph in my lifetime?
Oh, that's never going to happen. Brian from Troy says, Mike and Rico, I'm 37, and to answer Mike's two questions, I would answer the same way as our favorite GM in this town famously said.
No and no.
No and no.
Oh,
so he
boy.
doesn't believe that it's happening.
Don't worry. I got an update on him later. You're just going to love it.
So Lions fans can't even see it happening.
I don't. Like my dad texted me.
I could see it. I just don't know if it's...
My dad is 70. And he's in good health, but like 70 is 70. My dad's like, I got a hell of a lot better shot seeing the Giants win a Super Bowl in my lifetime than Detroiters do seeing the Lions win one in theirs.
Wow.
But it's factual. Giants have been to 5 Super Bowls in the modern era, won 4 of them. The man is speaking facts.
Yeah, shout out Eli.
Now, I disagree with my dad. I've lost all faith because we have a silver spooner running our franchise. Wellington Mayor ain't walking through that door.
Someone says, I do believe it can happen, and I cannot wait to see the Kalimba Edwards parade float.
Oh, my God.
Brian in Madison Heights.
Can I get Ruben Drones back? Right. He was only here for training camp.
I mean, we're watching Walt Frazier, the Clyde. It's like, dude, what are we doing here? Like, they are bringing back every old
Walt
Knick.
Clyde Frazier has been on that broadcast and has been a part of the Knicks for 50-plus years. They treat it different. They bring everyone back. I don't have a problem with. What did we say the other day? If you've been a season ticket holder of a team for 25 years, you should get a ring.
Yeah.
Hell, you paid for it by giving the team your money. May as well get something out of it.
Oh, no, you're right.
Like Spike Lee should get a ring. Do I like Spike Lee? Not at all. He's an annoyance. He's a pest. But guess what? He's had season tickets for 40 years.
But will we see a car driving
Give him a booster seat and a ring.
Are we going to see a car driving down Woodward with Brian Westbrook waving to the crowd?
I doubt that. The Juan Roque Memorial Float. Gerald Alexander.
Quandre Diggs.
Yes, let's just keep it rolling. I want to have a float of all of Brad Holmes' failed third-round picks.
Hendon Hooker. And his crutches.
Giovanni Manu, except he's dressed in a costume because it's not a real person.
Right, he's just on a bike. Dude. No, he's getting arrested by the cops. Sir, you're not on the team.
No, I told you, like I finally got through a few seasons of The Boys, the Amazon show. Giovanni Manu as Black Noir. He doesn't speak, and he just stands there. Is it a real person? I don't know. Let's go to Chris. 97.1. Chris, how you doing, bud?
Bing bong, boys. Been a while.
Yeah, man. You got to be on cloud 9.
I am. I told the screener I watched the whole parade on SNY here at work on my phone. I bawled my eyes out at the end. I'm not going to lie. Second time I've cried over this stupid team this week, after the OG tip. But this whole thing being so surreal and being able to see it, which I never thought I would. This team was built on trades, not even our own draft picks, and here we are, and they win it. So you got to believe as a sports fan, and I am a Lions fan too. You guys know that I call them football season all the time too. You got to believe that you can see it and that it can happen because this Knicks situation is living proof, and you got to soak it in when it happens.
But you know what the difference is? The difference is, by and large, I don't think the fans in this town believe in their heart that their GMs and their owners are even trying to win a championship because the actions aren't there.
And that's true.
Now, that is true. That's gospel. It's kind of proven. They all get roped in together because they all make the same asinine mistakes. So all these fan bases, it's not like Lions, Tigers, and Red Wings fans. They almost just say we're Detroit fans, and they all expect the same for all four sports. And I hate that for them. I do. I really do. Like, especially as a Lions fan, I hate it. Like you said, we were 30 minutes away from getting there. But in my heart of heart, I do think there's a possibility. You always got to hold out hope, especially after seeing what I've seen and living through the Michael Sweetney years and everything. Like anything is possible. And
can I get an Eddie Curry replica jersey?
I don't have one of those, but I do. I'm not even going to get there, but I have a ton of RJ Barrett jerseys because I thought he was going to save us. So now I call those my pre-OG Anunoby jerseys.
Yes.
Let's go Knicks and let's go Lions.
Yep. No, and Chris, you're right. There's an element that hope is the only thing you have in sports. The problem is it's not a strategy. And after how many years of hope, and then your team's actions don't align with the teams that are winning championships, it becomes very difficult for fans to believe they're going to see it.
They don't align with what fans want to see done. And then it's almost become adversarial because it's like, oh, you guys just want us to go out and draft these types of players. Like, well, yeah, because we see those types of players win championships, or we see those types of trades win championships. So that's where I think the hope gets skewed, Mike, because the fans really want it, but you don't see management with the same amount of passion that the fans have. And it's not to say they're not passionate in the room, but fans are like, dude, we've been doing this for decades. You've been here for 3-4 years. It's time for you to pick up the pace.
He's right, Let's go to Charlie, 97.1.
Hi.
Charlie, what's the word?
Hey, I just wanted to say that there's always hope. And I've been a Lions fan for 60 years. The first game of any kind my father ever took me to was a Lions game at Briggs Stadium in the fall of 1963. We were playing the Baltimore Colts, and the Lions lost the toss and had to kick off to the Colts. The Colts had a touchback, started 1st and 10 on the 20. First play of the game, Johnny Unitas hits Raymond Berry for an 80-yard touchdown bomb. And that was the start of my Lions fandom. And my dad had tickets 2 weeks in a row, and the following week we got to go down and see Y. Tittle and the Giants kick our butt. Just got to say, Carl Sweetan and Milt Plum were no match for Y. Tittle and Johnny Unitas.
No.
And the Lions, we've had so much heartache here. I can still see Monty Clark praying on the sidelines before Eddie Mudd missed that kick to get us to the Super Bowl. I can still picture us 17 points ahead in San Francisco at the half.
But you can't picture the parade, though, can you?
I'm trying to real hard. I would really love to see it, and I got to tell you, if that ever happened, I'd be one of them fans crying on the sidelines.
Sure.
Oh, Charlie, trust me.
For so long, and I want to believe that Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell can get it done. I mean, if you look at it, we're a long ways from Russ Thomas and all the other.
But I think that's been the frustration, is that the fans approach this the right way, which is desperate, urgent, willing to die for it. And then you get an organization, and I mean, again, I'm only singling the Lions out here because this is what we're doing, who largely is like, yeah, well, we're doing it our way. And that's a disconnect because we all desperately want them to approach it the way the Rams do, where we're all in. We have to get this done. And look, it doesn't mean the Lions can't get it done, but I don't think there's a fan out there who believes they've given themselves the best chance to do it. That they've maximized. If you're in a moving van, you've made the governor take over because you're going 70.
No, that's a good way of putting it. You've done moves that were good moves, but they weren't championship moves. They weren't all in type of moves. They were trust the process. We can get this thing to work, but we don't want to really break the bank.
I mean, Rico, they drafted an edge late in round 2, and the GM had the audacity to flex. Oh, I guess I should listen to your mock draft. Dude, you haven't won anything. Stop it.
David, he's right.
Okay.
I mean, yes, you nailed it. Like, I couldn't believe he said that. Like, Brad, no, just.
It's the same thing Trajan did today.
Yeah.
Same thing he did. We'll get to it at 3. Oh, well, even if I had those conversations, you wouldn't know it. Oh, you're so sweet. Sick burn.
David, we seriously should do a who said it, just GM. GM speak and who actually said it.
Here's an idea. Find 4 guys who've done nothing and who talk with more arrogance. I dare you to find it in American sports.
Hey, man, the pancakes are good at the Coney.
That's right. Free refill. You need a topper on that coffee? All right. Biggest stage in the world. FanDuel's got you covered, including Soccer Rico, who's already 1-0 on the day. Live betting South Africa to tie. FanDuel's,
in the face.
Hold on, you got to do this super sub thing.
Okay.
I don't know. You bet a player to score, and if that guy gets subbed out for some tryhard, it doesn't matter because if the tryhard scores, you can still cash. It's like you're guaranteed to have a chance.
I'll do it for later games when I actually know the players.
Good luck. FanDuel.com/Michigan to get started. Let there be goals. 21 and up, present Michigan. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, David. Spin some jams here and tell us what we're doing. Oh, goody. This is the segment we get to talk about teams that actually do things. And it's John Tesh. Can't beat it. Just 1 second. Can you imagine these people paid to see a concert? They had no idea it was simply the NBA on NBC theme song. This is an actual song of his.
Yeah, well.
And the best is when you watch the video, how intense the symphony is.
Right.
It's like, guys, it's Bulls versus Blazers. It's not that real. Yeah, they're all into it. Wait till you see the guy on the little violin or whatever. I mean, these people they look like they're coked out of their mind. All right, David, go ahead with the news of the day.
Only thing missing was a LeBron jersey.
You gotta see it. Have you seen it?
Yes.
It's amazing. It's theater.
So there is a team getting frustrated in the Giannis sweepstakes.
The Detroit Pistons.
They have to be in the sweepstakes.
Okay.
It is the Boston Celtics. So we all remember when the Milwaukee Bucks owner gave the deadline of the draft, basically, is when he wanted this done.
Yeah.
Well, offers have been thrown out there. We all know this. We've all heard of this. Chris Haynes reports, though, that the situation can now drag into July, and Boston is frustrated, according to Jake Fisher, the NBA insider, says the Celtics are becoming frustrated with the entire trade situation. Not only is it taking longer than expected, but now it's fracturing the relationship between Jaylen Brown and the Celtics. And if the trade doesn't happen, how do you repair that?
The other thing the Celtics are frustrated by, Jaylen Brown can kick rocks. You're getting paid $60 million a year. Shut up. The Celtics are annoyed because Giannis's people want a seat at the table.
Correct.
And this is not unfounded. It's not that it's never happened before, but certain franchises, they don't bend the knee.
And that's definitely Boston.
Right.
Yes.
Now, it's happened one other time. And when they were doing the Porzingis trade, KP's people wanted a seat at the table. They viewed him as the piece to get a championship. They were right. I don't know. I think a lot of this, Milwaukee's got to make the biggest trade decision they've made since trading Lou Alcindor. It's okay for this to drag on. And if you're the Celtics, you don't want the reps there? Then get a lousy player. I mean, guys, this is the world we're living in. Oh, Jaylen Brown, your feelings are You got $300 million from the organization. Cry elsewhere. Use a few dollar bills to wipe your tears. And maybe next time be better in Game 7.
So next year, I'll bring this up since you brought his name up. I was not going to do this second, but you brought up Kristaps Porzingis.
Yeah.
I just want to have a conversation on what his future looks like.
I don't think there is one.
Because he only played 32 games last year, 42 the year before.
Mystery disease, NBA Finals.
Correct. The report is that you'll probably see 3 years, 75, the third year being a team option. But it's tough with the injuries, man.
Unless that team's in Spain. I wouldn't touch him with a 10-foot pole.
Has he reached a point where he's going and seeking doctors overseas?
I mean, it's
secret
just
trips.
Look, man, KP can fill a role for you, but I'm not paying $25 million for it. Now, if I'm mid-season, he's an expiring, I take him on as a piece that can help me, maybe. There's no world I'm doing a multi-year commitment.
It's worth the risk for 1 year, for
Correct.
half a year.
But I'm not going to be the team to pay that. It's silly. We've reached silly season.
No, you're desperate if you're doing that.
Well, speaking of silly season, it is the draft. So we have silly season in the draft. Misinformation everywhere. One of those teams, the Nets. They have befuddled the league right now because no one knows what they're going to do. They are drafting number 6.
They don't know what they're going to do.
Correct.
Hey, look at last year. They took a guy that wasn't even on half the people's draft boards.
There has been Darius Acuff has been connected to them. Nate Ament has been connected to them, the Tennessee forward.
He's a freshman, right?
Yes.
He's a stick
Both
figure.
are.
And now people are connecting Adai Mara
Okay.
to them. Why would you do that at 6?
Because the Nets are attempting, the Nets are drafting with their head up their ass.
I need that to happen, David, because that's a non-Western
That would
Conference
be.
team.
If he goes to the East, you win lunch. He goes to the West, I win lunch. The Nets are a broken franchise, David. That's all. They're idiots. They're what the Clippers used to be.
And I think Adai Mara is cashing in on what you're seeing with what happened with the Spurs. And they're thinking he could be the next Wemby. And we can get this super tall guy who could do a lot of things. I wouldn't recommend that, but he would be in the East, so I'm fine.
You'd
But
win.
Yes, but the Nets have just
They're terrible.
because I saw Acuff and I was like, well, is he really? He'll just be asking for a trade in a few years, but sure, why not?
So another team might be involving themselves in the Trey Murphy sweepstakes, not named the Detroit Pistons. That is the Golden State Warriors. According to the reports, they checked in on this during the deadline, trying to give them Kuminga first-round picks. And now they're checking back in on Trey Murphy. Is that a better idea for the Warriors than this whole LeBron
Right. And
stuff?
Rico checked in on Sade. What are we talking about? What could they possibly offer?
The Golden State Warriors are about to win the Al Bundy Award because they're still stuck at their days of being great at poke high and scoring 4 touchdowns. And they're still, hey, remember when we were the Splash Brothers and we did all of this stuff? And it's like, guys, it's been a long time ago. It was time to break up that team years ago.
And
Trade
I'll ask
off
you again,
Steph.
what do they have to offer when it has been discussed that the price for Trey Murphy is going to be exceptionally high? What's the centerpiece of that deal? Who? They already offloaded Kuminga. What are you going to do, AirPod?
No, I don't really think they have much.
Thank you.
I'm trying to think. Who
they have nothing.
Butler.
Who the hell? Why the hell would New Orleans want that? Jimmy
I'm
Butler
just
would
saying
burn,
that's the best.
he'd burn the Smoothie King Center down. He'd show up with a stick of dynamite and blow the arena up.
That's the only thing that they really
The answer is
have
no.
Is Jimmy Butler.
Yeah, right, which means you don't have anything at this point.
So my question, though, for the New Orleans Pelicans is why
do they exist? I
look
don't
like
know.
Next year, because DeJounte Murray is on the market. Zion is not on the market, according to reports. What do they look like?
I'll tell you what, take your dog for a long walk and look down. That's what they look like, and it'll be somewhere in the grass. Just get rid of this franchise. It is an absolute train wreck. It's almost like Joe Dumars and Troy Weaver have been sent to destroy them. It's some kind of plan to get them to Seattle. I don't know. They're terrible.
So
I'm sorry.
No. You nailed it.
He's right, you know.
I didn't want to say it again, but yeah. That was my thought.
You know what they remind me of? The old Charlotte Bobcats. Bob Johnson, Sagana Diop, Gerald Wallace is your best player. Wow. Adam Morrison. That's the modern Bobcat, a Pelican. Just a hopeless effing endeavor.
You know, that team they just will never be the same until they get the name Jazz back.
Don't get me started.
Which means they'll never be the same again because they're never getting the name back.
All the things they could have done, they chose a Pelican. Good God. Keep going.
That is your NBA Fast Break 97.1.
Okay, Victory Day in Manhattan has sparked a conversation here about the Lions and a victory parade and the idea of, can you even imagine seeing it in your lifetime? And can you even visualize what the hell it would look like? But we want to bring in, against my will, Pistons conversation, because I think Langdon is kind of just telling you what's up, and it's just a complete disagreement on how things should be. But here we are. Now, I'd offer you audio, but, well, it's not good. So we're just not going to do that. But David has some quotes that I can read to you. And I think one of the things you have to do when you listen to GMs speak is you have to kind of parse words. You have to kind of read between lines on certain things. So let me give you this one. Langdon on getting better. I can't stand here and say we don't want to get better. So getting better means you got to win the second round for us to be better. It doesn't necessarily mean we have to win 64 games. I don't think we're trying to do that. If we did, that's great. But we need more equipped. We have to be more equipped to compete in the postseason. That's what we're looking at doing. Adding pieces that accentuate our three best players, our core three players.
Cade.
Who would that be? Here's your core. Cade. And
C. Cunningham.
Cade. And Cade. Right. Now, if you want to hope cast or justify it by salary, Duren, okay, fine. Cade, Duren. Who the hell's the third member of this core? Oh, wait a minute now. Is this the part where you're telling us Ausar is untouchable? Is your core seriously two players who have no offensive ability? Is your core is two guys who can't shoot outside of 6 feet? That's what you're telling me. See, here's why that bothers me. You really should have just said how we accentuate Cade Cunningham. We have one of the best players in the sport. My job's to put a championship team around him. You know what I'm not doing? The Detroit thing. Playing favorites, getting seduced by your own, and now all of a sudden, whiz bang pow, this is our big three. Cade, Duren, Ausar. See, doesn't that foreshadow? They're going to overpay Duren. Mm-hmm. And here's the next best part. They're going to do exactly what I said they were going to do. They're going to sign Ausar a year ahead of time.
There it is.
Woo! Am I wrong in reading into it that way?
Nope, you are not. That is exactly how it sounds to me and to every other Detroiter who either heard or read what he said, Michael. Yeah, that Duren and Ausar are part of the core. And these are two guys that, look, Duren can score in the regular season. Thompson can play great defense, but to me, they're additional, they're side pieces. They're not a core piece. You're right. The best way to say this is we got to build around Cade. We got to put the best team around him because we have one of the superstars in the league right now.
There you go. But what did he do? He did this YMCA, we're all in it together routine. Who the hell's the core three? Do you believe right now your big three is Cade, Duren, Ausar? That's going to be the championship trio. And all you got to do is what? Put a little salt and pepper over the top of that baked potato? Is that?
Bruh, you could make a better argument and put Tobias in one of the big three. And I can at least say, well, he did do something. He's getting up there in age, but there's a better argument for Tobias to be one of your big three than these two.
Does that foreshadow the type of offseason we're going to have? Or, look, I can respect wanting to keep those three together, I guess. I will continue to go back to this. When Ausar and Duren were on the floor together in the playoffs, on a per 100 possession basis, you averaged 88 points per 100 possessions. For context, the Brooklyn Nets, who were the worst offense in basketball, averaged 92 per 100 possessions for the season. You have to prove to me that Ausar and Duren can play together in the playoffs. Now, I understand. If you think you can strip down everything else to keep those three. Like somehow you could acquire Trey Murphy for Ron Holland, the dead body of Karis LeVert, and 4 first-round picks. I get that mindset. I do. But there's no world these three are your core because you can't run a play for 2 of them.
You're nailing it, Mike. It's if that's the case, then I'm just going to double team Cade or just blitz Cade all the time, which is how you end up getting put out of the playoffs. And you guys beat me. And guess what? They couldn't do it. And now I like Ausar. I like his defense. I like everything that he said. I don't think you could have both. If you told me that it was Cade, Ausar, and we're going to go out and find that third piece to have a big 3, I could live with that. The Duren thing, I know. He's 22. He's got time. I'm kind of cashed out.
Hey, you know who was 22 once and looked like an all-NBA player and got a big contract and now he's dog water? DeAndre Ayton. They're kind of the same player.
Brother, you know what? Just go ahead and go home.
Okay.
Just go ahead. Because you're on fire right
Just trying to add a shred of value to the proceedings. You get my point.
That is a great example.
It's hopium by people.
And now teams are just saying, you want Aiden? I don't want him.
No, he's a negative asset. Hey, you know who was sweet at 22 and didn't keep getting better? Ja Morant. Hey, you know who was all NBA a few years back at like age 22? And now he's probably a $50 million liability who's not as good as the rookie who should be playing above him? De'Aaron Fox. Being 22 is not some license to keep getting better. It's just not. So it could happen. The point I'm making when we bring this up, and Langdon talked today, why are you showing your hand? Because now there's no way you're going to turn around by Monday or even 4th of July and free agency and trade Ausar or Duren or do something seismic. You've told everybody this is what it is. You're the same guy who said it's about to get expensive and what we pay Duren directly impacts our ability and flexibility around Cade Cunningham. Yet, it sure seems like you're going to waltz right into that. So, look, I want to say it again. I totally understand wanting to see if I got rid of everything else to keep these 3. Can I do that first? Do that behind closed doors. I don't love this anointing of our because who else is he talking about as the core? It's Ausar and Duren and Cade.
Unless they bring back Tobias.
There's no world a 34, soon to be 35-year-old power forward is your core. If that's your core, stay home.
Okay, but you're also talking about this is the core of Duren and Ausar. So there's a world here in Detroit where Tobias could be one of those guys. I hate to break the news to you, Mike.
I know. No, I look, man, I know. I just want to hear from the people. Now, here's the other comment. You tell me what you want to do here. And this is the one, this scares me a little bit. This is the whiz bang pow. The names will be the same, but the team will be different. Scott Harris thing.
Oh, boy.
I think we have to look at both regarding improvements. We got to look at both, but again, we have to get better, whether that's internally or externally. It's a combination of 2 things. We put out player development plans for our guys. I think all of our guys will get better next year. It's magically delicious. I mean, just osmosis. Everyone just gets better. Cool. I mean, I'm sorry. What are you, a Marvel hero? All of our guys will get better next year. We'll come back a better team. So I think overall, that's the best way. Will grow is internal growth in terms of taking a step. We'll continue to look to see if we can add other pieces to help us continue to improve and come back a better iteration of the Detroit Pistons than we were this year.
Well, yeah, and the fact that the bar, I guess, is to get out of the second round now. Not championship.
I can only give you this. It doesn't mean I'm right. I'm not trying to do like a receipt thing, so please don't do that with me. I can only tell you emotionally when I read those 2 things what I feel. It makes me feel like, once again, they just want to be good enough to reach in your pocket. that they're not trying to win a championship. When the GM himself says the goal is to get out of the second round now, to take an incremental step, when this is the same GM who talked about getting better in the margins, this is the same GM who's now in a declarative moment saying, oh no, we have our core. When every fan on the planet is going, no, we got to get Cade a Robin. We have Batman. We need a Robin, i.e. core, piece, superstar. No, the GM is saying, we have our core. And we handed out homework assignments for the summer. Everyone's going to do their book report, and everyone's going to get better. And we're going to improve internally. Rico, how else am I or any fan supposed to take those comments? If you don't like how I'm reading into them, please feel free to sell me this pen.
Well, Mike, I think
Please.
it's consistent to he's saying how, like, this year the goal was to get out the first round, and next year the goal was to get out the second round. He's not sitting there saying we're trying to have a parade in downtown Detroit.
The disconnect, even if we don't go into that, the disconnect is everyone on earth is saying we need to get K to number 2. Mm-hmm. Is that something where we could all stand up live and sing We Are the World?
Yeah.
We know we got to get Cade as Robin, right?
Yeah.
And we're accepting that if we get Robin, I could have Duren as the third piece.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Thompson
fine.
can be the fourth.
Fine, if you can pull that off. That's why I said I get what he wants to do. But there's idealistic and realistic. The realistic outcome is you're never getting the player you need without giving up one of those guys. Mm-hmm. Any big-time trade to get a big-time player, the first thing a team's going to ask for when they look at this roster is probably a Suhr.
Yeah.
Because he'll be cheaper than Duren, can guard 5 positions, and they probably have more shooting at their current store anyways.
Yeah, you could be my defensive stopper on the court.
And he's a hyper athlete, open floor. You can do some things.
Right.
Rico, I just, again, the disconnect. I thought the assignment was pretty simple for the Pistons. Move heaven and earth this offseason to get Cade his 1A or number 2. And instead, we're met with this. Now, if you think he's playing poker and he's lying, all I would caution you is this. It's pretty weird to identify your core and then put a bullet in the head of one of your core in the next 7 to 10 days. That's a pretty weird move.
Fair.
So what do you make of it, guys? 248-539-9797. We'll talk about that. We'll continue with the phone calls. We'll get the texts. And yes, David, I want your take because I know you might have had one other quote from him. We'll do that too. 97.1.
Hey, guys, does your basement still look like a storage unit? It's just nothing down there but boxes and old exercise equipment. And you promised yourself when you moved into that house, I'm going to fix this thing up. I'm going to turn this into the man cave of my dreams. And, well, you're still sitting there with a basement with boxes and old exercise equipment. Not anymore. MatrixBasements.com. Go there right now. Let their award-winning design staff come up with a solution for you, a plan that you will absolutely love. And they'll listen to you, and they can tweak it to exactly how you want it done. They did it for me. They can do it for you. Go to MatrixBasements.com in the paralysis and just get your basement done. As a matter of fact, if you head there now, you may have your basement ready in time for football season to come. Hey, look, I'm loving it. I could watch the World Cup. I could watch baseball. I could watch the NBA Finals. I could do all of that in my basement. You need to do the same thing. Go to MatrixBasements.com. Matrix Basements, design that pays off.
Now, I want to float you one idea before I get to David, the text, and the calls. Here's the one way they could pull this off. And Evan or John, if you're listening and you're going to do video shenanigans, throw this in the mix with what I just did because it's important. I brought up, I understand what he wants to do and say, look, I don't want to get rid of Durinas or certainly not Cade. What can I do around that? I think that puts you in a classification of player I get scared about. Meaning, I'll give you an example, a Kawhi Leonard. It's a rental. You're basically trying to relive 2019. You bring in Kawhi for a year because he's unsigned. Lord knows he'd probably want an extension, which I wouldn't want to do. Look, Kawhi Leonard, when you look him up in the dictionary, all you see is load management. Oh, he played 65 games last year, but in the aggregate, he basically gives you 50 games a year. Chronic knee issues, weird guy, but the cost of acquisition would be lower. Maybe that's a space you get rid of Ron Holland, multiple picks, some of the wax figurines you have on this roster, and you do keep your, quote, core, but the number 2 of this team is Kawhi. Now, that could be the move. Mm-hmm. I think the difference is most fans, and if you disagree, you can call the number, or if you agree, I don't care. I think most fans want a player that is closer in age and timeline to the rest of this roster. A Trey Murphy fits that bill much better. Markkanen is kind of on the back end of young at 28 or 29, but still a lot left there. I just think that's the one way I could see. But here's my point. Why would you tell the league that?
That's the crux of the problem because, it doesn't make any sense, Mike.
That's not a big deal.
But it just kind of feels like don't expect a big splash. Our guys are going to get better.
And maybe I'm
letting to say same names with different teams.
Did you guys react the way we did or not? And it's totally okay if you didn't. Maybe we're too close to it. We do this every day. Maybe I'm allowing inherent bias to take over. That I do feel like we're on a carousel with all these GMs, and maybe that's not fair to Trajan. I'm open to that criticism. But I want to know what you're thinking. I was a little bit rattled with the declarative statement about the core, and really the whole develop internally, and here's your homework assignment for the summer, and everyone's going to get better, and we're going to be better. I think the one thing we could all hold hands on is get Cade to number 2. Mm-hmm. And I have a hard time believing. I will hope for it. I won't expect it. David, go ahead. Sorry, buddy.
So I'm going to try to be patient here because I'm angry. I am. Okay. I am truly angry here, but I'm going to have patience because it is only June 18th. There's plenty of time for him to still make moves.
Sound like Hubie Brown. Plenty of time. Plenty of time. Hubie, there's 1.2 seconds. There is not plenty of time.
There's 0.2 seconds left. Well, they can design a play. Actually, they can.
Plenty of time. 2 dribbles and a move. Hubie, there's 0.6.
But here's the thing, Mike, and you mentioned the word posturing. Could he be posturing? I take you back to last offseason.
He hearkens.
I do hearken. Where he told you exactly what he was going to do, and he did it. Margins. That's what he said. And that's exactly what he did. He improved the margins on this team. So I don't think it's posturing. I think he tells you exactly what he's going to do. You said this just a second ago. Why would he tell the league what he's going to do? He did it last year. Why would it be any different this year? It is frustrating hearing his comments when he says, we put player development plans together for our guys. I think all of our guys will get better next year. We cannot go into an offseason with the mindset, of course, you believe and hope that your team and your players internally will get better.
Hey, sure you can. Regards, Scott at World Headquarters.
And I think that's why I'm so upset with that comment is because we had it before and we see the results of that. I'm just frustrated, but I'm going to be patient and hope and believe that he did lie to us this year.
You know what, David? You're right. And Mike, you're right, because all of these guys have been telling us, heck, you could throw Brad Holmes in there. Brad's been telling us for years, This is what I'm doing, guys. Hey, Brad, you going to get that edge rusher? No. No.
Only thing missing was an FU.
Right.
No.
You can keep asking me, and the answer is still no.
And then he finally does it, and he tries to peacock.
So, yes, unfortunately, this isn't coach speak. Unfortunately, it's not, I'm going to say this, but just watch because I'm going to pull off the biggest heist ever.
Hey, look, maybe that's his plan, though, is he wants this as his big three. He'll supplement it with a Kawhi Leonard for a year and kick the can down the road.
Rental.
I don't know. David, what's the general consensus on text, if there is one?
A core 3 is not allowed to go to Game 7 in the first round as a 1 seed. You have Cade, not a core.
I'm with that. I agree with that.
And see,
that doesn't mean I don't think the other guys have value. But, man, when you talk about a core, brother, I mean, pick a team. Like you know the core of OKC is Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, it's Jalen Williams, it's Chet Holmgren. Like you know with the Spurs, their core is Dylan Harper and Wemby. Like
Castle.
You know what the core is. Like even with the Boston Celtics the past few years, you knew it was the Jays. Mm-hmm. All right, you were going to have Brown and Tatum, and then they had pieces around them. And for a moment in time, it was, hey, we got Al Horford with him, or KP, or then it was Derek White and Pritch.
Mike, you can do the same for the Cavs. You can do the same for the Knicks. You can do a lot for all of these different teams. That's why I know you say, oh, well, you're just in love with this player. No, I've just set the bar low. It's what David said. Traden Langdon, who is who he is, and I think their big free agent acquire, they're going to go out and get a guy like an Ayo Dosunmu. And they're going to say, hey, we've added to the team. He's going to bring scoring. He's going to come off the bench. He's going to help out Cade.
I'm trying to be patient. You can't bring that name up and expect me to be patient.
David, I'm just trying to prepare you.
Just go to the text, and then we're getting to the calls.
It scares me how much influence Cade may have at this point. If he's the biggest piece of the pie of the decision makers, he could turn himself off to this team in the future from his own decisions just to keep buddies around. That's from Noah in the Clem.
Look, I think the problem is, and it's not Cade's fault. It's not. The Pistons have been chasing being the bad boys for almost 40 years. Every team they build, they try to build the bad boys. You're almost indoctrinated. It's like if you go to Michigan or Ohio State or you go to Alabama, you're indoctrinated into a cult of sorts. Cade is simply acting out what he's been told. If it ain't rough, it ain't right. And going to work and lunch pail and toughness and championship belts and all the, busting their ass. It's David, look at what they consider their core. Two guys that have absolutely no offensive game. None. Quintessential Pistons. And then, look, I'm not even I heard a couple people call in. They're ready to take Doug and Scott's head. They were talking about Duren and money. And look, bottom line, he can get up to a certain amount on the restricted market. I wouldn't pay him a penny over that because I don't have to, but I don't care anymore. I'm happy to have him. I just don't want to overpay. But the whole idea is, what other town, what other team would have two core members that have no offensive ability? Only here. Only here.
Fair.
And I don't know if they can get the player they need without giving up anything of substance. Now, look, you could give up Ron Holland and 4 first-round picks and go crazy, but remember, the flattened lottery odds, teams might be a little more reticent to give up picks. Not the ones that are trying to win, but if you're the Pistons, those picks are going to have value. If you truly believe in the internal development and handing out trapper keepers for the summer, and everyone's just going to get better. Shout out Trapper Keeper.
They don't do their homework, yeah?
248-539-9797. Your phone calls are next, 97.1. Straight to the people. Let's go over to Pedro 97.1. Pedro, how you doing, buddy? What's good?
Oh, good. I feel like these GMs just make, just basketball, for example, more difficult than it is. The game is to put the ball in the hoop, right?
Yes.
You don't have guys that can do that. How good are you, right? I mean, isn't it that simple at the end of the day? Obviously, there's more to it, but you get what I'm saying. But how does Trajan sit there and watch the Spurs and Knicks play a whole different level of basketball than what you're playing and think, oh, we're just going to win with Duren and Ausar in our lineup? What world are you in where you watch that and decide that these are the two other guys I'm going to build around? I like Ausar, but if you're going to pay Duren $40 million a year, you're going to regret that decision in 3 years. You can get a Walker Kessler from Utah. I think he's a free agent. You can get Mitchell Robinson, and maybe they're not as good as Duren, but is the fall off that much where you can get him for $10 to $20 million a year that you don't do that? Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, because what fans don't account for is, oh, well, I lose Duren, right? But what did you gain with the money? It's all about acquisition cost. And until or unless I find somebody that can help Cade in the fourth quarter of games, either in isolation or in a two-man game, whatever it may be, or being a primary ball handler, then everything else is secondary to me. So, yeah, Pedro, I'm with you. Yeah. That's where I can't overpay Duren. My offer to Duren would be simple, 5 at 150. And if you can get 177 from the Bulls or some other bum-ass franchise, go ahead. And I'll bite down hard and probably have to match it. But this idea that the Pistons, for no good reason other than what? Feelings, might pay him 200? Absolutely not.
Because he's a dog. And Pedro, I get what you're saying. I think they're trying to do what the Spurs are doing, except their draft picks aren't as good. Where the Spurs are just kind of doing the homegrown thing. Their core, all drafted, but they're better than your core. You didn't. No, go ahead.
You didn't draft as well, though. You can't be them. You didn't draft as well. And they have this freak Wemby. And what do the Knicks do? They have Cat who can space the floor, and you take Wemby away from the rim.
Well, here's what the finals were. But hold on, Pedro, stay with me on this, because you both are highlighting something, and it's a good point. The finals are giving you the two pathways to a championship.
And that's what I was going to say.
You can either hammer the draft and kill it. You're Sam Presti, right? Or you do what the Knicks did. Which
Sell
is
off every piece.
Right, which is what essentially the Cavs are trying to do. You just go all in, you trade a bunch of picks, you sign free agent, and you go, this is what we're going to do. And again, the Knicks had to get lucky to get it off the ground because Brunson went from a nice signing to a superstar. But Pedro, that's it. So if the Pistons are going to commit to internal growth, Rico, and you were right, is they don't have the other pieces.
And I don't think they have the guts to make those types of trades because the Knicks traded off everything to bring in other pieces. Traded away draft picks, traded away, the players that RJ Barrett. Okay, we drafted him. He's going to be good. No, on second thought, we're going to go ahead and trade him away. And
you know what drives me nuts too is these teams like Trajan said it. We're going to get expensive soon. Okay, that's soon. That's not right now. So while you have the money, why don't you spend it right now? Same thing with Brad Holmes. I got to sign this guy in 10 years. Oh, how about for these next 9 years, how about you take advantage of that cap space and let's actually get someone right now that'll help us in the short term, and then we'll figure it out later.
Pedro, it's also why do we just default to keeping everyone in this town? Why do we do that here? What is that?
It makes no sense. It's just, you watch the teams that are winning championships doing the exact opposite of you, and for some reason you don't think, wait, everyone else makes moves, does deals, shakes it up, and they keep winning. No, that's not the way. I'm going to do it this way.
We always got to be different here. And I mean, Pedro, look, I'm a Celtics fan, right? I've watched the Boston Celtics. They traded the most popular athlete in the city of Boston, not named Tom Brady. They took Isaiah Thomas 10 minutes after his sister died and traded him. Then they traded Kyrie. Then they went out and they're about to do the unthinkable right now. They're going to trade an NBA champion, NBA Finals MVP, and a guy who put the organization on his back this year. They're going to trade him. That's the world I come from. There are no feelings. There's nothing. There's only winning.
It's business.
And it's not going to work all the time, and it's not going to work every year, but I can't accuse my team of not trying.
Because I hate to say it, Mike, but for some reason, and it could be in other cities, but you really see it here in Detroit, You fall in love with your players. They become your guy. They're all about the city. It's Detroit versus everybody. And they become the local heroes that is, and we elevate them. We elevate them to standards that they are not. The other people in the league are like, wait, really? You think that highly of him? Okay, we don't. But here in Detroit, you do. It embodies everything that is Detroit. And you're seeing that again with this Pistons team. And they know how to play up to the crowd. They know how to get the fans behind them too.
No, the problem is that you have certain beat writers that will go out there and protect the team. Like you have one today going out there tweeting out certain teams made real moves, and yet they didn't do anything this year. Like that's the problem that I have.
All right, and look, let me be clear. I don't know who said it. I don't care. Look, can I say? I want to say something Cookie said. This is a few weeks ago, but he's right. This town has a disease. This town has a disease that causes them to sit back, do nothing, and then what was the kid from The Simpsons who points and laughs?
Oh, Nelson.
This town is Nelson. When other teams try and it doesn't work, Detroit goes, ha ha. It's like a psychosis here. Right, that's Detroit and every beat writer. Like, why do you sit back and wait for it not to work? What about all the times it does? Like, hey, how about what the Knicks just did? We're going to ignore that?
Well, it's unethical, Mike, and the East was bad and blah, blah, blah.
Right,
and
you mean the only reason you flourished in the regular season and were fully exposed in the playoffs?
So you picked up on that flaw. Yes, that's what you get is, look, they got lucky, and you still, believe it or not, and I know, don't get mad,
I'm not.
David can attest to this, you still have Pistons fans who say, that's our title. Because we would have beat the Knicks.
And if you play that game a few years ago, it's called the transitive property. College football's national champion was Navy. Okay, don't do that. That's what dumb people do. Don't do that.
Okay, so we're going to be fair here. Trajan Langdon addressed that when he spoke today. And he said they were a totally different team than when we played them in the regular season.
Thank you.
So Langdon is even saying it. So fans, stop saying it.
We all saw that. You were so busy planning to play the Knicks, they forgot about the Cavs.
I go back to it's societal. The easiest thing to do is make fun of somebody who tried and failed. That's all we do as a society. No one, you never give someone credit for taking a risk. Like I'd much rather be the person who took a risk and lost than be the loser playing with their ball bag and just pointing and laughing at people who are actually living their life. Like, okay, a team tried something and it didn't work. Why are you wearing that as a badge of honor when you were sitting in the corner pumping your candy cane? Right. Like that, I mean, like seriously.
Trust me.
It's a disease in Detroit. I don't know why it's this way.
Oh, I can tell you, and the next big Nelson moment that the city of Detroit is waiting for, the collapse of the Bears. They are waiting for that. Oh, see, you guys thought that they were going to be the next great team, and you believed in Caleb, and look at what Ben Johnson did. Ha ha. Oh, they're waiting for that. It's simmering right now.
All right. We'll get to the people. David, I didn't mean to take it away, but you brought something up, and it's like, I don't know who wrote it. I'm not mad at them. I don't know them, and I don't care to. I don't know why that's the default in this town. Oh, yeah, well, what about this team who did this, and it didn't work? What about it? Whataboutism is the most low-grade argument of all. You have a way you want to see your team run. You have a right to be a fan and want it done a certain way. What is it with this town? I mean, it's no different than people in Boston talk funny. It's the same mystery here.
Because, Mike, it's Detroit versus everybody. It's our guys. We believe in our guys. And nobody else.
Turn his mic off. No. Turn his mic off.
See, you don't want to hear it.
Because it hurts. I'm so tired of it. It doesn't have to be that way.
We do, man.
This isn't some homeless shelter. This is one of the great American sports cities. Why do we behave this way?
Because, you know what? I don't know if it's the teams, if it's the fans, if it's the media, but
I don't think it's that.
But somehow or another, Detroit has been convinced you're a small market.
Well,
and you act like a small market.
Well, that's because the teams do.
All right, that's what I'm saying. So Detroiters have now bought into, well, we're a little tiny market and
We are not.
And I was like, you're not.
This
But
isn't Cincinnati.
you believe that they are. So, my opinion.
You know what? Honestly, are screwed up. Thank you, Mike Stone. 97.1. People, we have breaking news at the 97.1 The Ticket broadcast compound. The Detroit Tigers are getting into their minor league system to bring up reinforcements, people.
Max Clark.
No.
Anderson.
A little lower on the list.
Who are they bringing?
Their 22nd ranked prospect, who's 27 years old. But my man, his middle name is optionality. It's Trey Cruz, who plays short, outfield. Looks like that's the Wenzel Perez because he had an incident with a workout band.
Yeah.
Sounds awful.
Sounds like it popped him in the face.
Oh, awful. But point is, this kid's going to come up. Here's your problem. You do what you want with it. Maybe I'm not allowed to read into this. AAA numbers, he's hitting 220 with no power. Virtual Kenny agrees.
I don't know why that's still funny.
Because it is fun. Because it is fun. Look, I'm not gonna go crazy. They call him up. Let's see if the kid can play. I'll be honest. It beats seeing Wenzel Perez or Zach Short or Jahmai Jones or anything. Fine. I can't ask them to do something and then bitch and moan when they do. What I don't understand is the following. How much more are we really waiting on? Now, look, Clark was going through a bad slump. And I know they don't want to wreck him. They don't want to ruin him. Cool. I do wonder once they get to a point, if they get to a point they're going to sell. I mean, can we go see if Max Anderson actually is going to be anything? Can we see if Max Clark's any good?
Yeah.
I mean, I can't ask for Chris Rodriguez. He won't be up till 2030.
I mean, look how long it took to get McGonigal up here. Not quite ready. Not quite.
I still believe in my heart if they would have done what I asked last year and brought him up for September, they win that Seattle series.
Yes, we're on the same page.
Somewhere in there was one more base hit.
Yes!
There was one.
Yes.
And yes, would you have been run over with a city bus by the Yankees? Yeah, you'd be dead.
But still.
I'm with you. Or the Blue Jays, rather. Excuse me. Yeah, you weren't beating those teams. But you want to win. All right, that's all. There's your update. Do whatever you want with it. They don't play tonight, thank God. Let's go to Mike on a cell, 97.1. Mike, how you doing, buddy?
Good. How you guys doing?
Good, Mike.
Real quick, before I jump into some Pistons talk here, Mike, can you pass a message to your soccer buddy? I've been rifling these, both teams to score bets.
Yes.
I'm like 5-2 so far, from the beginning of the week when you said it. I think it was on Monday. So.
Yeah. Yeah, dude, I'm telling you.
Thank you for me.
I will. I'm happy to. And also, Mike,
I didn't even know that was a thing, Mike, either. It was like both teams to score. That's it.
And Mike, the other thing Rico's getting into over here, I first of all, Mike, I love soccer Rico. This is hilarious. He's just betting. Okay. He's betting games to end in ties, and he's having the time of his life.
And Michael, it's the weirdest thing.
I need a winner.
Yeah, I do too. But I realized that you sing the national anthem when you get a tie, and fans are cheering when you get a tie.
They don't have anything else.
It's so un-American. It's like you either win or you lose.
Mike,
it's a tie.
Both teams to score. Mexico, South Korea. Lock and load.
Oh, I'm already on. I'm all over it, Mike. I set that at like 8:30 this morning. Come on now.
My man. All right, so what do you got on the Pistons, Mike?
Yeah, no, Pistons talk. Real quick, I say I'm not a part of this NBA elite, but I follow the league. I really follow Pistons, but very, very like high level. But when you're mentioning the two quotes from Trajan, the second quote that David said, it cracked me up. Oh, we've got a training program. Ah, cool. I hope these guys are in the gym. I mean, come on. You guys are getting paid millions of dollars. That one just was annoying, probably more than anything. But talking about having a core, you guys touched on it a little bit. Not being a big NBA guy, if I lived in California, I wouldn't be able to name a big three for the Pistons. And I think that's a big thing for a lot of NBA fans. So when he's calling it his core, that's what he said, not a big three. That's not a core. You don't have a core. There's a few teams you guys mentioned. It's the Spurs, it's OKC, it's Boston, New York. They have a core. The Pistons do not have a core. They have a Cade Cunningham. Yeah. If they don't get this guy some help, and this is where my knowledge is gone, I say you need shooting. You got to space the floor. But outside of that, you're going to get to a point. If Trajan keeps having these off seasons, it's not going to be a long time before Cade's knocking on his door saying, "Get me to a winner. I'm done." And that's going to be a dark, dark day in Detroit.
I mean, Mike, the problem is Cade is probably, and I don't mean this in a negative, it'll get taken that way, but Mike, Cade, then that would mean Cade is a part of the problem. Because these decisions, I'm sorry, I just live in reality. You don't pay a guy $55 million and not take his input. It's the NBA. Other sports, it's different. But Mike, if they overpay Jalen Duren, I'm sorry, there's no world. I would need to see a polygraph test where Cade wasn't like, no, bring him back at all costs. Like, can you imagine? Why do you think Tobias was still here this year? Cade's the one who stumped for him in the middle of the year.
That's true. I guess where I get frustrated, or maybe not frustrated. Well, yeah, no, I am frustrated because it's annoying. Every team in this city does it. It does. We can have the same conversation, interchange the GM's name, and then whichever core piece you want to throw out there, we can do it. I mean, it's been the same the last couple of summers. It is what it is.
No, it's frustrating, man. It is, and you have every right to be frustrated. You want to win a championship. Otherwise, what is it all for?
Exactly.
No, man, I'm 25, man. The Wings won the title in 2008, man. I didn't watch hockey then.
That doesn't even count.
Yeah,
Mike, if it's before you're 10 years old, it doesn't even count, brother. I'm sorry. I know Rico makes claims. He remembers things at 3 years old. For the rest of the world, you got to get to 10.
How was it claims?
You made claims.
No, it's not claims. It's facts.
Oh, man. Last thing I'll leave you guys with, because this was the only happiness I had, and that's gone from us. I was in Pasadena in 2012 with my family to watch that Big Ten title, or not Big Ten title, the Rose Bowl first party. Was that 2012 or 14?
That was New Year's Day of 14.
Yeah, 13 season.
2014, I'm sorry. 2012, I think, was when we lost the Big Ten championship.
That was 2011. Russell Wilson off the wrong foot.
Oh, man.
Isaiah Lewis. Yeah, thanks a lot.
Yeah.
I know.
Nice.
No,
yeah.
Mike, but those are the memories because you're right. As far as college football goes, it's dead. That's all gone. Even the old head Michigan fans will tell you it's gone. The meaning of the Rose Bowl, winning the Big Ten, your rivalries, making or destroying your season, it's all gone. It's just one big whorehouse with a money cannon. I mean, I'm not interested.
It's a new football.
Okay, there he is. Ever the politician, Rico Lamar Beard. who, by the way, remembers things when he was 3. 97.1. All right, first and only time today, I think. We're going to touch table on a little football here. Let's get some music, please. Okay, then.
All right. So you know what? Went through a couple of articles and came up with a list. And I'm going to give you a little bit of the ground rules. The top 12 overrated NFL teams coming into this season.
Okay.
Now, teams like the Browns and the Jets, I didn't put in there because I think we would all say.
Because they're not rated.
Correct.
Okay.
So these are teams that have playoff possibilities, but maybe a little overhyped, overrated. You will tell me if the team belongs on this list, too high or too low.
Do you want us to guess them?
You want to go that route?
It's your deal.
You know what? Sure. Let's guess.
All right, David, you want to rifle one here?
I'll go Washington Commanders.
The Washington Commanders did not make the list.
Wow. Okay.
Honorable mention, did not make the list, Dave.
All right, let me go with one. And I do think they're a little overrated. There's discussion of this team being one of the 5 best in football. I think that's overrated.
Okay.
And what about the Green Bay Packers?
Michael, Green Bay, number 12 on the list.
So they barely made it. But you understand my point.
Yeah.
They're good, but I think it's getting a little bit far considering they're going to play half the year without Micah Parsons.
Mm-hmm.
Josh Jacobs' situation seems a little murky.
Mm-hmm.
And let's just be real. Like, the Lions are in this division. The Bears are in this division. The Vikings, if Kyler Murray's credible. I just thought they were a little overrated.
Yeah. Good. You want to make it take it?
Okay. Okay, let me give you one that I think people are getting a little carried away with.
Oh, and also 12. Is that too high or too low?
On the overrated list or in the NFL rank?
No, on the overrated list. Like one is super overrated.
Okay.
They are at the bottom of the list of, well, you know.
Yeah, I'd probably move them up a few spots. Okay. I would. I'd probably have them as one of the 6 to 8 most overrated teams, just because they have something to prove to me.
Okay.
What about, okay. I just think they're perpetually overrated and they never do anything. The Baltimore Ravens. Yes.
Michael, they come in at number 2.
Yes.
Baltimore Ravens. Number 2. Baltimore Ravens. A lot of hype every year.
Yes.
You hear a lot of talk about Lamar. I know how you feel about Lamar. It's not Lamar slander, but he has won MVPs, and you just are always saying, okay, it's between you and Buffalo. Who's going to get to that championship first?
Neither of you. And here, the other thing, too, it's a lot like when Frank Ragnow left the Lions. I don't think you can truly quantify the impact of Linderbaum not being there. Like, that's a big loss. And Derrick Henry, at some point, Father Time is going to, rent's going to be due.
I think we saw it last year because he never got over that fumble in the Lions game.
You hate to see it. David, go ahead.
Too high, too low?
No, I think
Just
it's right in line with where I'd be. Do you want to make it take it again, or do you want
David? No. David, you got any?
Yeah, I'll go Chicago Bears based on Drew Dalman retiring.
Good one.
David, Chicago Bears, number 10.
While I don't think the bottom's falling out, I do not think it is some mortal certainty that they're going to get to 11 wins.
Yes.
Challenging division. No one's going to take you lightly, and the turnover margin regression is going to come calling.
All the one-score games.
Yeah. But I still think they'll be good, but I think they're just overrated.
Okay. 10, too high, too low?
I'd probably move them up a couple.
Okay.
David, make it, take it. Go ahead.
I'll go with the Denver Broncos.
The Denver Broncos, David, honorable mention.
I just figured with the situation with Bo Nix, I really don't know how healthy he'll be.
And that's, they were on the fringe because I don't consider them a playoff team. I know they could have gone to the Super Bowl last year if he was healthy, but I just think that was both New England and the Broncos were
I'll give you an
low.
overrated. I got one, David. You ready? This is the haters' ball.
Okay.
I hate you, Kansas City Chiefs.
Here we go.
Honorable mention. No.
Okay. I think they're overrated if you consider them a playoff team. You have a quarterback off a completely destroyed knee. You have Travis Kelce at 300 pounds. You went out and your whole secondary got gutted. Literally, you lost every good player. And Chris Jones is not a young man anymore. He'll be 33 this year. I just don't think the Chiefs are the Chiefs.
No, and that's why they're not on the list, because I don't see them as being one of those
very
teams
fair.
in the playoffs.
Very fair.
So that's why. It's not like, oh, you're caping up for the Chiefs. No, I don't see them making the playoffs.
Okay, then I stand down.
David?
Let's go Indianapolis Colts.
No. Wow. Not on the list.
I'm horrible at this game.
You're right.
I don't like this game. Fine. Ready? Jacksonville.
Okay.
Yes. I don't buy. Anytime I need him in a big spot, Trevor Lawrence poops his pants. I can't buy this idea that they're just going to run that division, and I'm going to look so stupid, but I'm believing in Dearborn's own Robert Saleh. I wonder if Tennessee has a better year than anyone recognizes. That division's wide open. You know Houston's there. I feel like Jacksonville will be the team to suffer.
Jacksonville at number 8, too high, too low. And Tennessee, I'm with you. I think that's the worst to first.
Too
team.
low. I think, to me, they're more overrated than number 8.
Okay.
That's just me.
Okay.
Here, David, can I lob one stick of dynamite?
Sure.
Patriots.
That was going to be my next guess.
You want to join hands together?
Yes.
We are the world.
Number 6.
I mean, come on.
Patriots.
The whole conversation hasn't been about Drake May or schemes. It's been about your coach getting his wick wet. I mean, what are we talking about here? Like,
hey, she was on a girls' trip.
Except she was 8 months pregnant on a boat with your coach. I don't know if Rabel will be there. I'm still waiting for the Rossini 60 Minutes. And they played the easiest schedule post-mortem in 50 years in the NFL.
Look, he got the best 15 minutes of marital counseling ever. He spent more time shopping for the pants at the airport. Okay. They're at 6. Should they be higher on the list? Okay. Let's move on.
Okay. Now, just right.
Okay.
Just right.
All right. We still have 1, 2, 3, 4.
I'll give you another one.
6.
Here, rapid
7.
fire. I'll give you one because I don't believe in them. I think someone other than this team will win the East. Philadelphia Eagles.
Philly at 5.
Offensive line is not as good. I think Saquon is baked. Yes, they got rid of A.J. Brown. Congrats. Now you're asking a rookie and Mekhi Lemon to replace him? Are we sure Jalen Hurts is still good? He looked broken last year.
Did A.J. break him, or does he just...
I don't know.
Did he win the title and say, I'm done with football?
Rico, he wouldn't use his legs. I don't know.
Yeah, you know what? It's weird because it reminds me of the year Lamar said, no, I'm going to show you I'm a different type of quarterback. It's like, it's just who you are. Embrace it. David?
Yeah, I'm going to throw in the Los Angeles Chargers.
David!
How dare you? They're going to the Super Bowl.
9.
I disagree with them.
Justin Herbert, always being said, he's like Joe Burrow. It's going to happen. It's going to happen. Until it doesn't.
Offensive line destroyed their chances last year. They still got in, but the O-line will be there. The running game will be there. That defense is already good. And as much as I dislike him, Jim Harbaugh's a very good NFL head coach.
He is.
I disagree with this selection.
Okay.
I cede my time.
So I take it you don't think they should be on the list. They
I
should
do
be
not.
Lower.
I bolt up.
And so before you give us the rest of the list, I'll go with the Seattle Seahawks.
11. Way to go, David. The comeback. You out here playing like the Knicks. You coming back. Down 16 points.
I don't think Seattle makes the playoffs.
Correct.
I think San Francisco does, and I think the Rams do. I don't think that division's getting 3.
But Seattle is getting all the hype. They are the team right underneath the Rams, and I'm with you guys. I don't see it happening. Okay, we still have 1, 2, 3, 4 left.
All right, just go ahead, because for the sake of time.
At number 7,
okay,
I'm surprised you guys didn't say this to be hurtful. The 49ers.
I didn't think you would put them on the list.
Why not? David, I'm not like you.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
The 49ers, they haven't won a Super Bowl in over 30 years.
They've just been to a bunch.
Right, but they haven't won one.
Look, I think injuries, like the Lions the year prior, limited your upside. They are older, but I don't think they're overrated. I think they're appropriately, hey, they're not going to win the West, but they're going to be solid and make the playoffs. Like, I don't think that's overrated.
Okay. At number 4, the Detroit Lions.
Okay. If you're telling me Super Bowl lock to win the division, like that's where I think the Lions and Packers are both a bit overrated because I feel like people are disrespecting the Bears. And I mean this. If Minnesota gets adequate quarterback play, that's a Super Bowl roster.
It is.
So I can say the Lions are slightly over. The Lions and Packers, you should duct tape them together and move them down this list a little bit. Like somewhere between what?
Well, the Packers can't get any lower. They're 12.
They were, sorry, move them up a little and move the Lions down.
Okay.
Somewhere between 6 and 8.
Okay.
I think that the win total gets suppressed because of how tough this division's going to be.
3, we kind of talked about them. The Buffalo Bills.
Yeah, I've had enough.
Buffalo every year.
I've had my fill.
I mean, what I said about Baltimore, just go ahead and put that on Buffalo.
New stadium, same crap. Right. I can't do it. Yeah,
and
appropriately rated.
And 1, I'm so shocked you guys didn't get number 1.
What?
Because every year,
for all the good we did, David, he's still got to be negative.
Right?
How hurtful.
No. I'm trying to let you get number 1. They haven't won a Super Bowl in over 30 years.
What, the Cowboys?
Yes. And every year, this is their year.
I won't be shocked if they win the East. I won't. I think the defensive changes they've made, the trades, the acquisitions, the draft picks. Look, I think they can win the East this year. That doesn't mean they're going to the Super Bowl.
Right.
But
every year, somebody will, I think this could be the Cowboys' year.
I didn't say all that.
Not you. I'm just saying. So there's your list. 12 most overrated NFL teams. 97-1. The kazoo. The gift that keeps on giving. What if you had the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi and a price that didn't change for 5 years? Thanks to the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. Now through June 22nd, get gig Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 years with equipment and unlimited data included. No strings, no commitments. And you get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Look, you're going to be guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that'll find and fix problems even before you notice them. It's like a super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats. Plus, you can even try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity? Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with a stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply to Mobile Select. Xfinity Internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
All right, David, a couple of texts. Rico storytelling is something else, by the way. I mean, I have just learned something new. Like I made the joke earlier, Rico claims to have memories from being 3 years old, which we all know is just scientifically impossible.
It is not scientifically impossible.
Hold on. Tell the people the story you just told me. I mean, you know what I'm convinced of?
What?
You lived past lives. Like you are from...
We moved to the house that I grew up in when I was 4. We stayed in a duplex before then. It was on the other side of town, other side of Southwest Detroit. And I remember 3 vivid events.
Yeah. Now take a listen to this, people. And he's 3 years old. Take a listen to this.
Mike, it can happen.
No, it cannot.
Just because it didn't happen to you.
Just tell the story.
I'm built differently.
Tell the story.
Okay. So, no, I remember it was the summertime and we were playing and we stayed downstairs in the duplex and this man came flying down the stairs at top speed. Apparently, it did something to tick off his wife because she is yelling at him, followed by a glass bottle of peppercini.
And say it the way you said it to me.
And it smashes on the street. And that was one of my first memories is the smell of peppercini. And I'm like, Mike, because it's a strong smell. You know what it smells like.
Yeah. Basically, he's like, hey, you Guido bastard. We sure know you like the smell of those. Just say it. Say it the way you said it in the break.
I figured pepperoncinis would be considered fake Italian
That's perfect.
Peppers.
Okay, carry on.
Real stuff. But no, I remember that vividly because the jar smashed and it was just like the adults were like, okay, you kids get in the house. You don't need to see this type of stuff. Okay, another one was...
Was he also wearing a tank top yelling Stella at the window?
No, he was not. And then we were playing in the street, and my brother had one of those red, white, and blue ABA Dr. J basketball. The guy drives down the street and runs over it, and he stops his car, and he hands him like $5 or $10 to pay for the balls because he was like, dude, I'm sorry. Here you go, because you heard this loud pop because the ball...
You're 4 years old.
3.
3
And then the final one was
this is unbelievable.
We're walking to the corner store, and I remember my parents had said, stay with the group, and I didn't.
No, you were in a stroller. How is this possible?
I wasn't in the stroller.
David, he's telling us a story. He was 18 months old. He remembers walking to the corner store.
I was 3. I wasn't in the stroller.
Right,
like
God,
I said,
keep going.
Apparently, I'm built differently. Okay,
you are. You're like a time traveler.
No, and
you are Scott Bakula from Quantum League.
I tripped and fell and landed on a gigantic piece of glass that went into my hand. That they had to rush me to the hospital. I got stitches. So I remember that.
So someone told you that you saw the picture of your brother in the ball? Because there's no way you were told.
Yeah, this isn't now where there's camera phones everywhere. There was no
Polaroid.
Remarkable.
There's no Polaroids in.
Oh, I forgot how old you were. This is 1930. I forgot. I'm sorry.
Who can afford a Polaroid camera?
Dude, David, you can't treat him like he's a Titanic survivor.
Hey man, we didn't grow up like the Hulls. We didn't have expensive stuff.
Oh, here we go.
Okay, we wasn't ciphering the church's money.
Yeah, you're right. David's family invented BET. He just hasn't told you.
David Johnson.
David's dad is Bob Johnson, right?
I mean, but I remember.
Yes, David grew
things.
up on 106 and Park.
Yeah, but no, I remember those 3 things.
Remarkable.
And then we moved to the house when I was 4.
Listen.
And I got memories at 4, Mike.
Oh, I'm sure you do. You actually delivered the keynote speech at Comic-Con. All right. I'm sorry. It was just what he told me in the break, and I'm going with a straight face. He's telling me he's got memories from 3 years old. Yeah. You kidding me?
I'm sorry you don't, but I do.
I don't.
I do.
All right, David, the text. I did not have flying jar of pepperoncinis on the bingo board today. And then, quote, you people know what those smell like.
Text here.
Remarkable.
40 years old, and I still remember things from when I was 2 and 3 years old.
No, we have so much relevant stuff today. Stop with the text on this lie.
I lie.
Rico's not alone. I remember since age 2. These people are gaslighting us.
No. Guys,
why is this what they're texting about? We've done so much good content today.
Why is this gaslight? Like I said, there are just little snippets of memory that I have, but I do remember these things.
Little snippets of memory. Signed Detroit Championships.
Text on the Pistons. Cade will be Dylan Larkin next summer if we continue to put people around him like Tobias Harris.
Okay, but the problem is, what if he wants Tobias around him? You don't get to cry.
That's facts.
We have a core. That's news to me. I wouldn't pay Doran, but I don't know ball.
And for the people who are just joining, the reason we're getting texts like that, Trajan Langdon spoke today and identified we have a 3-man core. I'm going, who's the 3? What is Cade, like a shapeshifter? I mean, there's Cade, and then are you seriously saying Duran and Asur are the core? The problem I have is a player can be good without being the core. Mm-hmm. Now, I understand you're going to pay Duran something, whether we agree or disagree, that'll make him a part of the core. But if 2 of your 3 core guys you can't run a play for, right, I have a problem with it.
No, I'm with you, because let's just take the NBA champions, Mike. I wouldn't say that, you know what, Bridges or Josh Hart is part of the Knicks core, but they're good pieces. There are pieces that help them win the title. But I don't think any Knick fan, but yeah, they're a part of our core. You got good pieces, but Cade is, and it's Cade and a pair of buffs, I guess.
Go ahead, David.
I remember my mom and dad bringing me home from the hospital after I was born.
Up next, Rico's earliest memories. Let me out of here. It's dark in here. I was minus 3 months old.
No, you know what? I was looking at my Gucci. It's about that time. All right. I'm out of here.
Rico remembers being born in a Coogee sweater. Like, what are we talking about?
I just signed the wall. Rico was here. It's time to go.
Unbelievable. Go ahead, David.
Text about the Pistons' internal development. Give me a break. It's not as easy as quote unquote cool. Let me just get a jump shot this offseason. We're actively bleeping ourselves.
No. I hear that all the Jalen has to do is just get into the gym and then why hasn't he done it already? That's what it kills me. It's like, if you knew it was that easy, he should have done it back in college, first couple years in the pros.
Let me read you the quote for the new audience just joining. You do what you want with it. We have to look at both regarding improvements, but we have to get better, whether that's internally getting better, whether that's externally. I think it's a combination of 2 things. We put player development plans together for our guys. I think all of our guys will get better next year. We'll come back a better team. I think overall that's the best way that we'll grow, is internal growth in terms of taking a step. We'll look to see if we can add other pieces to help us and to come back a better iteration of the Pistons. See, when you're talking about pieces and when you're establishing a core, when you're going to put a fence around Duran, Asur, and Cade, you're kind of pigeonholing yourself into one type of player. It's not going to be the guy who's signed and young and premium. Mm-hmm. You know, it almost makes me wonder if, like, is he going to try to do, all right, I'll give up everything but these 3, and I take Holland, I take Stu, I take the wax statue of Karis LeVert and a couple of firsts, and you offer it for Kawhi,
right,
on a rental. Is that what he's thinking? I don't know. But I think it's pretty clear they're not moving off either guy. They're going to pay Duran. My issue is not paying Duran. My issue is going above a certain threshold. Because Duran isn't and will never be a number 2.
Correct.
So I can't pay. If they sign him to anything, I just truly mean this. 5 at 150 is my offer. If you don't like it, find something better. Because the max that the Nets or these other Cialis organizations like the Bulls can offer you, 177. Yeah. Why would I artificially pay him
and that's just
40 a year? You didn't earn it.
Don't bid against yourself.
I feel like that's what they're going to do.
Right. Well, we had to.
Again, it's only about how it limits you to add to it. Look, if there's no salary cap, I don't care. If there's no tax apron, I don't care. The money's not real. It's not my money. But when we're talking about a salary cap, no, it's very real. And the other fear I have, what do you want to bet they go out and do 4 at 120 for Asur? You're done. You're done.
Do you think Asur takes the early deal that Duran didn't take?
Probably.
Yeah, me too.
Probably. And then what are you left with? Tobias on a mid-level exception? Or do you gut the rest of the roster to bring in Kawhi and you make this 1-year run? I don't know. We're workshopping it because I thought the comments were pretty. They're not for me. Yeah. I thought we were all up there like Live Aid, holding hands, singing "We Are the World," and Cade needs a number 2. So let's keep giving. Like,
brother, you are trying to solve one of the things in Detroit that we can't solve. It was the Lions and an edge rusher. Apparently, we were all wrong.
It's the Iser sham and talent.
Right. It's Skubal, and do you trade him for the Tigers? And now for the Pistons, it's Cade and getting him and Robin. And apparently, we're all wrong on all 4 counts.
You know what the Tigers are going to do.
You're going to ride this thing till the wheels come off and then say,
watch this.
We're keeping him.
Watch them sweep the Sox and how easily people will flip and be like, oh, we're going to go for him.
Mike,
I just really hope they just lose because I'm done. I don't want to deal with it no more. I'm tired.
If they win a game right before the trade deadline.
Oh, yeah. Otto will be in here in a bathrobe.
We got to go for it.
I can already hear Otto's update. I'm Jeremy Otto. Tigers enter the break hot. Jeremy, they're on a 1-game winning streak.
Well, streak starts with 1.
Well, it's better than being on a 1-game losing streak. I'm Jeremy Otto.
Bang!
Hey, David, real quick, because Rico is now being referred to as Lord of the Pitch. Can you tell me who scored for Switzerland? Because Rico heard my live read earlier and decided now would be the time to do a goal scorer bet.
Yeah, let me find out.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Also, Odyssey.com, remind if you missed anything. Rico, are you okay?
Yes. I'm good.
Okay.
Oh, it's 9. Means stop sign.
Okay, yeah, a Sorb is playing for Switzerland. All right. So I want to just do one thing here. I want you to make your pick.
Okay.
I had a Tigers quote, not Tarek Skubal related. It was Verlander. Or I have an update on Larkin Fest 2K26. What would you like more?
I haven't heard about JV in a while.
All right. I just want to read this, and you tell me if this is encouraging or not, as he's slated to pitch Sunday against the White Sox. The difference between a sim game and a rehab start has been significant, with a little bit more adrenaline. The mechanics, quite frankly, aren't perfect, but it's been long enough to where we have to make a decision. We need to figure out what this looks like and if I'm capable to go out there and do what I need to do physically to compete. It's that time. In a perfect world, everything would be 100% and good to go. And I feel like I did 5 years ago. That's just not the case. Nobody sees the point in trying to delay this any further. You got to figure it out and figure out where you're at. Game intensity is the only way you really know. Close quote. Are we looking at a situation where time hasn't made it better and he's just going to give it a run, grip it and rip it, and this may be his only start if it goes poorly? Or am I just Dexter Manley and I'm simply not reading it?
No, it sounds like Father Time is catching up to him, and we may be witnessing the end. And if honestly, I said it before. This is back when I thought this team was going to make the playoffs. I don't really need to see you to September. I don't need to see you come out of the pen, give us an inning or two, and I would be okay with that. I'm not JV from days of old. Those are long gone.
Well, hold on.
This sounds like
let's be fair.
Yeah.
Why did they sign him? No smart ass answers. They signed him based off of the last 13 starts in a stretch drive for the Giants with a sub-3 ERA. He pitched great.
Right.
I supported the move.
Yeah, I did too.
But we're here now. Rico, I don't know that I've heard a pitcher talk that way. Basically, it's kind of
the bar.
It's kind of a mess. There's no sense in waiting any longer. Let's just see if I can do this.
You guys see what I see. No, but I appreciate the honesty. You see what I see, and I'm going to go up against some batters. Hopefully I don't hit anybody. Hopefully they don't turn around because we got tagged for like 4 home runs in a minor league game. Yeah.
They got the biggest thing. You got Skubal going tomorrow night. I want Skubal to pitch well, even though I don't want them to win. I know that's counterintuitive. I want them to be done so they can sell, do what's right for the franchise, and we can try this again in a year. But he's going to pitch Sunday. I think it's very interesting to watch based on those comments from him and what you get Sunday. I don't know what to make of that. I just wanted your opinion.
No, Mike, I think it sounds like a person who's kind of preparing you for the worst in case this goes south. This may be the end.
Nobody sees the point in trying to delay it any further.
Yeah, I think you read that perfectly. You're not Dexter Manley over there.
Thank you.
You can conjugate.
Thank you very much. David, some texts, and then we'll take care of some business. Go ahead. Actually, I can get to a call as well, but go ahead.
More on the Pistons here. We have GMs that are more concerned about keeping their job than actually winning a championship. They have no guts and are afraid to go for it.
Well, there's also no real pressure in this city. There isn't. I mean, it's just you're allowed, it goes beyond people who cover the team. It's the whole thing. People cape up for you left and right. There's just no pressure in this town, which is a dream gig for a GM. I mean, think about this. There are GMs in baseball, presidents of baseball operation, who meet with the writers once a road trip. Are we sure Scott Harris is alive?
Haven't heard from
world headquarters or otherwise. Are you okay? Blink twice. Like it would. This town, there's no pressure. You say, damn it, I wish he'd talk. Oh, but when things are going good, that's all right. He'll go over to the Good Times pod with Benetti.
Looking like Vince McMahon walking into the room.
Right. That's the whole thing. Like, it's cool if you want to do that, but you also got to do this. Mm-hmm. And with Langdon, look, it's just all of us had one thing. You got to get Cade a number 2. It's priority 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Mike, it just amazes me how that one thing for every sport in this city becomes that almost that defiant line of delineation where the fans see it one way, ownership sees it another, and there is no in between.
No. All right, good talk. We'll go over to Chris, 97.1. Chris, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, guys, how's it going?
Good, bud.
Sorry, I was having a memory from when I was a zygote. Let me get refocused here.
Hey, like I said, I'm built differently.
Oh,
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Chris.
So what I heard from today from Trajan was I have a core, which means I have an age limit. So I think we can cross Kawhi and Kyrie off the list. And I think he is in on his guy, on Murphy. And I think that's the deal you can get done without giving away the core. You know, Ron, Karis LeVert, a slew of picks. You get him in here. Maybe you target somebody like a Rui Hachimura in free agency to be your 4. And everybody's under 30. I think he's kind of telling us, we're rolling with the young kids, and we want to have something together that's...
The only thing I can offer you is this. I like Trey Murphy. I'd love to have him. But all the reporting that's come out is the price is going to be extremely high. So maybe you're right. It only takes one team to covet a Ron Holland. But, man, Chris, if I'm them, why am I giving you Trey Murphy and I'm getting nothing back? And by the way, those first-round draft picks don't mean duty.
I mean, what was it going to take, like, Mike, if I'm you, and I'm not giving up Duren, I'm not giving up Cade, we have a core, and you're New Orleans, like, what do I got to give you? Two or three first rounds, 2 or 3 swaps?
No, if there's no Asura Thompson, there's no conversation.
Well, then I think we're off that, unless he's trying to do the weird NFL GM thing before the draft where I say I've got a core, so it makes them more valuable.
Maybe.
So then I can.
And Chris, that's where earlier I brought it up. And hey, look, neither of us know. That's where I wondered about the Kawhi thing being in play. It's cheaper. It's a rental. It's an older player. It doesn't blow up your core, but it does make you better next year. I don't know. The comments are interesting to say the least. All right, if you've been thinking about upgrading your ride for summer, check out Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer 2 years in a row, and for good reason. Moran, they make car buying simple. You always get the best prices. That's as easy as it gets. That's why people keep coming back. 26 Silverado 4x4 crew cab, the V8 engine. They can haul all your summer toys. Also, if your current vehicle needs attention, you know the deal. You go to MoranExpress.com, you get certified service, you get the free loaner, and you always get that lowest price guaranteed. Stop by on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. It's Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. All right, David, spin some jams here and tell us what we're doing. Oh, goody. This is the segment we get to talk about teams that actually do things. And it's John Tesh. Can't beat it. Just 1 second. Can you imagine these people paid to see a concert? They had no idea it was simply the NBA on NBC theme song. This is an actual song of his.
Yeah, well.
And the best is when you watch the video and how intense the symphony is.
Right.
It's like, guys, it's Bulls versus Blazers. It's not that real. Yeah, they're all into it. Wait till you see the guy on the little violin or whatever. I mean, these people they look like they're coked out of their mind. All right, David, go ahead with the news of the day.
Only thing missing was a LeBron jersey.
You gotta see it. Have you seen it?
Yes.
It's amazing. It's theater.
So there is a team getting frustrated in the Giannis sweepstakes.
The Detroit Pistons.
They have to be in the sweepstakes.
Okay.
It is the Boston Celtics. So we all remember when the Milwaukee Bucks owner gave the deadline of the draft, basically, is when he wanted this done.
Yeah.
Well, offers have been thrown out there. We all know this. We've all heard of this. Chris Haynes reports, though, that the situation can now drag into July, and Boston is frustrated, according to Jake Fisher, the NBA insider, says the Celtics are becoming frustrated with the entire trade situation. Not only is it taking longer than expected, but now it's fracturing the relationship between Jaylen Brown and the Celtics. And if the trade doesn't happen, how do you repair that?
The other thing the Celtics are frustrated by, Jaylen Brown can kick rocks. You're getting paid $60 million a year. Shut up. The Celtics are annoyed because Giannis's people want a seat at the table.
Correct.
And this is not unfounded. It's not that it's never happened before, but certain franchises, they don't bend the knee.
And that's definitely Boston.
Right.
Yes.
Now, it's happened one other time. And when they were doing the Porzingis trade, KP's people wanted a seat at the table. They viewed him as the piece to get a championship. They were right. I don't know. I think a lot of this, Milwaukee's got to make the biggest trade decision they've made since trading Lou Alcindor. It's okay for this to drag on. And if you're the Celtics, you don't want the reps there? Then get a lousy player. I mean, guys, this is the world we're living in. Oh, Jaylen Brown, your feelings are You got $300 million from the organization. Cry elsewhere. Use a few dollar bills to wipe your tears. And maybe next time be better in Game 7.
So next year, I'll bring this up since you brought his name up. I was not going to do this second, but you brought up Kristaps Porzingis.
Yeah.
I just want to have a conversation on what his future looks like.
I don't think there is one.
Because he only played 32 games last year, 42 the year before.
Mystery disease, NBA Finals.
Correct. The report is that you'll probably see 3 years, 75, the third year being a team option. But it's tough with the injuries, man.
Unless that team's in Spain. I wouldn't touch him with a 10-foot pole.
Has he reached a point where he's going and seeking doctors overseas?
I mean, it's
secret
just
trips.
Look, man, KP can fill a role for you, but I'm not paying $25 million for it. Now, if I'm mid-season, he's an expiring, I take him on as a piece that can help me, maybe. There's no world I'm doing a multi-year commitment.
It's worth the risk for 1 year, for half a year.
But I'm not going to be the team to pay that. It's silly. We've reached silly season.
No, you're desperate if you're doing that.
Well, speaking of silly season, it is the draft. So we have silly season in the draft. Misinformation everywhere. One of those teams, the Nets. They have befuddled the league right now because no one knows what they're going to do. They are drafting number 6.
They don't know what they're going to do.
Correct.
Hey, look at last year. They took a guy that wasn't even on half the people's draft boards.
There has been Darius Acuff has been connected to them. Nate Ament has been connected to them, the Tennessee forward.
He's a freshman, right?
Yes.
He's a stick figure.
And now people are connecting Adai Mara to
Okay.
them. Why would you do that at 6?
Because the Nets are attempting, the Nets are drafting with their head up their ass.
I need that to happen, David, because that's a non-Western
That
Conference
would be.
team.
If he goes to the East, you win lunch. He goes to the West, I win lunch. The Nets are a broken franchise, David. That's all. They're idiots. They're what the Clippers used to be.
And I think Adai Mara is cashing in on what you're seeing with what happened with the Spurs. And they're thinking he could be the next Wemby. And we can get this super tall guy who could do a lot of things. I wouldn't recommend that, but He would be in the East, so I'm fine.
You'd
But
win.
Yes, but the Nets have just
They're terrible.
because I saw Acuff and I was like, well, is he really? He'll just be asking for a trade in a few years, but sure, why not?
So another team might be involving themselves in the Trey Murphy sweepstakes, not named the Detroit Pistons. That is the Golden State Warriors. According to the reports, they checked in on this during the deadline, trying to give them Kuminga first-round picks. And now they're checking back in on Trey Murphy. Is that a better idea for the Warriors than this whole LeBron
Right. And
stuff?
Rico checked in on Sade. What are we talking about? What could they possibly offer?
The Golden State Warriors are about to win the Al Bundy Award because they're still stuck at their days of being great at poke high and scoring 4 touchdowns. And they're still, hey, remember when we were the Splash Brothers and we did all of this stuff? And it's like, guys, it's been a long time ago. It was time to break up that team years ago.
And I'll ask you again, what do they have to offer when it has been discussed that the price for Trey Murphy is going to be exceptionally high? What's the centerpiece of that deal? Who? They already offloaded Kuminga. What are you going to do, AirPod?
No, I don't really think they have much.
Thank you.
No, I'm trying to think. Who
they have nothing.
Butler.
Who the hell? Why the hell would New Orleans want that? Jimmy Butler
just
would
saying,
burn.
that's the best.
He'd burn the Smoothie King Center down. He'd show up with a stick of dynamite and blow the arena up.
That's the only thing that they really
The answer is
have
no.
Is Jimmy Butler.
Yeah, right, which means you don't have anything at this point.
So my question, though, for the New Orleans Pelicans is
Why do they exist? I
look
don't
like
know.
next year, because DeJounte Murray is on the market. Zion is not on the market, according to reports. What do they look like?
I'll tell you what, take your dog for a long walk and look down. That's what they look like, and it'll be somewhere in the grass. Just get rid of this franchise. It is an absolute train wreck. It's almost like Joe Dumars and Troy Weaver have been sent to destroy them. It's some kind of plan to get them to Seattle. I don't know. They're terrible.
So
I'm sorry.
No. You nailed it.
He's right, you know.
I didn't want to say it again, but yeah. That was my thought.
You know what they remind me of? The old Charlotte Bobcats. Bob Johnson, Sagana Diop, Gerald Wallace is your best player. Wow. Adam Morrison. That's the modern Bobcat, a Pelican. Just a hopeless effing endeavor.
You know, that team they just will never be the same until they get the name Jazz back.
Don't get me started.
Which means they'll never be the same again because they're never getting the name back.
All the things they could have done, they chose a Pelican. Good God. Keep going.
That is your NBA Fast Break 97.1.
Welcome in. 5 o'clock. Just one brief note out of Shabbat's update. I'm all for second chances. You know this. But the idea that the Edmonton Oilers, who are already on the verge of losing Connor McDavid, are going to hire Mike Babcock, because it's not just a second chance thing from what he did. It's a general point of view, like Mike Babcock is rotten. No, he won't be rotten to Connor McDavid. Don't get it twisted. But he's a bully. He's going to mistreat everybody. He'll mistreat third and fourth liners. He'll mistreat the training staff. He's a bad guy. And look, he served the Wings well almost 20 years ago, okay? But that was also a couple of the most talented teams you could have. They really were. It's amazing. Fans want, and a lot of media want to give organizations credit for being smart people. And then you see things like the Edmonton Oilers and you're going, of all the people you could hire.
I look at this as more of a Band-Aid. If it works, fine. But you know what? Until we can find somebody better. So you'll be the coach.
How did you come up with Mike Babcock?
That I don't.
Rico.
He did not.
Okay. I'm sorry. David, go ahead, and then I'll get to what I actually was going to talk about.
It also, you can't have that kind of Band-Aid when McDavid has decisions to make. You have to go all in, make decisions where that will
If they hired Babcock, the first thing I do if I'm McDavid's reps, we're out of here.
Correct.
And they already have enough problems because they want to trade Darnell Nurse. And the problem is Nurse is paid like he's Ray Bourque, and except he's really like a number 3 or 4. He's not a top pairing defenseman anymore. He's not. And they're paying him almost $10 million a year. So you stack these issues of, I've just hired one of the biggest bleep holes in coaching. I have to trade a $10 million player that nobody really wants because you're the only one who valued him like that. Oh, and by the way, the best, basically Wayne Gretzky, modern era, is probably going to want out. Things are going great.
The hardline coach, you come in there and you can basically scare a title out of these guys.
Oh, cool.
You're desperate. Let's face it. You're desperate.
I wanted to just bring up one note because I know a lot of people will have tomorrow off. I'll be here with you. But whether you have tomorrow off or not, Team USA plays at 3. Now, look, I'm not being a smartass when I tell you I am getting far more enjoyment watching any run-of-the-mill World Cup game than the Tigers. I'm not being a smartass, I'm being sincere. But I do have a place in my heart for soccer. At a different point in my life, I paid a lot more attention to it. I had more time. It's not that I don't like it. It's just there's only so many hours in a day and so much I can give to the world of sports here now. But I do. I sincerely enjoy it. And I'll tell you what I love most, too, as a side note. It has nothing to really do with the game. I love all the people around the world who like trash America, and then they're here for the World Cup and they're having a blast. And they're like, actually, America's not terrible. Like, you're seeing a lot of these videos in different newspapers and different like aggregator sites. And it's because I do feel, Rico, I mean this when I say this, I swear to you, if you watch, and I don't care what side of the aisle you're on, I feel like the design is they want you to dislike your own country.
Yes.
No, we may have our problems. Every country does. This is the greatest place to live on the planet. Yeah. It's just hilarious seeing like British people or French people, people who generally thumb their nose at America. Oh, they're over here having a blast. And they're going, all right, this is pretty cool.
Because you only see what you see, the stuff on the news, the sound bites, the infighting, and all of those things.
Right.
I equate it to a lot, Mike, to when people actually come to Detroit and they're like, wait, this isn't Beirut.
That's a great point. No, it's not. This is actually a really good place to live.
Oh, you guys have fun. You actually have things to do here.
Are there better downtowns? Sure. But this isn't Youngstown, Ohio, okay? We're doing all right.
When all you hear is negative, bad, oh my goodness, don't go here, don't go here. And you're just like, guys, it's really not as bad as people say that it is. And I think the same with the United States. You're right. It's built to, all you see are just, okay, well, this politician said this and they did this. And oh my goodness, look at this group. And oh, there's another person who just got shot and this is going on. It's like, yeah, that's probably less than 10% of what actually goes on day to day.
I agree totally.
In everybody's town.
It's just, and it's not just celebrities who do it. Like, I swear to God, anybody who like I don't want to be. Then don't be here. Leave. Where are you going that it's going to be better?
I guess I
get so tired of hearing about, if my candidate doesn't win, I'm leaving. Then leave. And it's going to happen again. Yeah. Then you'll have the other side win the next election. And then people are going to cry. Then leave. Especially these celebrities. Go to hell. I don't want to hear from you.
Yeah, I missed those great migrations to Canada.
No, yeah, right. Capitalism in America is so bad, you benefited from it. Do me a favor. Pack up and leave. But I love that this is what the best of sports is. Sports is supposed to bring people together to have a good time. Okay, yeah, I know there's been one brawl, but generally, these towns that have the World Cup, I wish we could have, like 94. I know good and damn well why a lot of towns didn't, Chicago being one. FIFA bankrupts you. It turns into a disaster.
Here's why I think you like it, Mike. And that's just me, purely speculatory, okay? You can tell me I'm wrong. I don't know what I'm talking about.
Is this going to be another pepperoncini blast?
It is not.
Okay.
I think you like it because it harkens you back to the days of college football and college sports.
I could see that.
Where the fan bases are just so much tribalism about our team. When you see the different fans and, they're doing all types of weird stuff, but it's indicative to that fan base, even to like Japan cleaning up after themselves. Like, okay, that's different. Or I saw it was some country and they were like using the escalator as a rowboat and they were like rowing up the escalator. It's like,
did you see the Scottish people? They've not only taken over Boston, they've gone to Nantucket.
Yeah. So
they have drank the city of Boston out of beer.
So it's like, I think that's why, because it brings you back to what college football used to be like. And you could go to these different stadiums and the fans there would it was not even about the game. It was about the atmosphere. And I think that's what's selling you on the World Cup.
It is. No, I think you're onto something. I also think, too, is...
No slander.
No, I mean, listen, it also... I think it... How do I put... okay, again, there's no tiny plastic violin. Please don't take it this way. I'm just making a point of, like, watching the Tigers is like a hostage situation. The World Cup I watch because I want to. Let me be very clear. I do not want to watch the Tigers anymore in the calendar year of 2026. So this is just easy. I don't know. There is no Scott Harris for me to get upset about. Or Jahmai Jones isn't coming off the bench in the 68th minute. I can just watch it free and clear, and it's just fun. So, like, my question is, look, you have a day off tomorrow. I know the weather will be nice, but is Team USA on the calendar for you guys? Like, I'm a little bummed out that I'm working and it's going to be on because I'd really just like to watch it. And with Italy not being in it, yeah, I'm rooting for the U.S. Like, and this is a good edition of Team USA. This is not your usual, swamp-ass version of Team USA. This is a good edition of Team USA soccer, and I think one that can get to the round of 16.
So, no, honestly, I'll probably start off watching it, and then depending on what happens in the game, do I stay watching or does it become background noise until
probably
something happens?
The latter, because Australia is going to play a very tight game.
And I was just reading the how they play defense, so
it's going to be a different. It won't be freewheeling. But look, I just wondered. I wanted to ask the question. You guys weren't going to be here tomorrow. I'm working it. Look, I want to watch it. I think the World Cup is interesting.
I think another thing about the World Cup, Mike, unless you're sitting next to the hardcore soccer fan, it's not somebody trying to tell you something that it's not. Where I think watching the Tigers, you have a lot of people trying to tell you something that it's not.
Yeah.
And you're like, wait, this team's, bad. No. But they can still turn it around. They can still do this. It's like, huh?
Well, they can. It's just...
It's improbable, not impossible.
Is. I also don't think it's what's best for the organization.
No.
Look, I'll deal with it tomorrow. I wanted to be Tigers free, except giving you that Verlander quote. I just wanted to ask the question.
I just still find it amazing that you get people out there singing their country's national anthem because the game ended in a tie. I can't wrap my head around that, but it's just the lady has just wrapped herself in a towel and she's crying, David. That's like, it was what would you have done had your team won?
All right, think about this. Oh, no, then they would have had an immediate stroke. No, but you have to view it like old school college football. Nebraska, you remember the school out in California, Pacific?
Yeah.
All right, Nebraska used to play them. And Tom Osborne would rack 70 on these idiots all the time. It would be the equivalent of Pacific going into 1993 Nebraska in Lincoln and tying them 17-all.
Okay.
You're feeling pretty damn strong about that. Okay. We didn't get annihilated. It's the idea that these countries, some of them have never scored in a World Cup, earned a point in group stage.
Okay.
None of it.
Okay.
I hear you.
It's just weird to me.
Okay,
That's
but like
all.
what happened with Cabo Verde? They're supposed to lose that game 4-0 to Spain. For them, their goalie is 40. He's a bus driver / electrician. He had 7 saves, which in hockey terms is a guy having a 40-save shutout. 7 shots on target in soccer?
So Cabo Verde. So does this mean that this team now will have like a 10-year reunion where they will go back and say, hey, remember that great day in the World Cup when we tied and
I
we
think
tied
yes.
Spain?
Yeah, probably.
So every 5 to 10
But remember,
years,
that's the smallest nation in this thing. It's 10 islands off the coast of Africa. No one even knew it was a place.
Oh, I'm going there.
Okay.
That's on the list now.
That's fine. It looks beautiful. The beaches look great, and I already showed you the resorts. I'm just making a point. I'm enjoying it because it's not the meat grinder of Tiger season. Or look at how we just got through like the NBA finals and stuff. This is just so different.
Right. I didn't know it lasted as long until David told me.
Well, that's because greed. They expanded the tournament.
He's like, yeah, the 4th of July, they should be like,
well,
what?
There's an ability if certain things go certain ways that the 4th of July, you could see USA versus England. And England is not just good. And this isn't the normal thing, because England's phrase is, it's coming home, as if like they have birthrights to the World Cup, which they don't. They haven't won it since like 1960. The point is,
so they're Notre Dame.
They're essentially Michigan sans cheating.
Or the Cowboys. Gotcha.
Yeah, just haven't won it in ages, but think they're entitled to it. I don't know if USA wants a piece of England, but I digress. It would be theater, 4th of July on a Saturday.
Yeah.
So
America 250.
Yes.
We're sending the Redcoats home.
So can that game end in a tie?
No.
I don't know. Oh, so
once you get
to,
through group stage, then you're going to go to the golden goal or shootout after.
Because I didn't know if the United States tied. Are we singing the Star Spangled Banner?
We are decidedly not.
Yes.
Now, Team USA's they've moved past that.
Okay.
Now, if Team USA had, say, France in their group, would a tie against France be a good result? Yes. Yeah, absolutely it would be. But Team USA's moved past that. Like, Team USA's got to start winning, A, get through group stage, and B, win knockout games. I don't think there's any illusion of Team USA ever winning a World Cup. But can they do damage? Can they take a step forward? Yeah, I think that's the expectation for
the Pistons.
They can
get
score
past the second round.
No, because honestly, Team USA has deficiencies defensively. They're actually a very good offensive team. For once, they actually have a legit striker in my lifetime with Balogun. I'm interested, wanted to know if it'd be on your radar. I'll get you Trajan's quotes, but it's been fun. Even Rico, you watching soccer is like a joy for me. It's hilarious. Shoot it, kill him, more aggressive. I'm like, okay, Rico, you're not.
We're tied. Stop trying.
Right. Well, then that's if Rico bets the game to end in a tie thing. Rico wants no one to try.
Just kick it in the middle of the field.
You're like the worst underbetter in history. Somebody gets a first down, you're having a meltdown.
I'm trying to understand it, man.
And I'm trying to understand what Trajan Langdon said. We'll do that quote next and get to your calls. But is Team USA on the radar tomorrow? If you have the day off, 3 p.m. in the afternoon, for me, I say yes, but I'll be doing radio. Will it be on? Yes. I'll get to see basically 8 minutes total.
I'll pull the cookies, Mike. I'll send you a picture from the basement. How about that?
Did he really do that?
Yeah.
He did that again?
Yeah, he did. He loves that.
I got to have it.
Nobody loves cookies more than cookies. Not even his wife.
I got to have a talk with him. Moran Buick GMC, Sterling Heights. One of the best selections of Buick and GMC vehicles in all of Michigan. Even Denali's, yes, they're in stock. For a long time, they weren't. The Sierra, the Denali's, the Encore, they have everything you can imagine. You can look it all up, MoranExpress.com. Or, for all your certified surfers, by the way, MoranExpress.com. You get the free loaner. You go about your day. Live your life. You don't have to waste time. It's Moran Buick GMC of Sterling Heights, where you always get the best price period. And you can visit them Van Dyke, just south of 18 Mile, or shop anytime. RandExpress.com. It's Ram Buick GMC. We are professional grade. All right, let's get to the people, David. We'll get to text in a moment. Also, just an interesting note. All right, you know the whale mural on the Broderick Tower?
Yeah.
Okay, now I know it's largely been covered up by ads and they leased the space out. Okay, but the guy who painted that, 1997, it's an artist named Weiland.
Okay.
One of the headlines today, and I never knew this. I thought we were the only ones who had a whale wall. He did one of these in Dallas.
Oh.
One problem. They didn't just put advertising over it. They painted over it for the World Cup. He's suing for $25 million. I just saw it and went, wait a minute. That looks like those are our whales.
So nobody in Dallas thought maybe we could just buy a wrap and it'll be a lot less.
They took a power roller to it. He's suing for $25 million.
Yeah.
For once, Detroit was smart. We just did ad space. It's still there. Like if there's a windstorm, you see some of it get blown away and you might see a whale's ass or something. I'm
thinking the World Cup has, buy a wrap and wrap the building and just take the wrap off when the World Cup is.
They painted over the whole thing.
Or you know what? Let's just go to Home Depot, get some paint. Let's get to going.
Once again, they chose violence.
Wow.
He's suing for $25 million in the city of Dallas.
And you know what? Good for him. And you know what? And if you want me to paint it back, it's going to cost you double.
Okay, then we'll go to Brian. 97.1. Brian, how you doing?
Hey, what's up?
What's going on?
So, not much. I wanted to touch on something a long-time caller ago had said, Pedro, and then something Rico had said about the GMs in this town not having guts. And I am fed up with all of the GMs, even Trajan Langdon, who is new. I'm giving him no leeway. I wish all of them, especially Yzerman, would grow some balls and make some moves for these teams. This city deserves championships, not getting out of the first round of the playoffs. Grow some... I can't say what I want to say because I'll get dropped.
Oh, you could say grow some balls. I'll allow it. Grow some balls.
Grow some effing balls and make some moves for these teams. In your news for Yzerman, you haven't said it yet, but I hope it's him getting shot out of a cannon at a brick wall.
No, I mean, listen, Brian, and you know I appreciate the perspective of it. I think we're all collectively tired because if this is just about being good enough to reach in your pocket, that gets old. Like, what is it all for? If you just want to be an entertainment product and generate enough ratings to fill your parking lots or sell your sponsorships or ultimately sell your tickets, hey, it's your prerogative. You have a business to run. But the civic promise that you make is that you're going to deliver a championship. And I don't care if they say it. I don't care if it's not in writing. It is a bottom line. It's implicit. When you have a team and at one point or another, you've probably had to ask for public dollars to build a stadium or get some tax abatements or do something. Hey, the give back is bring us a parade once a generation. Can you do that for us? And I mean, that's just reality. Yeah. And now we're sitting here and it's sad, even though it's brilliant by Rico, it's sad that the Coney bit is so funny.
It works.
It's 4 GMs all sitting at the table going, don't you dare make me look bad. And we
got a gentleman's agreement.
Right. The Langdon quote, by the way, that's got people up in arms, I should read it for in fairness. It's our favorite F word. Here we go. So basically, he says, quote, I think we have to look at both, but again, we have to get better, whether it's internally getting better, whether that's externally getting better. I think it's a combination of two things. We put player development plans together for our guys, and I think all our guys will get better next year. We'll come back a better team. So I think overall, that's the best way we'll grow is internal growth in terms of taking a step. He added, we'll continue to look to see if we can add other pieces to help us to come back a better version. And then part 2 of this was he talked about, we know we need to be more equipped to compete in the postseason. I think that's what we're looking at doing, adding pieces to accentuate our 3 best players. Who are your 3 best players again?
Cade. Oh, I don't know the other 2.
Well, what he's saying, and I think this is telling, because we believe you have Cade, blank, Duren. Not quite sure to do with this, sir, yet. The bottom line is we're missing that number 2, right? Mm-hmm. It's not what Trajan's saying. We want to add pieces to accentuate our 3 best players, our core 3 players. And I think that'll help us not only in the regular season, but the postseason. That scares me that we're not going to get the player we're hoping for. The only thing I can tell you is if he is declared your core is untouchable, then it's what's the best player you can get for Ron Holland, wax statues, and a couple of ones. I don't know, man. If you do enough, like is it Holland, Sasser, Lanier, Levert, 3 first-round picks? Is that Trey Murphy? I'm asking. Guys, I'm workshopping with you in real time. I'm just a little bit, I'm not annoyed. It's just, how can you have a core where 2 of the guys, you can't run a play.
Offensively challenged.
They can't score outside of the paint.
Well, one can score, but you're right, not outside the paint and in the regular season.
Right. So that was today's quote. I just wanted to pass that to you. We'll go to Paul, 97.1. Paulie, what's good, buddy?
Hey, Mike, what do you say?
Paul, what's the word?
Well, you touched briefly on the Mike Babcock thing. And why is Edmonton bringing Mike Babcock into the mix? And the only thing I can figure out, Mike, is that Edmonton is desperate for something because it's been, 7-8 years, and they were on the cusp, and they've been looking for guys that have had success, and now they're at a precipice, and they just don't know what to do.
Yeah.
And maybe it's a thing where Montreal was there, Toronto, with all their greatness, never could get there. Oh, look, Ottawa, Winnipeg, etc. And I don't really know what to tell you, Mike.
No, I think, Paul, what happened, they got right almost to the mountaintop and got kicked back down the mountain. And here's the problem. They lost to two of the best teams from the last 15 years in hockey. Their biggest sin was McDavid getting them there, and you ran into those two Panthers teams, two of the best teams in 15 years. But the problem is now it's over.
Go ahead.
No, it's over. And can you imagine the PTSD? I want you to think about this. Imagine if the Pistons had Michael Jordan and traded him. And then you got LeBron and you had to trade him. That's what Edmonton is going to go through because they had Jordan with Gretzky. And then you were blessed enough to get Jordan again. Now they got to get rid of McDavid. Forget it.
But wait, it goes beyond that, Mike. Look at all of the success that Edmonton has had since the inception of getting absorbed into the NHL, and even again, winning it at 90. And then they went on and they almost got there again a few times.
06.
Rebuilt.
Rolly the goalie. Yeah.
Exactly. So this is their desperation moment. And then we look at us, the Detroit Red Wings, and we have our savior, and it's not getting done. And now we're scratching our heads going, what do we do? What do we do? What do we do? Well, you know what? Here's what you're looking at. The NHL is a world game now, and the smartest ones are getting it done. Congratulations, Rob Brindamore. I have loved you since 97 when you tipped one in Game 4. Just wasn't good enough. See you guys.
See you, Paulie. No, he's not wrong. But I'm just telling you, you hire Mike Babcock, you may as well just get with McDavid's people and say, look, where do you want to go? We're out. Yeah. And then, honestly, lock the doors to the arena and relocate. There's no coming back from it. No, it took him the better part of 15 years to come back from trading Gretzky. It's going to be the same thing here. I don't know what you do. I don't know how you come back from that.
Oh, you're right. I mean, that's a great way of putting it.
Because there's no trade package remotely big enough. Nobody has the cachet to go and get Connor McDavid. Nobody.
And you're going to have to sell people. No. This is going to work.
97.1. All right, first and only time today, I think. We're going to touch table on a little football here. Let's get some music, please. Okay, then.
All right. So you know what? Went through a couple of articles and came up with a list. And I'm going to give you a little bit of the ground rules. The top 12 overrated NFL teams coming into this season.
Okay.
Now, teams like the Browns and the Jets, I didn't put in there because I think we would all say.
Because they're not rated.
Correct.
Okay.
So these are teams that have playoff possibilities, but maybe a little overhyped, overrated. You will tell me if the team belongs on this list, too high or too low.
Do you want us to guess them?
You want to go that route?
It's your deal.
You know what? Sure. Let's guess.
All right, David, you want to rifle one here?
I'll go Washington Commanders.
The Washington Commanders did not make the list.
Wow. Okay.
Honorable mention, did not make the list, Dave.
All right, let me go with one. And I do think they're a little overrated. There's discussion of this team being one of the 5 best in football. I think that's overrated.
Okay.
And what about the Green Bay Packers?
Michael, Green Bay, number 12
on
the list.
So they barely made it. But you understand my point.
Yeah.
They're good, but I think it's getting a little bit far considering they're going to play half the year without Micah Parsons.
Mm-hmm.
Josh Jacobs' situation seems a little murky. And let's just be real. Like, the Lions are in this division. The Bears are in this division. The Vikings, if Kyler Murray's credible. I just thought they were a little overrated.
Yeah. Good. You want to make it take it?
Okay. Okay, let me give you one that I think people are getting a little carried away with.
Oh, and also 12. Is that too high or too low?
On the overrated list
Yes.
or in the NFL rank?
No, on the overrated list. Like one is super overrated.
Okay.
They are at the bottom of the list of, well, you know.
Yeah, I'd probably move them up a few spots.
Okay.
I would. I'd probably have them as one of the 6 to 8 most overrated teams, just because they have something to prove to me.
Okay.
What about, okay. I just think they're perpetually overrated and they never do anything. The Baltimore Ravens. Yes.
Michael, they come in at number 2.
Yes.
Baltimore
Number
Ravens.
2.
Number
Good.
2. Baltimore Ravens. A lot of hype every year.
Yes.
You hear a lot of talk about Lamar. I know how you feel about Lamar. It's not Lamar slander, but he has won MVPs, and you just are always saying, okay, it's between you and Buffalo. Who's going to get to that championship first?
Neither of you. And here, the other thing, too, it's a lot like when Frank Ragnow left the Lions. I don't think you can truly quantify the impact of Linderbaum not being there. Like, that's a big loss. And Derrick Henry, at some point, Father Time is going to, rent's going to be due.
I think we saw it last year because he never got over that fumble in the Lions game.
You hate to see it. David, go ahead.
Too high, too low?
No, I think
Just
it's right in line with where I'd be. Do you want to make it take it again, or do you want
David? No. David, you got any?
Yeah, I'll go Chicago Bears based on Drew Dahlman retiring.
Good one.
David, Chicago Bears, number 10.
While I don't think the bottom's falling out, I do not think it is some mortal certainty that they're going to get to 11 wins.
That's
challenging division. No one's going to take you lightly, and the turnover margin regression is going to come calling.
All the one-score games.
Yeah. But I still think they'll be good, but I think they're just overrated.
Okay. 10, too high, too low?
I'd probably move them up a couple.
Okay.
David, make it, take it. Go ahead.
I'll go with the Denver Broncos.
The Denver Broncos, David, honorable mention.
I just figured with the situation with Bo Nix, I really don't know how healthy he'll be.
And that's, they were on the fringe because I don't consider them a playoff team. I know they could have gone to the Super Bowl last year if he was healthy, but I just think that was both New England and the Broncos.
I'll give you an overrated. I got one, David. You ready? This is the haters' ball.
Okay.
I hate you, Kansas City Chiefs.
Mm-hmm. Here we go.
Honorable mention. No.
Okay. I think they're overrated if you consider them a playoff team. You have a quarterback off a completely destroyed knee. You have Travis Kelce at 300 pounds. You went out and your whole secondary got gutted. Literally, you lost every good player. And Chris Jones is not a young man anymore. He'll be 33 this year. I just don't think the Chiefs are the Chiefs.
No, and that's why they're not on the list, because I don't see them as being one of those teams in the playoffs.
Very fair.
So that's why. It's not like, oh, you're caping up for the Chiefs. No, I don't see them making the playoffs.
Okay, then I stand down.
David?
Let's go Indianapolis Colts.
No.
Wow.
Not on the list.
I'm horrible at this game.
You're right.
I don't like this game. Fine. Ready? Jacksonville.
Okay.
Yes. I don't buy. Anytime I need him in a big spot, Trevor Lawrence poops his pants. I can't buy this idea that they're just going to run that division, and I'm going to look so stupid, but I'm believing in Dearborn's own Robert Saleh. I wonder if Tennessee has a better year than anyone recognizes. That division's wide open. You know Houston's there. I feel like Jacksonville will be the team to suffer.
Jacksonville at number 8, too high, too low. And Tennessee, I'm with you. I think that's the worst to first.
Too low. I think, to me, they're more overrated than number 8.
Okay.
That's just me.
Okay.
Here, David, can I lob one stick of dynamite?
Sure.
Patriots.
That was going to be my next guess.
You want to join hands together?
Yes.
We are the world.
Number 6.
I mean, come on.
Patriots.
The whole conversation hasn't been about Drake May or schemes. It's been about your coach getting his wick wet. I mean, what are we talking about here? Like,
hey, she was on a girls' trip.
Except she was 8 months pregnant on a boat with your coach. I don't know if Rabel will be there. I'm still waiting for the Rossini 60 minutes. And they played the easiest schedule post-mortem in 50 years in the NFL.
Look, he got the best 15 minutes of marital counseling ever. He spent more time shopping for the pants at the airport. Okay. They're at 6. Should they be higher on the list? Okay. Let's move on.
Okay. No, just right.
Okay.
Just right.
All right. We still have 1, 2, 3, 4,
I'll give you another
5, 6,
Here, rapid
7.
fire. I'll give you one because I don't believe in them. I think someone other than this team will win the East. Philadelphia Eagles.
Philly at 5.
Offensive line is not as good. I think Saquon is baked. Yes, they got rid of A.J. Brown. Congrats. Now you're asking a rookie and Mekhi Lemon to replace him? Are we sure Jalen Hurts is still good? He looked broken last year.
Did AJ break him, or does he just?
I don't know.
Did he win the title and say, I'm done with football?
Rico, he wouldn't use his legs. I don't know.
Yeah, you know what? It's weird because it reminds me of the year Lamar said, no, I'm going to show you I'm a different type of quarterback. It's like, it's just who you are. Embrace it. David?
Yeah, I'm going to throw in the Los Angeles Chargers.
David!
How dare you? They're going to the Super Bowl.
9.
I disagree with
Justin Herbert, always being said, he's like Joe Burrow. It's going to happen. It's going to happen until it doesn't.
Offensive line destroyed their chances last year. They still got in, but the O-line will be there. The running game will be there. That defense is already good. And as much as I dislike him, Jim Harbaugh's a very good NFL head coach.
He is.
I disagree with this selection.
Okay.
I cede my time.
So I take it you don't think they should be on the list. They
I
should
do
be
not.
Lower.
I bolt up.
And so before you give us the rest of the list, I'll go with the Seattle Seahawks.
11. Way to go, David. The comeback. You out here playing like the Knicks. You coming back. Down 16 points.
I don't think
Here comes
Seattle makes the
David.
playoffs.
Correct.
I think San Francisco does, and I think the Rams do. I don't think that division's getting 3.
But Seattle is getting all the hype. They are the team right underneath the Rams, and I'm with you guys. I don't see it happening. Okay, we still have 1, 2, 3, 4 left.
All right, just go ahead, because for the sake of time.
At number 7,
Okay.
I'm surprised you guys didn't say this to be hurtful. The 49ers.
I didn't think you would put them on the list.
Why not? David, I'm not like you.
Oh,
okay.
Oh.
The 49ers, they haven't
great
won
choice.
a Super Bowl in over 30 years.
They've just been to a bunch.
Right, but they haven't won one.
Look, I think injuries, like the Lions the year
And they're
prior,
old.
limited your upside. They are older, but I don't think they're overrated. I think they're appropriately, hey, they're not going to win the West, but they're going to be solid and make the playoffs. Like, I don't think that's overrated.
Okay. At number 4, the Detroit Lions.
Okay. If you're telling me Super Bowl lock to win the division, like that's where I think the Lions and Packers are both a bit overrated because I feel like people are disrespecting the Bears. And I mean this. If Minnesota gets adequate quarterback play, that's a Super Bowl roster.
It is.
So I can say the Lions are slightly over. The Lions and Packers, you should duct tape them together and move them down this list a little bit. Like somewhere between what?
Well, the Packers can't get any lower. They're 12.
They were sorry. Move them up a little and move the Lions down.
Okay.
Somewhere between 6 and 8.
Okay.
I think that the win total gets suppressed because of how tough this division's going to be.
3, we kind of talked about them. The Buffalo Bills.
Yeah, I've had enough.
Buffalo every year.
I've had my fill.
I mean, what I said about Baltimore, just go ahead and put that on Buffalo.
New stadium, same crap.
Right.
I can't do it. Yeah, appropriately rated.
And 1, I'm so shocked you guys didn't get number 1.
What?
Because every year,
for all the good we did, David, he's still got to be negative.
Right?
How hurtful.
No. I'm trying to let you get number 1. They haven't won a Super Bowl in over 30 years.
What, the Cowboys?
Yes. And every year, this is their year.
I won't be shocked if they win the East. I won't. I think the defensive changes they've made, the trades, the acquisitions, the draft picks. I think they can win the East this year. That doesn't mean they're going to the Super Bowl.
Right.
But
every year, somebody will, I think this could be the Cowboys' year.
I didn't say all that.
Not you. I'm just saying. So there's your list. 12 most overrated NFL teams. 97-1. The kazoo.
Did you guys?
Okay, the gentlemen are here, and they're here a little early because apparently they're very proud of some audio they have. They will not tell us.
This is Wojo's Beast. Go ahead, Woj. And
Well,
say
no,
how
I
you
just
said it to me.
No, I just tease you.
You
But
said it was the dumbest thing said on sports radio ever. That's what you said.
Did he tell me to say what I said and then said it?
I was worried you weren't going to say it.
Oh my God, we're
Tick,
off to a
tick,
good
tick,
start.
tick,
Yeah,
tick. Let's go.
exactly. Wojo and Rieger coming up next. I am going to unveil, and I normally don't make fun of other people on this station unless it's Rieger, right? Somebody on this station said the dumbest single statement I have ever heard regarding sports in my lifetime.
Holy
hell. In multiple lifetimes.
It's almost like we could do who said it, but you're going to hear the audio.
Consecutively, multiply. The most dumbestest thing ever.
Are you doing a Rieger setup where
No,
it's not
see,
gonna?
that's already ruined because it already sounds like it's something big and it's not. And the person will be very ashamed.
Way to stick with the bit.
But you already ruined
Just
it.
play the audio. Here it is.
No, we'll do it on our show.
Oh, I thought you wanted to play it
No,
for
you
them.
promised to play it for us. You built this up so much.
Our show is right after this.
Oh, it is? Oh.
I don't know if you know that.
No wonder I'm in here. What's the deal?
You're losing Rico by the
Jesus,
second.
will you just do it?
We already lost Rico. All right, play it.
Oh, wait.
Oh my God.
Wait.
Oh my
Wait,
God.
hold on. Did it live up to it?
I'm about to turn into Sam Kinison.
Okay, so it did live. Nice job, Woj. You did it.
So, but it was two different levels.
What do
I
you
don't
mean?
know if you picked up on it, Mike.
What do you mean?
So, first of all, how are you getting him?
Well, you're not.
A mask and a gun.
No, it started with if Trey Young was available, would you get him?
Yeah,
And
Gator
Doug
wanted
said-
Trey Young.
And Doug said, no, he's a
What?
flopper.
Gator wanted Trey Young, and then apparently he found out Trey Young's going to sign. And
Is Gator blasting 8 balls before he goes on the air?
Wait,
So is
wait,
Trey Young.
Mike, wait.
You are missing.
You missed the second part.
I played
First
again.
of all, no.
What it-
First of all, go ahead, play it, Dave.
Play it again.
What's the second part?
So
I hate my life.
in the event that he is available, you're saying
no.
That's our question, by the way.
Hey, Rieger, if there were accessibility to Margot Robbie, there's not.
Yeah.
Oh no, I don't want that MVP.
He's a happily
She
married
flops.
man.
No, you don't want a flopper, apparently.
Well, that's why Doug doesn't like SGA because he
that's
flops too
kind
much.
of the
Okay,
point.
you know what? Stick to pie of the day or whatever the hell they're doing. You got to be kidding me. You got to be kidding me.
This guy gets triggered so easily.
As a 2-time MVP because I can't take anymore.
You know the best part about it, Woj? Watching Mike's face as the very first part comes out. What about SGA?
Actually, the best part was I do think Gator trolled him and sort of set him up knowing that Doug doesn't like SGA and set him up like, what if you could get SGA?
You don't need him. You got
Yeah.
Dennis Jenkins.
Yeah, well, that's a good point, right?
Doug's very proud of that opinion.
So,
Yeah.
what if you can get Wemby? Nah, too tall.
No, he's French.
He's
He's
never
a bit of a
likable.
flopper, too, right?
Yeah, he paints in the park.
Yeah. So we're gonna have fun with them because, I normally don't ever pick on anybody else, but I might have to do it in that case with the little Douglas guy.
Is that you promised me that's not doctored? Like that's
No,
real?
no, that's it.
Oh, no.
I actually took it from.
Like I don't get mad. I don't necessarily.
Bobby, that's real?
That is real.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 100% real. I was here this morning.
Dude, even if you play it again, you can hear the 3-second pregnant pause because I left it all in there.
But
So
it
it's totally real.
it takes a lot for me to be like I'll just disregard opinions that I think are stupid. But to get angry takes energy. I don't have this energy.
Are you angry right now?
So wait,
Yeah, I'm living.
Wait. So if the Wings had access to McDavid,
No, he's got a ginger beard. See? Meh.
Well, that's a good point,
Canadians
actually.
don't like him anymore.
No, I heard it as I was leaving the Trajan Langdon presser today, and I thought I misheard it, so I asked Rieger to check on the tape. Yeah. Mhm.
Play it again. Play it again. Can I ask you a quick question very quickly before you guys get out there? Is that cheer drop accentuated? Or was
No.
that the actual sound?
that was the actual sound.
It was that loud?
Yeah.
It could be heard in Farmington Hills that day.
I